And welcome back, everyone, to Titans of Tier 3 League Week 2, one of our first matches this weekend. And we are here to cast it. Event Horizon GC versus RyZe Academy. I am PB Joel, with me is Ronok, and we are both very excited for today's match. And, Ronok, there's a bit of an in-house rivalry going into this one, isn't there?
There indeed is. This is a big matchup between two academy teams because our two of our main founders, both Pulsar and oh geez, I forgot his name.
Senta.
Senza, thank you. Are the coaches for both of these teams, are the founders for both of these teams. So this is a pretty big deal. And as you can see, I've already chosen my side. Um,
A little bit of bias.
a little
It's
bit,
okay.
yeah.
It's a friendly rivalry as far as I know, so hopefully things will stay friendly after today's match. But yeah, looks like we'll be starting out on Split today, chosen by Event Horizon with that first map pick, and we are gonna get in here soon enough. What are you looking forward to today in today's match, Ronak?
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing. Honestly, I'm very interested in the split game. I was mentioning to you before the stream starts that this is one of my least favorite maps of all of the maps that exist. But I struggle a lot whenever I play it. But I feel like watching like pro teams play it, it always ends up seeming more interesting than I think it is. So I'm always very interested to watch how teams play split. And I think it's really going to set the tone for this game is how this split game goes.
Absolutely. Split is one of the more unique maps in the fact that it has so much vertical space. So there's a lot of ways to play around with that, especially if we see some jet picks, some race picks. There's going to be a lot of vertical movement there, a lot of opportunities to kind of get in the other team's head a little bit of mind games action. I think we'll
Yeah.
see a very fast-paced game today. I had the pleasure of casting last week's match for Event Horizon, and we saw a lot of quick movement, a lot of very fast rotation. So I'm hoping we're going to see a little bit more of that today, a little bit more exciting movement, some mind games and whatnot. And I am really looking forward to this first match.
Yeah, me too. I'm also hoping for a lot of mind games. Split is the mind game map. I'm also just
Absolutely.
interested, like what the characters, like who are getting picked. The meta seemed to develop for Split, kind of heavily towards that double duelist, double controller, idea. And then, not too long ago, we saw Fnatic kind of break that and go for like a breach and a cipher, and just very strange. Even before that, it was you had to have a sage on that map, like required.
Absolutely.
And then
And
now
we've
with the
seen
deadlock buffs as well. Sorry, I was just going to mention that with the deadlock buffs, she can operate in a similar way as Sage, but just sort of for more stall in a lot of ways. So I'm very interested to see if we get some new characters or what the meta will be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We just had a new update this week, so there's going to be a few changes to Deadlock and Killjoy, so we might see a little bit of difference there. We have seen double controller from Event Horizon in the past. We saw it on in their match on last Monday, so we might see some more of that today. Some of that Viper Omen combination, a lot of stall potential there from Viper. Really has those mollies in that Viper orb to stall out the clock and keep RyZe Academy locked out. Really. And
Yeah,
so we'll probably be seeing some of that today. We'll probably be seeing some of that kind of tricky stall type play, especially on split. There's a lot of potential for Viper walls and mollies and whatnot to get in the way. And yeah, we will definitely see that for sure.
yeah, for sure. And also, even on the attack, that Viper wall, kind of that default Viper wall, A main, gives you a lot of like ramps control for the lurks. So you usually see that Viper kind of lurking around A main, and split is really important on getting those late round lurks. If you can get spike down, planted for heaven, and control the late round rotates through mid, you're almost guaranteed to win rounds. The other team usually has to pull off some massive hero plays to even have a chance in a situation like that. So seeing how that the sort of the Viper wall lurks and things like that will work, or if maybe we won't see a Viper, and if that's the case, how do you open up those lurks then? Do you try and use Cipher Cages to get across, or Astra Pole Stars or something like that? Like we gotta like lurks are so important.
I think you're absolutely right. I think a lot of, like you said, that cipher potential. We've seen it before from Fnatic on this map. We've seen that sort of same stuff. There's a lot of different ways to approach it. Really, I don't expect to see much more than just Viper, especially on Event Horizon's side. And I guess we're about to find out whether or not that's the case. Right away, we see both teams hovering Omen. No Viper pick from Event Horizon right away, but there is going to be one from RyZe Academy. Nikavi with that Viper hover, waiting to get things figured out a little bit.
Oh yeah, wow, the Event Horizon going with solo controller with the Cypher and the Breach. Yeah, okay, so they went with kind of the Fnatic style comp. Wow, quick lock-ins as well from both sides.
Very much so.
Um RyZe though definitely going for that double duelist that I talked about.
And
I'm very interested. I think Fnatic
Ryze
kind of
actually
made yeah,
Ryze
you
actually has double duelist and double controller, so they are going to be playing some pretty aggressive here. But they're probably going to be looking to lock down pretty quickly on the site once they do get there. But they have a lot of potential to get that, like I said, that vertical space on top of site, on heaven on both sites really, and then just kind of sit and hunker down and really lock down the spot with both of the controller potential there.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
we saw two initiators on Event Horizon side, if I remember correctly.
We
So
did,
we'll
yeah.
see some aggressive plays from them as well. And we are starting out with attack on RyZe Academy's side. Now, RyZe did choose attack on this map, and we saw the pick for the map coming out from Event Horizon.
Indeed, that's a pretty aggressive choice going for attack here. Usually Split thought of as a fairly defensive heavy map, but RyZe decided to go for that early attack, trying to either get it out of the way, or maybe they got some tech that is going to make it really difficult here for Event Horizon.
You see they're playing pretty passive here in Vents, waiting out that Sky Flash, and
Indeed,
they
very
expected it and
smart.
they were correct. And looks like a very slow push here from RyZe. Looking to get a little bit of space and ramps. Out comes that Viper Orb and that Viper Wall just to block off that space. And we're seeing some lurking here up ramps. Sky Flash out. Oh, and a little bit of Flood Heaven. Divine and Death both fall right away. And, you know, you see RyZe Academy already has Heaven control. Jet Dash out into screens, trying to take control of Elbow, and site's clear. So there's not a lot of opposition here from Event Horizon. And as Event Horizon tries to take control of Heaven, they have that Skydog through, so they know that it's pretty much clear
Spike
except for that
planted.
Omen smoke. We're just a little bit of poking and prodding here from both teams, taking some space and screens. While we're seeing all four RyZe Academy teammates just sit down on site, most of them back site, one in that elbow spot, and a little bit of pushing through ramps from Kelly and Kiara.
Blinded.
Sky Flash comes out, finds the Cypher in screens, and another Sky Flash out, finds just one, but they don't know how many are on site, so they might not be expecting four.
Last
Kiara
player
finds one,
standing.
Nemesis finds a second, but not a lot else that they can do besides that.
No, really good round by RyZe Academy. Honestly, that early decision to hide from the Sky Flash, you don't necessarily know it's going to be A, but usually Skies do kind of play on that side. So they decide to hide from it, and they're able to completely starve them of information and just make an absolutely fantastic play up ramps and the pop out. Interesting post plant, leaving 4 on site, not really planted for Heaven there either. I wonder if we're going to see a lot more of that, or if we're going to see like aggressive Heaven plants. It also is looking like we're getting a getting more of a default here versus the Event Horizon stack on A.
Yeah, you see that Event Horizon is all stacked on A there. They're expecting some sort of similar push again. We have a Sky Flash that comes down mid. They find two. Not sure if there's more than one there, but they know that someone is bottom mid. At least a Sky for sure. But we see that RyZe Academy is still looking over on A. Dogging through, trying to find some information. Not seeing anyone Heaven, so they might know that B is a little bit emptier than maybe it should be. As not a lot of action happening over on A right now.
Viper has walked up behind her wall as well.
Kiara trying to hold her own. Mac and Nepi get that kill together. Quickly flooding out through Heaven. They're running right into this Event Horizon stack on site here, but they have Heaven control and they have most of main control as well. They're gonna have to fight for that elbow position. That Jet Dash comes out. Kelly finds McCavie. Nemesis
One
finds Mac.
enemy
That's
remaining.
3 down. Khan finds Dez, but not able to do much else than that. The Dez grenade finds Burkhan, and now all of a sudden it's just Khan into 1v3. 40
Does have
HP
Spike.
left. Not a lot of HP to work with, but Divine doesn't have very much
30
either.
seconds
Holding
left.
that elbow close. Might have to make a play here. Doesn't have enough time to rotate sights all the way. And we have some breach util up, and there we go. Kelly finds Khan, pooping out of Heaven there, and that was a very quick round. Like we said, we're seeing some of that aggressive play from RyZe Academy. That double duelist comp, good for taking space, but not quite able to pick up those frags.
No, this time Event Horizon with the Thrifty in the second round. Super impressive. They have the stack, and even more than the stack, I mean, they hit some incredible shots. I was I saw the stack, but usually even if you're getting split on site, that you still don't really have much chance. But even through the heaven split, they were still able to get 3 or 4 kills before they got traded, and just nothing you can do about that if you're RyZe.
Two quick sky flashes out again in that mid spot. Both very strong contention there for mid. Three players on both sides, excuse me. But that Spike's not committed, so even if they do get a pick here, they're not going to know for sure where Spike is. As we see that Viper creeping up A. Trying to see what Nakavi can do here. Nemesis isn't holding it, but has that camera in that position to be able to see it if she does pop across. As there's a little bit of a standoff in mid here. Probably waiting for that pick to flood through heaven. You see the sky flash out. Dez finds one. A Divine from Vence finds a second. Dez finds a third. And another quick fight here. Not a lot left for RyZe Academy. Khan and Nakavi both trying to recover quickly, but Khan's left alone in mid. Falls. Nakavi is alone in sewers. They haven't seen the spike yet, Event Horizon, but they don't know where Nakavi is, so they might be expecting that sewers push, or they might not. Looks like they're looking towards it at the very least, but they haven't seen spike, so they don't know for sure. Nakavi has to go for it, but now that Nakavi's position is revealed, he's gonna have to fight through 3 Event Horizon members. And there goes Dez flying through with the satchel, picking up, excuse me, that beautiful 4K.
Anyone have any splints?
I think we're gonna see a lot more of those quick fights.
Absolutely, I think that I was really impressed. I like that deep smoke in main or in mid. Instead of going for kind of the more default smoke that's much closer to vents, they throw that deep smoke, which forces them to have to fight a lot more space. And then you have the trap play set up there, which this whole comp is built on the idea of you have to run all these trap plays with breach and cypher cams. You have lots of info with the cypher in the sky, so you have to be hitting these trap plays, and they're doing a very good job of that so far.
Another big stack here from RyZe Academy. That Sky Flash comes through, but doesn't end up popping, so they don't have that info. Not a lot of quick movement here either, but they have that Viper wall to hide behind, and 2 Event Horizon players in mid trying to catch that early. Another Sky Flash goes out, pops, and they've found their information. Mac pops up with the updraft into heaven very quickly, taking that space, but drops down pretty soon after, trying to clear elbow out. The RyZe doesn't find anything, but that was a little bit of a split here through sight, with 2 Event Horizon members pushed out through main, excuse me, and 1 through screens. Still waiting on that rotate from across, but Dez finds Neppy trying to get into screens there, not able to get out of the way in time, and it's down to 3v5. Yara finds that kill back site, and Event Horizon looking really good here, making quick work of the opposition.
Indeed, that retake just came on so quickly. They were able to take ramps control and hold CT control. At that point, the post plant you have nowhere to stand on site. You're getting hit at from main, CT, and heaven. There's almost nothing you can do at that point. They commit the RyZe ult, and just a great round out of Event Horizon again.
We do have a little bit of a timeout coming through here. I did want to say that that's probably one of the biggest problems with A site on split, is you don't have a lot of places to hide, even if you do really want to lock that down with the Viper util. But you can kind of see there that RyZe Academy wasn't really able to lock down site with all that Viper util like they probably wanted to. They were a little bit exposed behind the monitor there, and were able to get caught out pretty quickly by Event Horizon.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do think that this is a important timeout. You're on offense on a defense-sided map with a pretty mid-ground comp. 2 controllers is generally defensive, but 2 duelist is pretty attack-heavy. So you definitely want to be going blow for blow. And down 3-1 early, I like this timeout for sure.
Absolutely, RyZe Academy is going to have to make a little bit of a strategy change here. What do you think they're talking about right now?
Honestly, I think that they're getting a little bit outcalled right now. They're running into the stacks, they're running into the breach traps. I think that if you're RyZe, you slow it down a little bit. You get that full default going. You don't aggress, even though they're not making like really noisy fast hits. They're still sort of walking up as 5 and running into these traps and all of these players on Event Horizon. So I think you got to slow it down, you got to spread out, and you got to get it some info before you can try and just make it hit.
We are seeing a little bit of that. We're seeing that big spread here. Just 2 players towards A and 2 towards mid, but that Omen lurk on B is going to be maybe a little bit dangerous. as Mac starts to push up to mid here. Both the Sky Dogs saying hi to each other as they pass by. We see a little bit of an aggressive play here from Mac, looking for that pick on mid. Excuse me. As starting to get some reinforcements. Dez finds Mac in that corner, and oh my goodness, Divine finds another. Two of the mid players are now down, and there's a lot of Event Horizon bodies that they have to work with there. As Nakari needs to get onto, is trying to get onto Heaven, has to push through that Cypher utility, and is forced to walk away. As
One enemy remaining
alone in
here.
mid to defend for
Spike
himself,
down
and
A.
falls to Des, finds a 3K. And it's just, again, we've seen this before. We've seen Nakavi alone on A site as Horizon is slowly pulling in, finds the headshot on Nemesis through the Cypher cage, but I don't think he'll be able to do much else here.
30 seconds
As,
left.
Event Horizon is more than ready for the peek around the corner. I don't know if Nakavi is expecting it, but oh, there it is. Here comes the RyZe nade. Nakavi falls to Kelly once again. Another pretty quick fight in mid, and we're seeing pretty good performance from Event Horizon.
Yeah, absolutely. I do also think this comp was sort of made by Fnatic to counter the double controller meta. So, like, the Breach is able to hit these trap plays in mid really effectively if you don't bait out his util, and the Cypher can stop the lurk towards A also really effectively when it's the Viper lurking, because she can't get through those trips like with the TP or something like that. And we just saw that last round. Viper tried to work up A, but couldn't get through anywhere because of all the Cypher trips.
Absolutely. And we're seeing a little bit of a similar play here. 3 Event Horizon players stacked in mid, ready for that mid push. And that Cypher util is trying to be taken care of in Heaven as well on A. But that Spike's not committed anywhere. It's still sitting in market at mid. As Event Horizon starts to push up a little bit. Dez taking that corner. I don't know if RyZe Academy is going to see it as Rakan peeks out and finds Dez. And Khan finds Kelly at B main as well. So B is pretty open. There's just that one B player, and looks like RyZe are going to commit the spike a little bit here. Maybe not too quick, but they're looking for an avenue of attack here as the A players have rotated over. A little bit of breach util. So there's some aggressive play from Event Horizon that we were talking about earlier. And now that RyZe Academy's gathered up, but they have 3 Event Horizon bodies to work with, and looks like they're mostly stacked Heaven. Omen smoke comes on CT, but it's not really going to be blocking anything. There's another smoke for Heaven, and the Sky Flash found someone, but now RyZe Academy is able to take site pretty much for free. They just have to deal with those Heaven players. Another like in more or less default position. Out come the knives from Jet, and Event Horizon drops, and a little bit of poking and farming again. That Sky Flash comes back. Paranoia comes through. Con finds 2. And Event Horizon once again falls to that lockdown position. That Paranoia came in at just the perfect time.
That was fantastic. That Paranoia really pulled that round into just from already in a good position to just basically won. As soon as Event Horizon drops into hell there, they have nowhere to go once you get blinded, which is a really great position. Again, I think that we saw a little bit of that adaptation. They played it slow. They waited for the aggression mid, and they caught him out this time. They caught him B main and mid. They got traded a little bit A, but then they were still able to just rotate to B quickly and win it out when there was less util on the board.
You're absolutely right, and we're seeing that some of that mid play again here. Not quite so aggressive on B. Another deep smoke comes out as the Skydog goes through. Finds the one in vents, and I'm looking to make some purchase here in mid as well. Really control that Heaven space, but Event Horizon's putting up a pretty solid brick wall here with that Omen smoke in that rather deep smoke in mid. As Dez is ready for anything that RyZe Academy has to throw at them. Forced to back off a little bit. They still have to go get that spike that's in spawn. Probably looking to commit it to B site here as there's 4 players stacked towards B. But we see Nakari is pushed up through A Heaven. Maybe they're looking to do something with that space here, but RyZe Academy starting to move out into Garage. Trying to see, really clearing those angles. Taking their time on B. Well, they might have heard something. Smokes off Garage. Smoke comes down. And again, I'm still waiting to find those ever valuable picks as Kelly's sitting
30
backside
seconds
waiting
left.
to feed on any RyZe Academy players who peek through. Here comes that rotate into B. Just like we were talking about, Nakavi had most of that space, but had to give a little bit of it up. Now they have Kiara sitting in heaven to hold that space. Watch out for that Viper Orb. Viper Wall and Orb comes up, and you see the Jet Dash on the site. Kiara
10 seconds
peeks
left.
out Nakavi and finds her in return. And Nemesis is on site, all alone, finds Mac, but Khan grabs the trade, and as Dez, falls to Neppy. And now we really have that lockdown position. 2v4. Both Event Horizon players are in screens. They have the Breach util to work with, and they still have a Paranoia up, but not much else to use here. Paranoia comes out into close sight as Divine pushes through.
Last player standing.
And Nakavi there to help double swing against Divine. Just Khan and Nakavi on site, but not a lot that Kelly can do. Kelly finds Khan though. Nakavi unable to grab the trade, but Neppy is there to finish it up. And no defuse, unfortunately, for Event Horizon this round.
Indeed, that looks like a great adaptation at the beginning for Event Horizon. They decided, all right, they're catching on to this mid-aggression, so let's not aggress too much. They threw a couple flashes, tried to make a trap happen, but with RyZe just hanging so far back, they weren't able to get anything done. But they just waited so long with no picks that it seemed like that RyZe was going to be in a really tough spot, but they were just able to win that brawl on the A site, get the spike down, and get the picks like really late in the game, but still able to get those initial first bloods.
Absolutely. RyZe really has to respect that breach utility in mid there. There's a lot of potential for them to quickly flood through mid like they've seen and take out a good amount of RyZe Academy players. So they really have to respect that mid space and play a little bit more careful on the extremities. Haven't really been able to find anything in mid so far. And yeah, we have another timeout from, I'm assuming this is a RyZe Academy timeout. They're probably trying to figure out a way.
Horizon timeout. Yes, this is by Nemesis.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're up right now, but still calling the timeout early. They don't want to start getting behind here. Both timeouts already burned, which is very interesting.
You're absolutely right. They probably just don't. They want to kill the momentum a little bit, try to keep RyZe Academy from getting too spicy too fast. And we see that both teams have a couple of ults to work with here. That Viper's Pit up on RyZe Academy's side, and both Omen teleports are available, but we might see some Seekers here come out through mid, try to find that space. As again, RyZe Academy still going for that aggressive mid play. Max, updrafts onto that box.
And it's interesting
Down mid a little bit.
Yeah, there's different mid control now. They don't have breach there at all. They have some Cypher trips, so the mid take is going to be easy.
Absolutely. Now comes some Omen smokes as we say that. Right as you said that, that breach player is coming over to rotate through to mid, and Divine looking to lock down that space as much as possible. Back gets caught out by that Sky Splash a little bit. Up comes the dash, ready to use if necessary, and up comes a little bit of a one-way, but another Omen smoke in mid, and Mac has to back off. Really has to respect that space because now they know that there's at least two players there that they have to deal with. Nakavi.
I've got your trail.
To mid, trying to play with that space a little bit, really rotate on the B. RyZe Reno comes on to backside. Nemesis has nothing to deal with. Finds Mac on themselves, but there's a little bit of a flood here. Finds oh my goodness, finds a third. Neppy finds Kelly in the meantime, but Nemesis still alone on site, dealing with the RyZe Academy players with seemingly no difficulty. Both players forced back into garage, and Spike's out on site, and there's plenty of Event Horizon bodies to deal with it.
That was
That's
a
quite a
great
play.
site hold by Nemesis. All alone on site and still get 3.
10
You
seconds
saw
left.
that she didn't even really have too many Cypher trips to deal with there. Had that wallet that she could spam through and really take out a few of the players. That's the danger with not playing so fast on these sites. They weren't able to find anything and forced to save. Forced to run out of time.
Dude. Yeah, I think that that was a really interesting adaptation by Event Horizon off that timeout. I think they were expecting maybe more of a main hit, and that's why they had breach towards the mains and just the Cypher trips for info. But when they didn't get anyone in those mains, the quick mid rotate really, I think it just caught RyZe Academy off guard, and their pivot didn't work either into the Cypher setup on B.
Absolutely, and we had that quick Cypher ult as well, was able to pick out some position and really enabled Divine to pick out those the RyZe Academy players through the wall there, and it's beautiful stuff. Now Now we're seeing a sort of similar mid push here, but now they don't have too many players to deal with, so they might be able to find some space here as Nakavi and working to get some space on A. Breach players still kind of committed to A, but has some availability to work with the space on mid. Another Omen smoke comes out in mid. Dez finds Nakavi pushing up ramps. Kiara looking for that dog. Not able to, doesn't see Neppy, I don't think. Neppy has that corner maybe to work with, but doesn't look like Event Horizon's gonna be pushing through that too much. And we see that there's some little bit of corner sitting happening at mid as RyZe Academy's trying to get onto B site here. Still has to deal with Nemesis, and they don't know for sure if there's Cypher Trips out. Out comes the Boombot, finds Bracon in mid. Takes out a decent chunk of HP as well, but now they know that there's a player in mid that they have to deal with as well. But we're still not seeing a lot of action here. RyZe still looking for a pick. Oh, Neppy comes from behind, finds two headshots right after the other. That fast lurk found 2 picks, and now RyZe Academy can collapse onto site a little bit. They just have Kelly to deal with. And Kelly finds 2, but Bracon takes that trade. Able to take on site. But now it's just a 2v1 Divine. Plenty of breach utility to work with here as Bracon's getting that bomb down.
10 seconds
They
left.
might have some space to play
Spike
with here
planted.
through Garage. Then Divine is working to push out onto site. Has that util. Stuns Con, uses an aftershock as well. But he gets hit by that paranoia. Not able to peek it well.
Okay.
Bracon picks up that last frag.
Wow, that walkthrough by Sky, so impactful. The round was looking honestly over, and then Neppy just walks all the way through. They don't have the Cypher util, is able to lurk up. The dog missing her on ramps, I think, ended up being a major factor, which comes from those Sky nerfs that just happened recently. Yeah, that lack of info on where she was ramps ended up coming back in a huge way there. Super impressive lurk and a great way to turn that round around.
You're absolutely right. They were able to really take advantage of that Cypher moving around a little bit, and now we see that Nemesis is back on A as the Cypher trips up, ready to take care of it. Out comes the Showstopper, doesn't find anyone, but deals a decent chunk of damage to both Neppy and Nakavi. But we still see that mid push and that spike committed to market. So we're just trying to get a pick here. Both teams looking for something. It's pushed up quite far, but here's that rotate, has to back off, doesn't want to push into the 2 players rotating back to B, and it's just there's just 1 player on B right now, so Kelly has to hope that the rest of her team can rotate through pretty quickly, otherwise it's going to be a little bit of a 3v4v1 action happening on site. And we see Kelly finds one, Nakavi grabs that trade, still has some Viper util to work with, but not that world. That Viper pick comes out to cover up site, and in comes a little bit of paint shells, finds Khan. Out comes the Rolling Thunder into sight as Event Horizon really trying to push on a site here, 4v3. Neppy is coming through mid though, finds Nemesis in the back of the head. Dez finds Nakavi, finds Mac again. Neppy grabs a kill onto Kiara in the meantime, but Neppy finds Divine as well, and now it's a 1v1 with the Seekers coming out really to reveal Neppy's position, but Dez has a little bit more HP here. Out comes the paint shells into heaven, finds a little bit of chunk of HP off of Neppy, and Dez might have to use here, but Neppy peeks out just in time, able to grab that last frag. That was a very close round.
Indeed, that really was. A lot of ults committed there. The Viper's Pit, Sky ults, Breach ults. I mean, that was a really heavy round for the ult economy, and that RyZe ult right off the rip too. A very interesting play by Event Horizon. That like kind of aggressive play style with the Breach couldn't quite get a kill, and then you see the protocols coming in for RyZe of just, there's a push on one side of the map, so you should immediately hit the other side of the map, and they end up doing it, and it puts Event Horizon down to an eco now.
You're absolutely right. Just 1 rifle to work with on Event Horizon side, but RyZe has 5. They're gonna try to take advantage of that, getting an aggressive push through mid, but again, that spike still not committed to that mid push. As Event Horizon is pretty stacked up in mid as well. They might have been expecting that. We see both Skydogs now saying hi to each other. Dez falls to Bracon though, and now it's a pretty stacked fight in mid. 4v5 on Event Horizon side, looking to grab maybe an extra frag here, but there's a showstopper up for RyZe Academy, might be able to take advantage of the push for space, as Event Horizon pushes out, grabs 2 frags in a big way. That was good for them, and now it's a 3v3. Looks like RyZe Academy is going to try to rotate onto A here, where Nakavi's got all of that space to work with.
That Viper alert coming in huge here.
You see those mollies coming out to stall out that vents rotation as Nakavi looks to try to stop the rotation coming from their spawn, but
Ooh.
Kelly grabs that frag up. Now Event Horizon's a player up, but RyZe got the bomb. RyZe's got the bomb down. I don't know if they've found that second cipher trip yet, but
So they also
do too much.
player from mid.
They do have 2 rifles to work with now, as that Omen ult comes onto site. Not sure if that saw either of the RyZe Academy players, but a little bit of CT aggression here coming out from Event Horizon. Then Breach Sun comes out. Paranoia grabs 2 players, but also grabs Divine as well. And RyZe able to take out both of the players in CT. Now it's just Nemesis left to fend for herself, really on site. Not able to spot that off angle coming from Mac, grabbing the round and the rifle as well.
Last round in the
wow.
half.
Great post plant. That was
Absolutely.
2v3 post plant, very close. I think Cypher as well. Nemesis saw them walk into CT. I think that's why they started to use the util. But the Omen blind just catching the breach instead of the other 2 on RyZe ended up. They just got that double kill, and then it's a really hard situation to win for Nemesis.
Yeah, just a little bit of unfortunate timing on the util. Grabs a teammate instead of both the opposing players. So I'm sure Event Horizon's not super happy about that one. But looks like they're going to try that mid push again. This time they have the spike with them. They're going to commit there. Almost just
Operator
come out right away. Down through mid there, but that breach then comes out. And that trap. Oh, but Rakan finds Divine in mid. That operator, like you were saying, Pain Shells finds Mac. Nemesis finds Nakavi on A. So now they don't have that rotate guaranteed. And now Event Horizon knows all 3 players were mid. Trying to push up through that mid. Kiara finds Neppy. Not too difficult, looks like, for her, but might be some difficulty here for RyZe Academy as they're trying to push through mid still. They want to get that space, want to really take advantage of that. They still have a showstopper to work with, but I don't know if we'll see it right now. As Kiara, there's 3 players from Event Horizon here on Heaven trying to stop that mid push. And now it's just that 4v1. Not
Last
sure if
round of the
Rakan is
half.
still there. Wants to commit here. Here comes that showstopper. Finds Kiara in the corner, but Dez pushes just past it. I think they jumped over it, but was able to grab that trade. So that's the end of the half here, and we're going 6-6 on the other side for Event Horizon going on in the offense.
Exactly. Yeah, I think really that's what you want to see on RyZe, or really on both of these teams. They both have like a weird mix of offense and defense sided qualities. The double initiator is really good obviously on the offense, but with how the breach plays with the traps, that is a very strong defensive setup. And then obviously on RyZe you have the double controller, which is very strong on defense, and the double duelist, which is very strong on attack. So it seems to be a very even game right now. I couldn't give either team the advantage. I think this is very tight.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see how that double controller setup plays out on defense here. More of a meta pick, but they're going to have that breach to deal with, they're going to have the sky to deal with, they're going to have a lot of flashes and a lot of aggression coming out from Event Horizon, as we're seeing they push through Garage here right away, trying to take some of that space that they just have on to deal with on B site. Out comes the Breach Sun, out comes the Omen Smoke, out comes a lot, out comes Dez! Oh, finds Rakan in backside, a little bit of a close call there, but Nakavi picks off one from Heaven on the Divine. That Breach Hotel not going to be much use in post-plant situation anyways, but is able to make it into a 4v4 as the bomb comes down onto B site. 2 players into CT, or looks like, no, 2 players into CT and 2 into Heaven. A little bit of damage on the Kelly with those paint shells, but not much else happening. Neppy out. Sees Kelly, doesn't get that pick. Nakavi finds it instead. As Mac is out, finds Nemesis. So it's just those 2 backside players. Nakavi finds one, finds a second, and there we go. Out comes that defuse, 22 HP on Nakavi to look for, or to work with, excuse me. But another quick end to a round.
Absolutely, that was a fantastic post-plant retake for RyZe. They just they cleared all of the angles. Event Horizon was in 2 little bit of weird off angles. They cleared both of them, got the info, got both picks, and then 4v2 is really hard to pull off. I think that was just a really, really well done retake with similar numbers and similar guns.
Like you said, that double duelist does have a little bit of an advantage coming onto that retake, so they're probably playing a little bit more passive. You see that they're stacked up Heaven here, maybe expecting that B push, but We don't have the Event Horizon doesn't have a Viper Wall to work with. They do have those Cypher Clips, and not too much of a surprise though for RyZe Academy finding that's spam through the smoke. But Con finds Dez trying to poke up through vents, and a little bit of a quick 3v5. 2 Sky Flashes coming out through ramps, but there's a very heavy stack here. Divine falls to Bakan again, who was on, I believe that was 5 HP.
One
Double
enemy
vent peaks.
remaining.
There's a double swing there for Nemesis, and just Kiara left to fend for herself in main. She has that spike, so at least there's no uncertainty, but Burkan picks up that last frag. Finishes off the round.
Yeah, well thought out plan by Event Horizon. I think that was just worse guns, and they couldn't overcome it that time. The split worked really well. They got into vents. They were up ramps. They just lost the duels. Which, I mean, it makes sense for an eco. But I definitely think if you're Event Horizon, you want some kills there. Flawless is extra money, extra all points. That puts them in a much worse spot coming into this round than if they got 2 or even 3 kills.
You're definitely right. They were able to find that bonus round, or that eco round in the first half, but still no pistol pickups for Event Horizon, and I don't think we saw any last week from them either, so still hoping to get that very impactful round at the start of the half. And we see that they're playing a little aggressive here on the extremities, but just Kiara there to fend for herself in mid.
And I just noticed that RyZe has an operator on the jet in this 3rd round. They're playing to try and win this 3rd round for sure.
Oh yeah, sitting in the screens position there. They do have a Cypher cage to fend against, but looks like Event Horizon's also going to be trying to take some of that mid space. As waiting for that Viper Wall to go down, waiting for some of that space to become opportune. Almost Smoke comes out for Mail, and Event Horizon pushes across, trying to find a pick off in vents. And nothing found right away. Burkan is in low health. The Dez pushes right after, finds Neppy, finds Burkan as well. But the flank from behind, both controllers coming through vents as well to pick off 2 players from behind. Now it's just a 3v3, and the spike is in vents. Nemesis finds a pick onto Mac on the back of Heaven, but there's still 2 controllers
30
that
seconds
Event
left.
Horizon has to fight against, and 2 very strong stall potential characters.
Only 30 seconds left too. I don't think there's time for this flank by Event Horizon.
It looks like they were trying to get around to the other side of mid there, but they might not have enough time to do it. Nemesis only has 5 HP, coming from behind, but
Last player standing.
RyZe finds, yeah, that was a very quick ending. As Event Horizon fell pretty quickly to that lurk in B Heaven.
They did that late walk through mid. It's super smart on an eco round. You have a lot less to lose. You can just kind of walk through smokes without any util and try and make something happen. And they make something big happen. They're able to get all of A site. Everyone on A site dies, but because they're sitting there with Spike and there's no Omen ult on Event Horizon side, they're able to just wait and they have to run into him and get the kills. That was super well played.
Yeah, that mid space is proved to be very well contested and very tough to deal with on both sides here. As the Sky Flash comes out, doesn't pop. Both Cypher cages are known, so you know that something's going on here. RyZe Academy does. As a little aggressive push here, Bez finds a little pop on. Kelly finds a pick with a 2 with a stinger from far away for a stinger at least. And now it's a 3v5. Khan finds 1. Divine picks up that trade, and Khan is there to clean up a little bit. Now Khan finds a 3rd. Oh my goodness, this is a very dramatic round so far, as it's just Nemesis versus Khan. The task pick in there, and Khan picking up that 4K. You love to see it if you're Khan, you have that Phantom, and RyZe gets to keep their operator. Actually, I don't know if they grabbed it or not.
Indeed, oh my goodness, that double kill by the Stinger from long range. Stinger versus Op. Apparently Stinger wins. And the round looks like it's going super well, but RyZe they rotated everybody over so fast. Again, they've literally all 5 people fighting in Heaven there. If you have even 1 less person, you almost definitely lose that round. And actually, we see a timeout coming out of them this round. Very interesting, trying to make sure that they can keep Event Horizon from making a comeback here. I think if you're Event Horizon and you lose this round, then you're probably looking at 12-6 and being forced to win 6 rounds in a row just to make it to overtime. So I'm not opposed to the timeout here, because if you can win this round on defense, then you might be able to put the game away on the spot.
Absolutely. If you're RyZe right now, you're just looking to stop any momentum that Event Horizon has. Probably looking to keep that mid push from getting any ground, really. And Event Horizon doesn't really have a lot of econ to work with, so they definitely want something, probably something aggressive. It looks like from how they're stacked up on B, but they want to grab some guns if they can. They want to grab some space, whatever they can do, because this round is going to be pretty important for them. See Nemesis getting that setup on A, trying to get a lurk in. Not looking like she's going to be trying to take any space, but her teammates on the other side look like they're ready to do that exact thing.
Yeah,
Out
absolutely.
comes the paint shells quickly. Out comes the breach as well. And here comes Event Horizon. They have a Viper wall that they're going to have to push through. Nakavi ready with the molly on the other side, but still not a lot of mid space taken over by RyZe Academy yet. So they still have, Event Horizon still has that opportunity to work. We'll be seeing something happen here, but as that Skydog finds two, but out comes Kiara's Skydog of her own. Knows the Neppy is in there. And we're coming a little bit up here. Trying to take a little bit of space, trying to deal with that Viper wall still. Another Omen Smoke comes out from Mail, but it goes away before Event Horizon, excuse me, is going to be able to do anything about it. Here out comes the Boombot, and another Omen Smoke. Trying to get that push through fence. Oh. They know that there's two players in B Heaven still, so they know they're going to have to deal something with that eventually.
Oh, it looks like this is going to be a split onto B instead. Jett is in such an
Out comes that showstopper.
Oh!
Finds Neppy in the corner there, but Des finds Rakan as well, and now there's way fewer players to work with on B site. As Des pushes all the way up through Rafters, Kelly finds Nakavi on site, and Event Horizon free to plant for the most part. And that's another fast push there through B Heaven. That mid space proving incredibly useful. Really, the showstopper coming in great hands there from Des. Finds two with that Vandal as well. Out comes the Skyflash, and it looks like RyZe Academy might be saving that operator for next round.
Yeah, it seems like it. That's a really big round by Event Horizon. Like I was saying, you gotta start a comeback at some point. Down 4 rounds isn't too many, but you definitely don't want to end up down 6. But the save by RyZe, keeping the operator, keeping a Vandal as well. I mean, it'll keep their economy strong for a long time to come.
You're absolutely right. And now Event Horizon has a little bit of economy to work with here. They are in much less danger of being too far behind to catch up. And a flawless round from Event Horizon. No deaths on their side. That was definitely something that Event Horizon needed.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a really big swing round. They had to get that one, and now they're looking at, I mean, ults are close. They already have Omen ult, they're 1 off Cypher ult, 3 off Breach, and 3 off Sky. So if you can keep that ult economy rolling and your gun economy rolling, then this is absolutely, you can absolutely make a comeback here.
You're absolutely right, but looks like RyZe Academy is almost to a showstopper of their own, so they might be able to make something happen here if Khan is able to find a pick. Another quick push here coming from Des on the site, but that Skyflash comes out. Nice little bit of space. Finds Neppy though. A little bit of fighting. Des finds 2! No showstopper for Bakan, but maybe for next round. As Event Horizon backs out, looking to push through that rotate. They have that Cypher control in mid, and they have some Cypher util in Garage as well, and the Spike is committed through sewers, so it looks like RyZe Academy is none the wiser for that rotate. As Divine, ready to take some space here, waiting for her teammates. Push through. Out comes the dog. Kelly with that Omen TP. Backside into B. Trying to deal with that Omen. Ready for that rotate, but not gonna commit to it quite yet. Unsure if any RyZe Academy players are waiting on site. And pretty much the sole defender right now on B site. Against 4 Event Horizon players. 2 to deal with. Out comes the paint shells into CT, and Kami looks like they're gonna wait for some backup.
Spike planted.
But, out comes the plant from Event Horizon, and they have some setup in Garage. They have, oh no, they have the Omen lurk in mid, and I don't know if RyZe Academy knows about it. The smoke comes out. Mac looks like peeking towards that, but doesn't see anything there. Doesn't see anything out of the ordinary, and they might be backing off here, trying to save those rifles for very much needed later rounds. Doesn't look like they're gonna try anything aggressive here.
So you're up a lot of rounds. Oh, the operator's still in heaven as well.
It's definitely an important play there. like you said, they're up quite a few rounds.
Yep,
Able
you
to
gotta
pick up
just
that operator.
Yeah, if you can keep that economy strong, then it's Event Horizon will never be able to break your bank, and you'll always have a chance in every round. So I like the save there.
You're absolutely right. We're seeing quite the scoreline here, especially from Des, 24 and 12 so far. Very much needed aggressive plays on both sides of the map coming out from this RyZe player, and we're seeing something beautiful. A little bit of a comeback here from Event Horizon.
Absolutely.
Much needed as well. Two timeout rounds in a row to that spike going down, but
Indeed.
it looks like we're going to be seeing something a little bit different, a little bit more of that aggressive play. We still have Nemesis lurking on A, trying to pick up anyone who might be flanking too quickly, but now we're seeing that there's some action happening. The Omen Smoke comes out in Garage very early. They still have that Viper Wall as well that's out through mid. Gonna make it hard for Event Horizon to push up there. And there's still quite a few RyZe Academy bodies at the top of mid for Event Horizon to have to push through if they really want to take that mid space. That comes maybe the Skydog. Oh, a little change of mind as Rakan is peeking out, trying to catch those players off guard. Omen Smoke comes out through mail. Skydog for Vens, but finds Rakan. That Breach Flash comes out as well. As Nakabi's pushing out into that Omen Smoke, trying to maybe find a pick or two, but doesn't pull the trigger quite yet. Now we see two Event Horizon players pushing to Vens. Both Des and Kiara, and excuse me. That RyZe and Breach combination is very strong, trying to push onto site here. Kiara finds Nakabi in heaven, though, as B starts to open up a little bit, but Event Horizon still wants to go for A. They're going to push into that heaven. Nevi's going to find Kelly with that headshot
30 seconds left.
from the back of heaven, excuse me. And now we're seeing a little bit of back and forth in Vents. Event Horizon pushing back through mid, but they have that quick rotation from RyZe Academy to work against. Khan has that paranoia out, but there's a Breach Aftershock there to stop them from doing it. And they're going back to A. A little bit of ring around the Rosie action. They're just trying to take heaven as quick as possible, but they're low on time. They got to get that bomb down as soon as possible.
I
don't think they're gonna get it. They got a little too playful there with their aggressive rotations and weren't able to beat the clock to the site. And Mac finds that pick with the operator on the Nemesis to really seal things off for that round.
Indeed, I think Event Horizon is getting a little bit too much in their own heads. They noticed a lot of the really aggressive rotations by RyZe, and even the round before this, I noticed they rotated off a completely empty site because they just expect the rotations to be already there. So again, here they rotate off when all of RyZe is still in CT and is able to get to B before them anyway. So tough round there.
Right. And we saw some of this stuff last week as well. Out comes that Rolling Thunder, though. Not something we saw last week was playing on Split, though. So we saw some fast rotations on Lotus from Event Horizon. It's a little bit different, though. It's going to be easier for defenders to rotate quickly as well.
I've got your trail.
We see that exact thing happening. A lot of players stack, a lot of bodies and screens, a lot of aggression. Des finds one, concentrates the trade. Kelly picks up Neppy on Heaven, drops off very quickly. And RyZe Academy gonna have to push through Heaven here, push through a couple different players. Out comes the Paranoia, and Rakan forced to wait a second. Out comes the Aftershock to block off that entrance. As Khan peeks out, Divine finds him. And now there's just both the RyZe Academy players in Heaven at 2v4. It's going to be very difficult, but they're nicely coming out. And there is a showstopper to work with if they choose to use it, but it looks like they're not going to do so. Just running away, trying to save that econ once again. As RyZe Academy really trying to save those guns. Would much rather hold on to that operator, that showstopper for later rounds, so they might have a little bit more of a numbers advantage.
If we try something.
Absolutely. This is coming again. Coming back to maybe a close game if Event Horizon can string together 1 or 2 more wins, depending on how much RyZe is able to save. We've seen they've been saving a lot, but Event Horizon is getting within striking distance of breaking the bank. All of those saves has made it really difficult, but it's getting closer and closer, and if they're able to break the bank this late in the game, it could at least put you into match point.
It would come into a very good situation for Event Horizon to break that bank. They have a lot of money to work with on their own. And they're going to be playing pretty aggressive here, looks like, to try to take some space and really get some of those rifles out of RyZe Academy's hands. On both sides of the map, really. So RyZe Academy not able to really decide what's most important right now, like which side do they go for. But it looks like Event Horizon knows which side they want to go for. Players push up ramps here. Oh my goodness, the collateral operator shot from Mac finds both A players. And that's going to be the rotation make a lot difficult. It makes the rotation a lot more difficult, excuse me. As all the rest of Event Horizon is pushed out into mid. We still have 3 RyZe Academy players on Heaven to work with for B here. They pick up one when they find Brakan in the corner. That's what that early pick. But now, RyZe Academy knows where they are, knows where to collapse. And it seems like they're going to be planning to do so. Making sure that garage is covered, making sure that all the avenues of attack are covered for the most part, and Event Horizon forced to rotate off. Running a little bit low on time here. Still have some util to work with, especially that Sky Flash is still going to come in handy. They have all the breach util as well.
30 seconds left.
And see a little bit of action here. Out comes the showstopper from Des. Doesn't see anyone right away. Gets flashed by their own Sky, but does find Nakavi in rafters, and now it's a 3v2. Kiara's on low HP, but both RyZe Academy players have all of their health to work with, as they're both pushing on through Heaven here. There is a breach aftershock that they're going to have to push through, but not much else they can do besides that. Both players trying to find some purchase out of rafters, but they're not getting them any purchase. Finds Kiara. Neppy finds 2, finds Kiara. The Dez picks up those last 2 frags. Wonderful little 4K. Breaking the bank a little bit on RyZe Academy's side and finding that 10th round. Now it's 10 to 11.
That was fantastic. Such a dangerous round after this collat. Oh my goodness, gets just the perfect timing, spots the gun barrel there. Event Horizon tries to retake through mid and ends up working, getting a pick for themselves. But just that retake was so dangerous because Event Horizon wasn't able to get in good positions. Yeah, right here, you see both of them stuck on this pillar. So they're really exposed here. You don't know which side you want to hold, and they end up picking the wrong side. But luckily, they just, oh my goodness, Des with an amazing double kill.
That's really glad that they were able to find those tracks, but Khan finds one of his own. Kelly finds out that trade, but now it's just a 4v4, and missing that that Omen ult on RyZe Academy's side, but they're still going to have 3 to work with that Viper Spit still. Waiting in Heaven to see if Nakavi watching out for that Skydog. Does see Kiara, but again, we're not seeing a whole lot of aggression here. RyZe Academy doesn't have very many guns to work with. They do have mostly sheriffs, so if Event Horizon gets a pick, they might be able to move in pretty quickly, and looks like they're moving towards A right now with no RyZe Academy players on. It's going to be a little bit of an uncontested push as that Omen smoke comes out in Heaven. No one to block off, really. There come the Seekers. 2 going towards A and 1 towards B, so RyZe Academy can't really fully rotate off B yet. They're going to have to stay a little bit anchored on site because they don't know if there's going to be another rotate coming through. But Event Horizon able to take some space in Heaven. Doesn't see anyone right away, but Nemesis pushing up through that Heaven spot as that spike comes rotating around through mid again. Max looking to find a pick in Heaven. Out comes Divine and Kiara into mid, and now they're uncontested on Heaven again. A little bit unfortunate flash there. Mac finds Nemesis, gets a rifle for himself, but now Event Horizon has most of B site to work with. Out comes the Sky Flash. They know someone is in CT. Out comes the showstopper from the con. Finds Divine in default plant, but Kiara grabs the trade really quickly. Now it's a 2v3 on Event Horizon's side. They're able to get that bomb down. Oh, they're not able to get the bomb down. Nebby finds 2 with a Guardian, and a little bit of a disastrous round on Event Horizon's side.
Another the rotate so late in the game, especially against an eco, is so risky, and RyZe plays it perfectly, using the ult to prevent the plant. Even though you get the trade, it's just you're too late on time. You can't do anything about it. That's such an unfortunate round. Just the rotates coming in so late there for Event Horizon again.
You're absolutely right. We saw once again that late rotate away from a mostly empty site. They could have had a little bit more site control, but unfortunately they were forced to, or they weren't forced to, but they chose to rotate off into mid, take control of that B space, and weren't able to quite get that plant out in time. As we see that Viper spit comes down in mid, isn't going to block anyone off this time, but we see Des pushing through fence, maybe. Might see something eventually, but now we see that Event Horizon has control of A for the most part. Hasn't gotten that bomb down quite yet, but it looks like it's about to happen. 3 RyZe Academy players stacked in CT, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. But they're not going to have any Cypher trips to work against. Kelly finds a pick in vents against Brakan, and that's going to force Nakavi to get out of that Viper's pit. There's that teleport coming out, getting away from Vents. Not going to be forced to fight against Nakavi on Heaven anymore. Up comes the Omen Smoke on Heaven. And one drop. There's two dropping. Neppy. Des finds two. Mac finds Divine, and Des grabs the trade as well. So now there's just two RyZe Academy players to work into 3 of Event Horizon. Probably going to run away and save those rifles. As Kelly's looking to maybe grab one on the way out, but not able to find Nakavi, who's pushing way through Vents all the way onto the other side of the map. And another round pickup for Event Horizon as that bomb goes off.
Absolutely, it's a super close game here. That's
oh my goodness, Des! A last second pick. It's gonna be super valuable.
Absolutely, going into this last round, that they have 2 people who can't buy now. If you save that one rifle over, then you would have been able to have everyone with a rifle, which this is unfortunate. But that was a great play by Event Horizon. They hit the correct site. There was almost nobody there. They didn't do any late rotates. They just hit it, took the site, had great post plants, and were just able to win it out. Super well done.
Absolutely right. And looks like RyZe Academy has a few guns to work with. They have a couple rifles to their name, but Event Horizon looking a little bit better for Econ. Looking to push through B here. We see Nemesis on the other side of the map, maybe waiting for that lurk, but most of the action is going to be on B. As grabbing the Bullsword, looking for another showstopper sometime this round. No action happening right away as that Omen Smoke comes out, makes Event Horizon probably change their mind, want to rotate mid, get a little bit of space there, but they're going to have to push into that Viper wall. Omen Smoke coming out through mid as that Skydog pushes through, finds one. Not sure if they found both players, but that Viper molly comes through, and with that Viper wall, it's going to be some pretty strong stall potential again. As now they're making a rotate through sewers. They're just going to have, looks like they're just going to have one player to deal with on A, but they would have heard those footsteps in sewers, that very loud water making some splashes. As Mac calls that out to his team, and now they're just getting some info out. Now they know for certain that there's Event Horizon players there. And here comes a little bit of flood. Des comes out pushing way onto site, getting into that elbow position very fast as Nemesis maybe looking to grab the frag. Doesn't fall to the op shot, maybe glabbing a piece of the wall there, but has to fall back, is low on HP. Doesn't have the sky heals right away available. But pretty lucky op shot there for Nemesis, but Nakavi finds that follow-up as looks like RyZe Academy starting to push on to the main here. Paranoia comes through, grabs 2 players in the backside of A. But Kiara picks one up, and Mac finds the trade. Des finds Mac in return, and Nakavi finds Divine. Kelly grabs 2. Now Showstopper comes out, doesn't grab any damage onto Nakavi, but Nakavi now sandwiched between 2 Event Horizon players, and Des finds that final frag, making it 12-12, and we are going into overtime.
Nice, we get into overtime in the first game in this major rivalry for the Founders. This is awesome. That round was like kind of a quintessential split round. You got that late lurk, you get planted for Heaven, he comes in, he wins the round right at the end. That's how split is played, and it was really well done by both teams. It's just Event Horizon traded out a little bit better on site, and we're able to pull it off in the end.
Absolutely right, and we see Des is putting up quite the impressive scoreline here so far. 35, 14, and 7, grabbing quite a few important frags in that last round as well. Not able to make any work with that showstopper, but does find plenty of use out of her rifle. And now we're going with that overtime pick. Both teams are pretty set in econ. Nothing too crazy here, just one Phantom and the rest of Vandals for both teams. We're going to see a little bit something familiar, that mid push with the spike committed to market. No one carrying it though. This is something we saw. I mean, this is something we saw multiple times from RyZe Academy in the first half, and they're trying the old tried and true. They're gonna have some bodies to push through. Looks like Nakavi not able to get anything either, but they have mid space for themselves mostly. It's just the lurking on Heaven that they're gonna have to deal with, and some maybe pushing through vents eventually, but nothing to deal with right now. But they're still going to have to grab that spike, so maybe they're waiting to play with a little bit more of aggressive rotation like we saw from Event Horizon, as we see that Omen Smoke come out into deep mid again. And breaking a Cypher camera makes it obvious that there's a player nearby, but we don't know for sure where that player is or how many players there are. But Kiara finds Nakavi over on A, denying that that rotate, excuse me. Not able to... Now that rotate's not exactly safe, but they still have all of mid to work with. Grabbing
30
that spike
seconds left.
in the back of mid as well. But they have 3 Event Horizon players to push against if they want to get onto B. Out comes Heaven push, out comes Omen Smoke into Heaven himself. Kelly gets found by Khan. Gets stunned by Breach a little bit, but there's still 2 Event Horizon players left on site. Divine finds one, Nebby grabs a trade, Nemesis picks up Nebby in return. 10 seconds left on the clock as Khan finds Kiara in the back of sight, but Nemesis falls to Khan, and they're just barely going to be able to get the bomb down here, as Des is trying to push out into sight, make a little bit of a move here. Doesn't quite see Khan in CT, I'm not sure, but we see just one satchel to work with for Bakan.
Last player
Maybe
standing.
Smoke's not a paranoia. Des finds Khan in the back of sight though, and now it's just a 1v1. Sticking that spike might get it halved, but Des is gonna maybe stick all the way. Bakan, in the nick of time, grabs that up, 13 to 12. A little bit of a defender advantage going into this next round.
Match point.
As we see another timeout come here from, I'm not sure.
That's from RyZe again. I think that was a very interesting round. At the time getting so low, if the RyZe nade just made it a little bit further and killed the planter, even before or after the plant goes down, that could have been such a different round. I really honestly thought that Des would bring it back. She's been so good this game, but decided to go for the stick there. I think maybe predicted that that they would have wrapped around Heaven, and instead they were still CT and were able to just walk out and get the kill. But a really well played round on both ends. Crazy trades on site, and almost able to pull it back for Event Horizon.
A very dramatic end to the round there. It looks like maybe Event Horizon is going to be looking to find a change of strategy, something that they didn't quite do when they were on attack in the second half, excuse me. But we're going to see what they come up with here. Very early timeout, so maybe they're just talking through some strategies, trying to figure out what's going on. We see those pings from Event Horizon on the B side, and it looks like that's where they're going to be headed. And RyZe Academy is going to be going there too. There's a 4-stack on the B site. It looks like it's going to be a fast execute on into Garage as well. So we might see some very exciting start to the round here as we're going into another round of overtime. You see Mac pushed up there and onto Garage, going for that fast peek. Oh, Des, so close. That Cypher Cam finds one. Kiara finds that trade onto Mac, but Des falls. Their entry, not able to get any value out of getting on his site. And looks like Event Horizon is going to try to rotate through mid here. That was good for RyZe Academy, trying to expect that early A push. And Mac finds a very much needed entry frag. But not much else happened outside of that. But Event Horizon pushing through mid with that dog. I mean, RyZe Academy knows that something's happening. But they don't know. They're not quite sure what's going on. They can't see anything through that Omen Smoke that keeps getting resmoked. They know there's a sky there. They know there's an open probably nearby. But Event Horizon taking their sweet time through vents, not dropping into onto those ropes quite yet. Rakan not leaving sight either. Very stubbornly staying on site, trying to make sure to prevent that fast rotate. As we see that fast rotate come through mid though. Here comes the paint shells, maybe, not quite. Breach flash comes out onto site as Event Horizon players drop down. Khan finds a beautiful pick onto Kiara as she falls down, grabs that headshot, but Kelly grabs that beautiful trade, and we're seeing the bomb go down onto site. Something that Event Horizon wanted to do really, but weren't quite able to do in that last round of attack. Nebby finds Kelly through the box, and now it's a 2v2, but Nemesis has some sight control. Finds Nakabi on Heaven, and I don't think they know how close Nebby is, but Nebby does find Divine, but Nemesis picks up that trade. Another round of overtime will be coming our way, 13 to 13, and we're seeing still quite an impressive performance from Des. Not quite that round, but that 36 and 16 is very much something that Event Horizon needed this round, or this map, excuse me.
Absolutely, it was a great play as well that she goes down. She's the first blood of the round, and they're still able to bring it back and get the win. Really impressive. I was super concerned because once again they had an open site A, and it looked like maybe they were looking for that rotation in mid, but decided to hit B. But they're still able to win out the brawl, and they're able to force another overtime.
Absolutely right. And it looks like there's going to be some more mid action going on here. RyZe Academy sticking with what they know, looking to get some space through vents with that Skydog, but there's still 2 Event Horizon players sitting in mid, waiting for them to push up. Yara trying to find some info with that Sky Flash. Another Omen Smoke coming out in deep mid, and the Sky Flash comes through, doesn't find any players, But there's a breach flash now, and there's some breach util that they're gonna have to work into here. Divine sitting in vents ready for anyone to push through. Dez little span through the smoke, doesn't see anyone quite yet. And that spike's still not committed as Nakavi comes down through the sewers to try to back up some players in mid. And we're still seeing there's that Omen smoke into vents. A little easier for them to push out, but Alice comes to Sky Flash. 2 Sky Flashes coming out. Kiara finds Neppy close, and Divine peeks out, finds Rakan, so that's 2 of the mid players down, but there's still 2 to work with. And speaking of which, there's Pain Shells find Divine, and Mac finds Dez, so now it's a 3v2. Event Horizon has a little bit of an advantage here, but still no bomb down, and no info yet for Event Horizon. Here comes that fast rotate onto A site. They don't have any Viper utility to work with here, but they do have those jet smokes and some Omen util to work with, as Nemesis might hear something, might not hear something. They have those Cypher chips that they're going to have to work into. And out comes that Omen smokes, both those Omen smokes onto Heaven, and now Event Horizon's going to have to rotate across. They know
10 seconds left.
Cypher Cam doesn't spot anything in Heaven. Most likely they are somewhat aware that there are 2 players on a site. No flash info coming on to B. And time is ticking away here for RyZe Academy. Comes a little bit of a CT push. There's some pings coming out. You can see those blue pings on the map. Event Horizon knows there's something going on in CT. Paranoia. Mac finds 2 though. Mac finds a 3rd. There's an end to the round on that offense. That tried and true strategy looking very true so far for RyZe Academy.
Deja vu on that round. I swear we just had a situation where Mac was in a 2v3 and got multi-kill right in that same spot to win out a round earlier. That is, oh, that's so close. I was surprised that we didn't see Nemesis try and do a little bit of something in Heaven. She had that cam to clear everything, knew no one was up there, but waited for a really long time before she actually went up ropes. I thought that maybe we'd see a little bit of an earlier push from her.
We didn't quite see all the usage of that Cypher utility coming into play, as a very fast push here from Event Horizon, but that's falls super on. Finding that pick early, Kelly grabs a little bit of a trade, but not able to do anything else with that, as a quick rotate coming from RyZe on the site. 2 players pushed up mid, Divine finds Nakavi, and that's where that spike is, so they might have the chance to commit through mid there. Mac is waiting for something, but doesn't quite see anyone. Both players pushed a little further out, as here comes a rotate through sewers, and all 3 RyZe Academy players are kind of close towards mid, ready for that mid push, ready to make something happen. Event Horizon might be looking for something dramatic, but they might just try to push across mid here, look for something on B. Max still very poised, ready to strike, but no noise coming out from Event Horizon's team as they are making their way back through Garage. Again, nothing super crazy happening from either side so far. We did find that 1 pick in mid if you're Event Horizon, but now here comes that push through mid by RyZe Academy. They're going to be looking to make some flanking happen. But Event Horizon still making sure to check every corner, still making sure to clear all that space, as they're going to get that bomb down. Probably going to, looks like they're planting for Garage, and they might meet some opposing forces here in Garage themselves. They know that one's there, they know that maybe a second is there as well, as Mac grabs that trade onto Kelly. But now it's just a 2v3. Nemesis is in this corner, ready for someone to peek around. It does find Mac. Divine finds that con pick, and we're going into another overtime.
And we go again.
sides.
My goodness, neither of these 2
Overtime.
teams wants to let go on this one, and are just keeping it so close. Another first blood for RyZe, but it just gets instantly traded out, and then Event Horizon ends up in numbers and able to take B site and just win it out. That was, yeah, wow, these rounds are just super scrappy at this point. You've got to have exhausted your playbook after 28 rounds. You're just kind of playing with whatever you have.
You're absolutely right, and we see 28 rounds on the board, but Colton has 15 deaths, so he's been keeping himself pretty safe so far, and we might be seeing more of that in this round. We're seeing, again, that mid push. Very familiar setup, but not so much familiar on the defensive side of things. Nakavi maybe might meet some more opposition than expected on A Heaven here, as that last left in the mid. Dez finds Nakavi, speaking of which, that denying that A rotation once again. They're not going to have all that space to work with. They're going to commit that spike towards B. But they're not going to have any Cypher chips in Garage, but they might have something to work with once they get onto site. Kelly and Nemesis both waiting. Might be able to make something happen here. There goes that Cypher cam. An unpredictable setup.
Oh.
Khan does find Kelly in the back of sight. Look, a little bit of spam through the wall there. Nothing else found on site so far. Out comes that Breach Sun to deny the plant a little bit, but gonna hold strong. Here comes that fast rotation from Event Horizon. Out comes that Breach Aftershock, and Nemesis is pushed far on site. Khan finds the return though, and now it's just a 4v4. Speaking of which, though, Neppy finds the Vine. Des finds Burkhan, and now it's just Neppy finding another. Now it's 3v1 on Dez's shoulders as we're pushing into the final seconds of this overtime round.
Ooh.
Runs right into Khan's crosshair, and yeah, we're seeing more of that attacker-sided overtime rounds.
Match
Yeah, I
point.
believe so. I mean, this has been very impressive. Ooh, RyZe is switching it up. Got the operator on the jet. We haven't seen an operator, I don't believe, this entire overtime. I like it, honestly. That was a great round to win there. You lose the first blood, but you're still able to win the rush out onto site. You get the spam through the wall. I think now's the time to try and put the nail in the coffin and see if you can send them home. And I think the operator was their most effective defensive tool. So
Absolutely, I think we're going to see some aggressive plays from that operator, but they do have that Cypher cage to play into. There's a little bit of a flash from Kiara. They know something's there, and they're going to see that very quick push through mid. Dez already taking vent space. Not able to find anything right away, but just playing with that space a little bit. Does see Burkhan able to pick up that frag, but Mac finds a pick on the op with the op on Kelly. Now still a 4v4. That op's still up, but now that's back of heaven, and not able to do much there. And Nakavi does find Dez in mid, so they know that there's some lurks happening there. Rotate's not exactly safe, and they're just waiting for someone to play into their hands here. Event Horizon, as that spike gets dropped, maybe looking to lurk mid, maybe ground a pick. But not a lot of movement going on here from Event Horizon. They're looking for something to happen, looking for an opportunity to rotate onto site or rotate onto B if they need to. Dog doesn't find anything going on to Heaven, but it does make some noise for RyZe Academy. And Nemesis playing a little bit more forward. Nothing forward about RyZe Academy's playstyle right now. They're pretty much just holding those angles, waiting for someone to peek. And Kiara might find something, finds the gun barrel, finds Nakavi, and Conjure has that trade, but Navine finds Mac on the other side of the
30
map.
seconds left.
Two players in CT that they're working with here. Neppy finds Nemesis, and it's just low HP for Divine. And there we go. Neppy grabs the final kill, grabs that final round win, and overtime is no more. 16-14 in favor of RyZe Academy.
what a well-fought match by both teams. Just, wow, just such a close one. Like I said, that operator right there at the end, a great decision on the defense. Even if it doesn't get a ton of kills, it puts so much pressure on once you know it's there for attack that it's just a really difficult tool to deal with. And just really, really well played by both teams. Rising and out, coming up on top.
Absolutely. That operator did come in very much importance in that last round. Something that maybe Event Horizon wasn't expecting, but it came in very much defensive use. And they weren't expecting it. They had to play around it a little bit more than they were expecting, and they weren't quite able to make anything happen. Dez did find that one pick in mid. They were able to push up through, but they weren't quite able to find those last couple of kills in that last round. And it was a very, very exciting match. I think a very exciting map 1 for this series, and I think we're going to see a very exciting map 2 and map 3 if we do get there, as we're still taking our sweet time. We are now. I am curious though. Yeah, there we go. Dez picking up just 40 kills, 407 average combat score, 11 first bloods. That was quite a performance from Event Horizon's Star Duelist on that map 1, and even a pretty impressive performance from Mac as well. 26-19, 5 first bloods as well, and that was an electric. It was an electric map.
It was an electric game.
A lot of important plays from Des. A lot of important plays from Mac. Both sides. Very lot of mind games for both sides with those quick rotates on Event Horizon side and that very consistent mid play on RyZe Academy side. I don't think Event Horizon were expecting that many rounds in a row of those same plays, and they weren't. They tried some new stuff, and it did end up working out for them, but in the end, they weren't quite able to fight through that operator in that last round of overtime. But that goes map 1, and we're going on to map 2. We're going on to Ascent.
Indeed.
But we sure are. All right. That was a very exciting map 1. And well, do you have anything else to say, Ronak?
I don't think so. I think that was just an awesome game. Des played amazing, but let's definitely not take away from Mac. Also, 26 and 19 with 5 first bloods is also an amazing performance out of a duelist. I think it was just awesome play on both sides.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to go into a very small break. Thank you so much for tuning into Map 1, and we will be back right after this.
Never gonna take my throne. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got I got no rival. No rival. No rival. Tell me now, what you gonna do? We can do this face to face. The reckoning is coming real soon. Doesn't matter what you say. Try to tell you this is my moment. Can't take mine 'cause I own it. Don't you know that I'm locked and unloaded? You're out of focus. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma fight my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Anytime or place, watch 'em run away. I got no. I'll be standing on my own. Never gonna take my phone. I got no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no. I got no rival. No rival. I got no rival. No rival. No rival.
Hey, what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? I have an open invitation, but you're telling me go get lost. I don't wanna see your face. Yeah, what the hell? So why don't we stay out till the morning light? 'Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. Some Chardonnay, we camp in the parking lot. Leave traces of plastic cups. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the So what the hell? What are you waiting for now? And what the hell? You're pretending that you like somebody else. Like you got boys waiting in line to take you home. But tell the truth, you'll spend the night alone. Let's be alone. So why don't we stay out till the morning light? 'Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best
All right, and welcome back to Titans of Tier 3 Week 2, Event Horizon GC versus RyZe Academy. We just saw a very entertaining match, map 1 on Split, and very good performances from both sides. Now we're going on to map number 2, we're going on to Ascent. And I'm PB Joel, and Ronak is with me, and we are still very excited for map number 2.
Absolutely. That was the most intense match that I've casted by far. I was so many overtimes and dropping 40. Death dropping 40 is crazy. I haven't even seen that many kills in a ranked game in a long time, to be honest. That was absolutely wild. And then we move on to Ascent, another map that has been very stable in the meta for like a long time. Hasn't really been changed. And well, not that Split has been overly stable in the meta, but like there just haven't been a lot of drastic changes made to the map for a long time. And Ascent is the same way. I'm not sure if there's ever been a change made to Ascent actually. And usually you just kind of get the very default comp.
You're absolutely right. I don't think we're gonna see anything too special. Neither of these teams are very known for doing very crazy comps. We did see that double initiator from Event Horizon on Split, but that's something that we've seen Fnatic do in the big leagues before. But Ascent, I'm expecting we're going to see two pretty relatively meta comps going on here. And Event, I mean, yeah, Ascent is not necessarily as dramatic as Split with all the different heights and that verticality. It's, in my opinion, a much more straightforward map, a much more there's not a whole lot of room for crazy plays, and I don't think there's a lot of room for that fast rotation either that Event Horizon seems to want to do. They did a lot of Split, and they did a lot on Lotus last week, but we're seeing that kind of similar comps here. The insta lock on Killjoy, and pretty much for most of Event Horizon.
Yeah, Event Horizon wants to get into this game.
They are ready. They're ready for maybe to take some revenge after that long overtime between these two teams. But we are seeing that mirror comp just like we predicted. We're seeing
got just a standard Ascent comp. Ascent is all about how do you use this comp to outbrain your opponent. How can you do something different with such a standard comp, or just do the same thing and shoot better and win, which is also not a bad strategy.
And we're seeing that double initiator. All right. Ready to get intel, ready to get those flashes down. Jet coming out from both sides, both Dez and Mac. We saw Mac on the Jet on Split, but we saw Dez on RyZe, so it may be interesting to see how different that agent pick is going to be for the Event Horizon Star Duelist.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen quite a few teams do the someone plays RyZe and someone else plays Jet. And like you don't always necessarily have just a duelist player anymore. And so I'm really interested to see how Dez does on Jet. We saw that she was fantastic on the RyZe. Does that also carry over to the Jet? Is she just a fantastic duelist across the board or what? So I'm very interested to see that.
You're absolutely right. And looks like we're going to see a little bit of a default spread here from RyZe Academy going into this pistol round, but mostly an A hit. They have that Event Horizon has that KJ turret on A to be ready for that push, but mostly playing into grass there. Again, we're seeing some of that same slow push up. That KO knife comes out, does find Khan. A little bit of information there. Every bit of information counts, especially on this map where the meta is so solid and so important that you play it much better than the other team. And a little bit of a creep up into Cubby here for RyZe Academy. Not sure if it's inspected, but now here comes that util. Here comes that util flood out onto site. There's still two Event Horizon players that they're going to be working into. Dez ready behind that box. Heaven peeks out, gets a little bit of damage done, but doesn't find any kills quite yet. Neppy missing quite a decent chunk of HP after that one, but we don't see quite much else besides that. Bomb comes down, open spike goes up. Kiara does find that shock dart onto Khan, though. A little bit of a lineup coming out there. Very useful on this map, especially as Khan falls to Kelly with the classic in Heaven. And that door is missing quite a decent amount of HP, but hasn't broken quite yet. Now Dez finds the sheriff kill onto Neppy.
One enemy
out
remaining.
Comes Mac, falls to that. RyZe finds a kill with the ghost, but Dez gets that trade, and very quick round here. 4 players left standing for Event Horizon as they're going to pick up that defuse.
Nice, great pistol round for the defense, only losing one person. The post plant there, I mean, RyZe gets in pretty much for free. No one goes down, but then that double shock lineup puts them a player down, and I think it made them feel like they had to play a little bit more aggressive, and it didn't work out. They ended up getting picked off on both Heaven and in Tree. Yeah, that double shock lineup really, I think, was a big swing in that round.
You're absolutely right. We know a few content creators who are known for lineups. Average Jonas comes to mind, for example, especially with Sova on this map. So I'm sure there's no shortage of lineups that the players in this map are gonna be able to make use of. But we see that there comes that Sova recon dart, finds Divine. Very aggressive push here from RyZe Academy. Not on Heaven, but Divine able to get away. Des finds a pick with the Outlaw onto Mac and Market. I think that's the first kill of the Outlaw we've seen, and the first Outlaw buy, really, that we've seen this entire series so far.
I agree with that, yeah. It's super strong, too, especially on these ecos, but I do believe it is the first buy.
One enemy
You're absolutely
remaining.
right. It is very strong. Oh my goodness. Speaking of which, Nemesis and Kelly working together with that Spectre to find 4 picks in a very short amount of time. Another Outlaw frag coming out from Des. So that new gun, that Outlaw, is very powerful.
Indeed,
it does a lot of damage for being so cheap, and it's definitely useful in these especially when you want to keep the enemies banked down, which not something necessarily that they needed to do here. But that Paranoia was very good time. There it is. You see all 4. Oh my goodness, all 4 RyZe Academy players falling so quickly.
I do actually
Just kinda
like that.
surrounded.
I really do like that RyZe Academy push, though. Try and get all the way into CT spawn. You don't see that a lot in your own ecos to make something weird happen. Ooh, speaking of weird.
Absolutely. Very aggressive play here. Des does find Neffy right away with that Spectre into mid. But 2 Vandal picks for RyZe Academy right off the bat. Colin finding a couple of heads there. But here comes that quick rotate through RyZe Academy onto A site. A very uncontested A site as well. Event Horizon is going to be forced to rotate into, but they're both mid. Both going to be able to rotate back through long, looks like, but there's a KJ turret waiting just for them. Haven't seen anything quite yet. Here comes that KJ turret, finds
Spike planted.
finds Divine in the background, but Divine's got an Ares, isn't afraid to use it. There's an Oma smoke that comes out, but
One enemy
see
remaining.
anything in Heaven. Zippergon falls to Divine. A little bit of a gun difference there is the only thing that's going on. Kelly's trying to make something happen here in Heaven. Doesn't see anyone because that drone's already out. That recon dart finds her, but those wallbangs coming through. Kelly's gonna have to run away. Maybe hope for someone to peek her, get that little pick, but ultimately he's gonna have to get out of there, really get some space and save the gun that she's holding on to as this time ticks down.
I think that was a good plan on the eco, just doing that super aggressive mid hit. It's very popular on this map, and you got the initial pick. It was just honestly RyZe played the counter really well. They swung out from top mid, were able to trade it off effectively, and then hit the site that was left exposed afterwards. Good plays by both teams, just really good job by RyZe making sure to be able to win that eco.
RyZe definitely showed us why those fast rotates are so strong on this map, because there's not a lot that the other team can do about it when they have so much space that they're going to have to push through. And they had 4 different RyZe Academy players that they're going to have to push through. They have all that Sova util, they have the KJ util that they're going to have to deal with. And now we're seeing a similar execute here. Taking all that mid space is going to be important for these guys. There comes that Sova recon dart again. Doesn't see anyone quite so much, but again, there's some push-up happening here in mid, and get that flash out looking to find some space. But there's no one there from Event Horizon, so that's pretty much an uncontested flash right there. But there is some drama happening over on the other side. Nakavi doing a little bit of psychological damage, if not real damage. Divine's low HP, has to peek away, but not sure if they know that Kelly's in wine there, waiting for that peek out to do something with. And RyZe here has decent control of mid, almost control of market, and both Event Horizon players are pushed out onto B site. Pretty far, so much. Here comes that push from RyZe Academy onto A site. That rotate's pretty much complete. No picks found by Nakavi on the other side of the map, but there's a lot of space found by them here in market as they take out Bowhouse. They do find those KJ turrets, but nothing else quite yet. Sova Dirt comes out, Paranoia comes out through backside, but doesn't find anyone. Nemesis forced to fend for himself. Kiario does grab a trade on Neffy, but Con is there to pick up the frag, and Con finds another. Divine's on low HP, has to span through that smoke, hopes of finding someone that doesn't see any bodies quite yet. Molly comes in, but Divine narrowly avoids it. A little bit of a 4v2 here. Event Horizon with the 2. Have to push on the site into Sova and KJ Util. Not a lot of space here to work with. There's a knife to find some information with, and they do have a molly on the KO side, but that knife gets picked off right away. Event Horizon not really able to do anything again. They're gonna have to back off, play for that save, play for those rifles, and keep their guns safe, keep their econ safe. Hope that they can grab anyone who peeks out into CT. But RyZe Academy is not going to grant that wish today, as Bomb takes down. And another round by timeout, pretty much, here for RyZe Academy in that offense.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think that round was pretty heavily decided by the fight that was going on in A main. Nakavi distracting them for so long and pulled 3 Omen smokes out of Kelly, which made it so that she didn't have enough, like, she had to wait so long for the smoke to refresh that they were never able to get a smoke down to support the players on B for the split. And I think that the fake just worked really well, or not even fake, just putting a little bit of pressure there held them in that main for so long and kept forcing them to use their util.
You're right, and now Event Horizon doesn't have too many rifles to work with. They just have a couple of sheriffs and 2 rifles to their names, but they're going to use those rifles to hold site as much as they can. You can see that RyZe Academy very slowly creeping up mid here, waiting for that Omen one-way smoke to go down, but there's no one behind it, so there's just going to be some time here waiting, playing those mind games on the Event Horizon side. Out comes that Sova drone, getting over the edge, doesn't see anyone. KO Molly clears out wine after smoking from A main, but Mac's already out. Doesn't find anyone quite yet. Generator, but Kelly is able to pick up that frag right away. But Nepi finds Kelly right away, and Dez does find Nakavi, and Nemesis finds 2 with the Sheriff. Now it's just a 3v1 on the side of RyZe Academy, tucked away in heaven, and that Spike is not down out in the corner near door, and if Nepi wants to do anything, he's gonna have to find something. Gonna have to do something. Now they know that Nepi is behind Generator, and is gonna have to push out to grab that Spike if they do want to plant, but might be able to make a rotate out here. Just two Event Horizon players to deal with, and
left.
Nepi knows where both of them are. Might try to wrap around, might try to save, but if they want to do something, they have to do it pretty quickly. Out comes the KJ turret, trying to make some use of the space and the time that they have, but
1 enemy remaining.
wrap. Oh! Nepi does find. Oh my goodness, Nepi finds Divine with that quick 1-tap peek, but Nemesis is able to pick up the trade fairly quickly. A lot of rifles on the ground, but Nemesis can only carry 1.
Wow, that lurk around by Nepi, I thought was gonna win the round. RyZe didn't seem like, Event Horizon didn't seem like that they were expecting it at all. But Nemesis with a fantastic shot with the Sheriff, several fantastic shots, getting that double kill earlier as well. Just, they claw the round back. I don't know if it was technically a thrifty, but they were definitely had worse guns.
Absolutely, a triple kill for Nemesis. Very clutch moment coming out at the end of the round there. And we're seeing a little bit of a similar push here. We're seeing Nakavi pushed out into A main this time, not willing to deal with that boom smoke. But here comes that KO ult, pushing into site as fast as they can. They have 2 Horizon players to deal with. Confines one of them. It's just Divine defend against 3 players. Nepi picks up that frag, but now Event Horizon has to rotate all the way through spawn pretty quickly. No space afforded to those Event Horizon players that are on A site already.
Spike planted.
And now RyZe Academy able to control site pretty strongly. They have a lot of util to work with, a lot of bodies to work with, and they're going to do exactly that. You hear that grass breaking, that means Nemesis pushing out into grass a little bit. Gonna walk into a little bit of a crossfire here maybe, but maybe might be able to find on if that happens, but Nepi is there. So is Mac to pick up that frag, and Dez does find one with the knives, but Mac is able to pick up that final trade. Going into 3-3 here. We're still chugging along for RyZe Academy.
Indeed, RyZe Academy is executing these splits beautifully. The amount of times they have caught people in the mains while forcing a split is very impressive. Like, I mean, there's nothing Event Horizon's site anchors can do there. They're getting shot from both sides and they're full blind. It's a beautiful execute by RyZe.
You're absolutely right. We're seeing a little bit more aggressive play here from RyZe. Now that we're not on split anymore, they have all that KO util to work with. They have a lot of aggression, and they're gonna have to deal with those that KJ utility, those jet smokes coming out. A little bit of help, but found by that. Actually, I'm not quite sure. Oh, there it is. I didn't quite see that Sova dart to begin with, but didn't look like Mac did either. But now, RyZe Academy has control of sight.
Spike planted.
They're just waiting for Event Horizon, excuse me, to walk into them. And it's still a 5v5, no HP, no considerable HP missing from any player so far. So still a very long round ahead of these Event Horizon players. Making a little bit of space in Info House here. Out comes that peek, out comes the lockdown. No lockdown from the other team to work with. Mac does find a pick, but Des finds another. Divine finds a third, Nemesis a fourth. But Nakavi finds two of their own, finds another onto Kiara. That swift 3K to end the round. And we almost had, we had quite a few deaths there. A very fast round again.
Wow, what a decision. What a decision to commit the ult there. They were on an eco, had bad guns. Several of them had nothing but classics. Commit the ult, and it almost works out. They trade so well. With just 1 second left on the ult, I believe they're able to break it. That's super close round. I actually really like the KJ ult commit, even though they didn't get the round. If they'd been able to win that one, that would have been huge.
Now RyZe Academy has a KJ ult to work with of their own. That lockdown might be coming in handy here. Quick peek out, though, from Kelly. That KO net gets destroyed right away, so they're not quite sure how many people that are there to contend with. And it's going to be all 5. Divine finds 1, so you're going to make it 4. But now comes that lockdown. Kelly's kind of stuck in the corner with that KO, but finds a second. Kelly finds 3 total. Rakan grabs that trade, but the damage is already done. That lockdown's destroyed, and there's just that spike down, and 4 players against Event Horizon. 4 players for Event Horizon for Kelly, or for Rakan, excuse me, to deal with here. They're gonna peek close, find Divine, see Divine in the corner, put a little Monty down, try to get that spike and maybe run away if she can, but plenty of time to work with here. But the damage is already done. 4v1, even playing for retake is gonna be a good strategy on Event Horizon side.
I think you just play together here, make sure you're holding somebody's hand. You don't want to be caught by yourself, and this should be an easy round.
Here we go, seeing someone out there. Nemesis peeks, finds Rakan. Sees that Molly coming, is able to destroy it just in time, but has a turret to police out for a little bit of an answer. And running into quite a few bodies. There we go. Divine picks up that last frag, and that's something good for Event Horizon. Now they have some econ to work with. They got rid of that KJ ult, but they burned through, I think they burned through their Sova ult.
Yeah, this setup here was super good. Kelly playing in this little corner and gets either three. It must be 3 here, with just, I mean, gets mollied and still comes out with 3. The Sova ult distracting everyone and breaking the KJ ult. Such a just a fantastic play there. Honestly, that's all Gunsko right there.
Get out of my way!
Absolutely right. Kelly coming out swinging in that round, no mercy, and finds 3 RyZe Academy players. Very good for econ there, and we're seeing this is something similar to what we saw on Split. We see that mid push with that spike not quite committed, but right as I say that, Rakan picks it up and is ready to push through mid.
Ooh, a trap play set up here as well.
Absolutely, out comes Des and finds 1, has to unpeak right away, but Neppy, they don't have that KO util to work with anymore. Looking for some of those dramatic angles. We see in comes a shock dart, maybe trying to get some damage on. We see that very low here. Play from Divine, stuck in that corner, but that shock dart doesn't quite connect. Nemesis maybe trying to do some work here. Mac is watching that angle like a hawk with those knives out. As RyZe Academy looking to make some space onto A site. They don't, not sure how many bodies are there, but they are gonna have 3 Event Horizon bodies. Gonna have to push into it. They still have a KO of their own. Oh my goodness! Mac dashes into site, sees Kiara, and Kiara gives her a swift, warm welcome. But Rakan finds a pick.
30 seconds left.
Out comes that recon dart, but
Right here.
with a 2v, now a 2v4,
Spike down
excuse me.
A.
Nemesis getting a little pick from the
One
flank here.
enemy remaining.
Rakan finds Nemesis though. Kiara gets Nakavi, but Khan last alive, left to fend for himself, not able to do anything with the space that he has been given.
Yeah, that was honestly just unlucky from RyZe. I don't think Event Horizon has set up for that mid trap a single time, and they set up for it that round, and you get a quick push up mid into the KO flash, easy pick, and then they just it's really hard, once again, to be able to trade out after a round like that. They try and go for their consistent little A split there, but Event Horizon was ready this time, and they weren't able to
That's how
pull it
you
off.
survive.
Looks like they're going to try to pull something else off this round. A little bit of a different strategy here than what we just saw, but there's still that A main execute. Going to peek under that Omen. Oh my goodness, Dez finds a collateral with the operator on the other side of the map. Didn't quite see it for us, but juggling those guns around, looking to find some space. But that rotate is now denied, and that KJ turret is not going to do anything either. KO Molly, though, comes out. Might be trying to make some space here. Divine finds the pick with that Vandal. So now, oh my goodness, there comes a shock dart from Khan, finds Divine.
Last player standing.
Very quick. Kelly finds another. Kelly finds two, actually, to round off that round, and oh my goodness. That's the second collat we've seen so far this series. That's not something I don't think I've ever seen that in one of my games, and yet we see it twice in one series today. And here comes that timeout.
Wow, that's just Event Horizon getting revenge from the collat that they had on them. Obviously,
You're
on
absolutely
Split.
right.
Wow, although it looks like, oh, I'm guessing that Des just has the op on the ground. I was confused for a second, unless she didn't keep it.
Unsure. I think Des was juggling around the op and Phantom on B site there, but we didn't quite see what happened because of it.
Interesting. Well, regardless, I do think this timeout is definitely good by RyZe. You're not really doing that bad. Even if you only end up with 4 rounds on this attacking side, on Ascent, that's a pretty good attacking side. Although, obviously, you want the 6, which would be huge. 5 would also be very good, but this might be their last full buy of the half. So I think you definitely really want to try and win this round if you're RyZe. Getting 7-5 on Ascent is really good on the attacking side.
You're absolutely right. And Event Horizon's probably feeling pretty good about that round. The timeout might be killing their momentum a little bit, but Des again looking pretty strong on that duelist. 11 and 6 so far in just 10 rounds. So averaging more than 1 kill per round is,
wow.
I bet Event Horizon is pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
As they're looking to do something pretty aggressive here. Both teams are on B main. This might be a little bit of a bloodbath. See that KO knife comes out quickly. Divine finds that corner very fast. But that Molly's there. Mac finds a pick. Nebby finds a second on the Des. And there's still 2 players there from Event Horizon to play into. But see a very quick rotation from TR into mid. Khan is able to stop that fairly quickly. Looks like RyZe Academy has figured out that there's no one on A except for Kelly, who's done an Omen TP in a very familiar spot, I would guess. But now Kelly has a lot of space to push into. Neppy grabs that kill, and now it's just Nemesis on KJ here, coming through mid. Just that one Molly, maybe both robots to work with here, but waiting for that cooldown to come down. Looks like we might be saving some money, saving some rifles, getting over to the edge here, and that was a very quick and decisive victory, I think, from RyZe Academy in that round.
That Omen blind definitely ended whatever Event Horizon's plan in that main was. Definitely ended right as soon as that Omen blind came through, and it was really well executed by RyZe as well to rotate off. Oh, Nemesis with the kill.
It does find a single one, but I don't think Event Horizon was expecting such an aggressive push through B main like
Definitely
that.
Not.
And I think it caught them a little bit off guard, especially that paranoia.
Last round before the
now
switch.
we're seeing a little bit of the consequences of their actions a little bit. But
Indeed. Nemesis went for a little bit of a fake flash there. I like it. Might catch him off. Yeah, I don't think either team has done like B main aggression yet, especially RyZe Academy getting that Omen, like doing the Omen blind instantly into B main. You see that a lot in ranked, but I don't think that it had happened yet in this round. And this time it was Event Horizon getting unlucky, just not having their aggression met with passivity instead of getting it met with aggression.
We saw a lot of those mid pushes, kind of like what we're seeing now on Split. So I think that's something that Event Horizon is used to. Not unprepared for completely. Event Horizon trying to see if they can pick off Khan here. Not sure if there's another player with them. And there's Des with that op shot, bringing out the knives. Not much else happening on B though, as the RyZe Academy, excuse me, is pushed up through mid. And still that spike not committed to anything, so that rotate's still available. Even though Des is taking that spot with the operator, out comes that KO. Divine finds Khan right away though. And that Molly probably doesn't go quite as far as they were hoping. Kelly gets that pick through the smoke and can't really go for the rotate here. Really, the crossfire from Event Horizon taking out Neppy one chunk of damage at a time. There's just
Spike
two players
planted.
from RyZe Academy, both on site. The bomb is down. And now they have a KO ult of their own for an answer. Both RyZe Academy players stacked in that back site. Mac finds Nemesis, Vandal, and Des has some knives of her own. Ray
One
has some
enemy
here.
remaining.
Des finds Nakavi on triple, and Kiara finds Mac and F. So, a pretty quick round again. That's going to be the end of the half. You're absolutely right. 7-5 into offense
Switching
for
sides.
Event Horizon.
Yep, I don't think you're too upset about that if you're RyZe. You got that 5 rounds. If you win this pistol, you get a tie game,
Right
which
here.
is super good. And I mean, really, they started off like a little slow, losing pistol round, but then quick comeback with 4 rounds. And then they lost the 3 in a row, but were able to get that last one. I think you need a little bit of momentum going into half and getting that round. The second to last round is really important. So I don't think they're in a bad position here. You don't need the pistol, but you certainly want it. If you can get this pistol, then all of a sudden you might be favored.
You're absolutely right. And Event Horizon actually finding their first pistol
Come into
win
the unknown.
so far in the season for that first half, and might be looking to find their second as well. If they can get something moving here. That KO knife comes out quickly. Doesn't stop that shock dart though, and it's a decent amount of damage onto both Divine and Kiara. Grabbing that ult lord for Divine. A little bit of a slow push here. I see Nemesis on the other side of the map waiting for something through mid to happen. Something might be happening through mid indeed. He's not doing anything super dramatic. A little bit of a peek out. Doesn't see anything in tiles on the Nakavi. And now we're seeing Event Horizon rotating through mid. This is something they love to do, something they're good at, something that they enjoy. They rotate through mid here, and they're gonna have to deal with that Omen Smoke and that Paranoia eventually at some point. But Nakavi is ready for this rotate. A little bit of spam through smoke, doesn't find any purchase onto Des, but the rest of Event Horizon is stacked in mid. Kelly puts that smoke out in mid, excuse me, and now they can get something going here. Pushing through mid, getting to Mark, getting some of that purchase. That Molly comes out through mid, excuse me. Now there's 3 RyZe Academy players now in CT, but site is pretty much free for Event Horizon's purposes. A little bit of a
30 seconds
discombobulation
left.
smoke onto the middle of site there, but nothing to show for it. And Event Horizon has the bomb down, has control of site. A lot of players with full HP on both sides. 2 players on Event Horizon side with a little bit fewer HP than they would probably like, but here comes a little bit of a flood on RyZe Academy's own. A lot of util coming out. Out comes that Sovidar and the KO Molly. Brakan finds Nemesis in main and pushing out on the site. Finds a couple, finds one more. Des finds 2 though with that ghost. Finds a 3rd.
One enemy
Des
remaining.
unable to get that 4th one though, and Nakavi finds a little bit of a trade. Kiara left alone in the back of site. That's right-click spam through the smoke. Unlucky for Kiara, but great for RyZe Academy, turning that 4v4 or 5v5, excuse me, into a little bit of a site retake.
Yeah, it was a really good 5v5 retake from them. That's definitely something you want to see, especially with the way Event Horizon rotates so aggressively. Being able to win like a full retake against them is definitely really good. That shock dart also at the very beginning, hugely impactful in that round, just did so much damage, and on pistol when you don't have the armor and there's no healers on this map, you're down pretty heavily in like the HP department, and I think it came back on them in that round.
Absolutely. Total HP definitely matters in this sort of mirror comp, and they were RyZe Academy able to take advantage of that. Here's another pretty fast push from Event Horizon. Taking some of that HP out, but Des, no fear, finds Brakan on site with that stinger and able to pick up a little bit of a better gun for it. In comes that bomb plant. Still a few players in CT for RyZe Academy. Going to be all 4 players lining up there, ready to flood site if necessary. And the Nemesis more than ready to meet them when they pop out. Just 28 HP to work with. The rest of Event Horizon is on site though, and they have all their health that they need. Out comes that Paranoia onto site. Kelly finds a frag with the stinger close, and here comes Nakavi into lane. Excuse me. Mac finds a pick with that ghost, but is not
One enemy
a lot of
remaining.
HP to show for it. Dez finds a second pick with the stinger, or the Spectre. Excuse me. Just One player
Wow.
left. Nemesis finds Khan. That last pick needed to finish off that round. And I bet you're happy about that for economy if you're Event Horizon.
Yeah, they get the thrifty round. What a play by Des. Just diving over top of site and getting that pick on site, killing the KJ. No more stall, no more info. That's such a huge first blood to get. And then they hold down on site. They don't crumple under the retake this time, and it works out super well for them.
Absolutely. We're seeing quite an impressive performance from Dez again on this map. So far, 19-8 after 14 rounds. And we see in the Twitch chat some very popular fans of Dez. And speaking of which, Dez looking to make something work here in mid. A little jump peeking over that box, but not able to see anything. Nemesis finds a pick on the other side of the map onto Khan. Not much comes out of it. There's that KJ turret there. Brakan, low HP, not able to do anything about it, not able to push through that molly, but Divine's there to back Nemesis up if needed. Just 72 HP.
My
And
double.
facing the other side, Nemesis finds that pick, and now B is pretty much opened up. 3v5 on RyZe's shoulders, and they're going to have not a lot of time to work. Well, they're going to have time to work with, not necessarily a lot of space here. I don't think Event Horizon knows how many players are on B, though. They seem to be still pretty careful, making sure that all those angles are clear, giving RyZe Academy a little bit of time to rotate over, but they're still going to have that numbers advantage coming in. They're going to have that utility advantage as well, making sure that door's closed onto the market, that smoke comes out into CT, and that bomb's going to get planted. Out comes those three RyZe Academy players pushing out into CT once again. Not something that we haven't seen yet. From Paranoid doesn't find anything. A little bit of classic spam into stairs. KO Molly doesn't find any damage either, except a little bit. But still not so much happening. Flashing down doesn't find any kills. Paranoia comes out onto lane, and that grabs Mac, but no one dies for it. Still a lot of use here. Event Horizon. Kiara finds one, Kiara finds two with the stinger into lane, and it's just Neppy left. Nemesis finds that frag across the site, and Event Horizon looking still pretty strong here on those site holds.
And an early timeout coming out of RyZe, I think that's it's pretty smart. I mean, you got eco'd the first round, and then Event Horizon plays very good anti-eco, but this is definitely, I mentioned, like, if you get that first round with the pistol, you should end up being able to tie it up. Well, now they find themselves 3 down instead of a tied up game after winning the pistol. So I think taking that timeout and making sure to try and really get your feet under you, figure out what you can do, figure out how you can win, and don't let them send this to a map 3. See if you can get it done in 2.
You definitely mentioned at the start that this is definitely going to come down to gameplay, and we're seeing some of that come into play here. Definitely, if you look at the scoreline here, a lot more kills on the side of Event Horizon. That gunplay is just coming in really key here. And we saw that too from Nemesis getting that pick onto the Brakan at the start of the round a couple rounds ago. And now we are a little bit worse for wear on the side of RyZe Academy. Only a couple rifles. Well, they're probably going to have a few more rifles than what they have right now, but looking to claw some space back here.
Yeah, they're gonna have the operator up this round. That's a very big swing weapon. Ascent is very economically dependent. If you can get those big guns like the Odin, like the operator.
The Odin.
Hey, speak of the devil, we've got both in this round. If RyZe can win this one and start building some economy and keep those big guns alive, then they can be in a really good position.
I'm just waiting to strike with that Odin. Recon dart at the ready. And Event Horizon might be walking into it, but they don't changes his mind. Waiting to that Odin into play. Here comes that recon dart. Grabs a few. Grabs more than just one, but Vine just barely able to dodge that Odin damage. Oh my goodness. Very little HP, very close to grounding kill, but just unfortunately no spam connects. 9 HP left for Divine, but no healers on this map, so that's all that Divine's gonna have to deal with. Play a little more passively as they come into the mid push here. Nemesis trying to grab some space on the other side, but that mid push is gonna find its way across towards Brakan's setup on A here. Here comes that bomb coming around into RyZe Academy's 3 players onto site. Still one in mid, but not able to see anything through those jet smokes. Here.
KJ Ito goes down from the knife.
30 seconds left.
Absolutely. The utility goes down, and now that RyZe Academy knows something's up, he probably finds
down
2,
A.
but Des grabs that trade on the 3rd, but there's still 4 players left for Event Horizon to deal with. Knives are up, but Des is going to choose to use the rifle instead.
Last
Better.
player standing.
Almost grabs that frag, and Max, excuse me, finds an impressive double kill there. Nice little spray transfer, and finishing out that round with the op Neppy.
Just let
Is,
them try to catch me.
like you said, keeping those big guns alive.
Yeah, and Kavi with a great round, anchoring on the site and getting 2, absolutely wins them the round there. Event Horizon with a late round rotate, hitting onto the site. They get the suppress, so all of the KJ util is down. It looks like they're going to get the site for free because of the pinch, but then Omen just getting a double kill there. The KJ util comes back, and it's just, that was a beautiful stall by their Omen.
I think RyZe was a little bit more than ready for that rotate. They definitely had that KJ kill ready to pick that up if it was necessary. And now it looks like they're playing a little bit more aggressively, trying to stop that rotate from happening in the first place instead of just keeping or letting Event Horizon play right into their rifles. But yeah, we definitely saw a little bit of aggressive play from Event Horizon. That rotate, especially keeping RyZe Academy on their toes. But now they're just looking to see if RyZe Academy steps up, and there it is. Neppy peeks out a little bit too many times, and Des grabs that one tap onto the headshot. And now no KO util, no suppression available for RyZe Academy, and you know Event Horizon's gonna be able to take some space here. Still, they still do have that angle. Bam to the jet smoke. A little bit of takes a few chunks of HP off of Des, but not much besides that. Max shut down with the the operator. A lot of guns to start with O in this game. A lot of things to start with O even.
True.
You see Nakavi is waiting backside B. Rakan does find one Des grabs that trade, and now it's a 4v3 on Event
30
Horizon side. They're
seconds
going to be
left.
able to get the bomb down here, as all 3 RyZe Academy players are just stuck in CT. Not able to push through that Omen smoke. That's keeping them locked out pretty much of A Heaven. And Kelly is more than ready for that push through. Down comes that door, it's going to be closed. Tree's going to be a little more harder to push through now. And Max pushing through with those knives. A little bit of heat. Here comes a double swing. Dead finds Mac though. No knives for RyZe Academy. Down go the players. Have to go out because of that paranoia, but out comes the Omen smoke instead. Both of those RyZe Academy players look like they're going to push away. Save those big guns. Both of those big guns actually. They got the operator and the Omen both safe in their hands. Almost finds that pick on the operator. That would have been disastrous for RyZe Academy, but no shots find their purchase quite yet. And RyZe Academy is going to live to see it.
Yeah, they saved those 2 big guns, which is definitely good. Just kind of an unfortunate round. You get a lot of damage with the spray in mid, but losing that first blood, just kind of trying to jiggle for info and just getting one tapped is really unfortunate. And the KO util is so important. Again, Event Horizon as well with those late rotates caught him off a little bit more this time, and just they split through tree again on like a late round rotate. I think that RyZe knows about it and seems to be aware, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. You're just not able to stop it.
Right, they're trying to keep those big guns, trying to get as much use out of them as possible, but maybe not so much in an expected way. So we see right here Mac with that operator, more than ready for some game main, and almost finds Divine there, but doesn't quite grab the kill, doesn't quite connect with that operator shot, and is forced to back off as that Omen smoke comes out, and they have to put one pushes across. That spike's still not quite committed to either site. Available for that rotate. Des here, peeking out through mid, looking to find some purple with that Vandal, as looks like Event Horizon is pushed out on the B site as well. So 2 different sites of pressure here from Event Horizon, making that rotate available still, trying to get into those mind games a little bit. And now we're seeing playing for that rotate, playing for mid, trying to get some purchase there, trying to find a pick in top mid or cubby where one of the RyZe Academy players might be playing. Does find a little hit onto Mac there, but Mac's forced to back off, maybe make that mid rotate a little bit easier. Out comes an Omen smoke into Cubby, making that mid rotate even easier. But Event Horizon's gonna push through it. They don't know what's on the other side, but they're gonna go for it. Out comes the KO ult, and a jet smoke dashing across into sight, trying to find something. Mac doesn't find anything with the operator. No shots found. Divine does find a shot onto the Cubby though, and Mag is so far left alone on site.
Spike planted.
with Neppy waiting to cut someone off. Khan does find one with the Odin. Oh my goodness, the Odin. And now we're seeing something similar. We're seeing something familiar. That Odin spam comes out on top of Jen, grabs Dez. Probably not expecting it. They still have that big gun to work with, but a lot of pressure coming out from Event Horizon. Mac finds a pick on the Kelly, but Divine finds 2 on the safe. Falls to Khan though. Khan finds a second with the operator, and that's a 4K. A second with, oh my goodness, the Odin, excuse me, the guns. But that's a 4K with the Odin for Khan, and they're gonna grab that defuse.
These O-guns are very strong.
Oh yeah. 2 O-guns and an O character.
Exactly. This retake, really, it's all the Odin spam through the different things. I was planning on saying after this round, because I thought, honestly, that Event Horizon would have it in the bag after taking it so easily, that maybe RyZe needs to think about positioning their Omen differently. She keeps getting stuck on site, and it feels like the round was dictated by, does the Omen save the round via defense? But this time, they're able to retake still with just some incredible util placement and some great spams.
Definitely keeping those big guns alive is going to be super important for them, both for econ and for their value. And once again, that Omen in one way comes out, gonna make it hard for them to push into A main. The Event Horizon a little bit stuck here. They know there's an operator watching Catwalk, but they don't know how long it's gonna be there or how long they can afford to wait here before something pretty rough happens. That Odin's on the other site, so they don't really have to worry about it quite yet, but they don't know that for certain, so they don't know if there's going to be an Odin waiting around the corner for them. Neppy more than ready to hold this corner. Has Flash to do. Has Flash to do with. Out here comes that Sova ult. Divine pressures onto Neppy, gets a kill there, and Mikavi forced to back off out of that smoke, forced to give up that space. Not able to doesn't get hit by that spam through the smoke, but now Event Horizon has some space to work with. They're going to try to rotate. They're going to get some space in mid. They don't know if that operator's still there, but they're guessing that it's going to be a little bit more available. That smoke comes out in Cubby, though, and it's going to block off that operator a little bit, but no one's going to rotate through mid to see it. And Event Horizon, very fast moving through here. They don't know. Well, we'll see if Max sees them in rotation, but there's that jet knife, there's that jet smoke and that KO knife. Kind of exposing the position a little bit. That util comes out.
14 seconds and it's
for it. They have to get that bomb down, and they're gonna. Looks like they're gonna do it, but with no shortage of time, or they do have a shortage of time. Out comes that Sova. Does find Divine actually. Finds 2. Oh my goodness! Khan finds Divine and Kiara. 2 very important post plant characters that they're not going to really work with, but Dez finds 2 in market. There's just 2 players left for RyZe Academy. Both of them are out. Kelly finds 1 with a Vandal, and it's just Khan with that Odin trying to spam. That's really trying to find something there. Not able to find anything with the spam, and is blinded by that paranoia. Kelly's waiting for it, and Nemesis picks up that last frag. Dez, not sure if Dez grabs the operator or not, but yeah, now Event Horizon has got some of those guns, and RyZe Academy doesn't have those big guns to work with anymore. They don't really have much money either.
Force down to an eco. Wow, what a round. That I thought maybe that Hunter's Fury would be able to stop the plant and Event Horizon would lose the round on time, but it came out just a second late, and she gets 2 kills with it, but it's just not enough. Des still alive and goes absolutely crazy to help win him the round.
Absolutely. We're still seeing a very impressive performance here from Des with that. I believe that was 25 and 18 or something along those lines.
25
and we're seeing 25 and 10. Very incredible performance. Des having a wonderful day of Valorant. And looking to grab something in mid here as well. Those important bloods. Not going to find anything quite yet. Action happening on B though. Does find Palm and finds Rakan. 2 very important picks. Out comes that Omen smoke. It's just going to be Mac alone on site with a classic. We'll see if he's able to do anything with it, as Event Horizon is coming to push on the site. They know someone's there. They saw him. Here comes that KO ult, but Nemesis picks it up. Nemesis picks that off. Divine push on the site here, trying to take care of Mac. You see that Nikavi's kind of stuck in CT on their own. Not able to stop those Event Horizon players. Divine finds a 3rd frag in that round, and it's just Mac alone on B site. They're going to rotate towards A and put the bomb down there instead, forcing Mac to play for a retake. 5v1 here for Mac. a lot of players to play through, not able to get any picks on the way out. And we are on match point here for Event
Match
Horizon
point.
on Ascent.
Yeah, I think 5v1 with the Classic is definitely a difficult ask for anybody, but a flawless round for Event Horizon that's really bad if you're a RyZe fan. I think that, I mean, they don't have any of those big guns. They only have 5 rifles because they weren't able to save. They had to go on a Nico last round. But this is the round. You got to string together 4 here for sure, and you got to play KJ ult to play against. So
Absolutely, I do have that KJ ult close to some other roles as well. But Event Horizon showing no hesitation here, but getting that lockdown down right away. Finding one, Khan finds a trade onto Nemesis, but Khan has fallen. They don't have any KJ util to work with against Event Horizon's fast push, but they have a push of their own. Nebby and Mac both push up, find Dez. The other 3 Event Horizon players are on the other site. They're getting that bomb down. They're ready for that post plant situation, and they have plenty of util to do it. In comes RyZe Academy. It's going to be a 4v3 playing for that retake. So drone comes out. Let's see a couple. Here comes that flash.
Ooh.
Divine finds 2, but Nebby grabs that trade, and there's that KO ult coming out as they push onto site. But now it's just a 2v2, 2 players in heaven and 2 players coming out of hell. Nebby finds Kiara in the back. Kelly gets that trade, but Mac is there and not able to stop Kelly. Kelly cruising through, getting that map win, and that's going to be map number 2 towards Event Horizon, 13-8. Another very electric map from both teams really, and another performance from Dez.
a very impressive performance, and wow, what a ballsy decision to call a fake when you're trying to win it. I mean, you're up 4 rounds. It's not a bad plan. Go in, call the KJ ult fake, and Dez just sells it as hard as she can, and it ends up working out. They get the free sight, and it all just ends up Event Horizon. That was a super impressive round. It came down to a 1v1 that they won out. I mean, just what a game once again. Finally able to pull it off this time, and in a much more dominant fashion than on Split.
Yeah, you're definitely happy about that one if you're an Event Horizon fan. And
Which I am
that wasn't even that was their map pick, and they showed us why. That was for sure. That was their side pick, but they showed us why that was their side pick. That's for sure. They had a dominant first half, got the rounds that they needed, and there we see it. Dez 26 and 11 to finish it out. 331 average combat score and 6 first bloods. That's going to be 17 first bloods over 2 maps so far for Dez. Very impressive performance so far. And we saw Khan doing some work there with the Odin as well, able to grab a first blood of his own and that 239 average combat score.
Absolutely. That is absurd. 6 first bloods, 17 total on the day, and we're only 2 maps in. That is absolutely absurd.
You're absolutely right. Now, I, for one, am very excited to see map 3. We're going into Lotus for map number 3. But, I don't know. I think that was a little bit more of a dominant performance by Event Horizon. We didn't go into overtime on that map. What do you think, Event? I think RyZe Academy has some stuff that they might need to work on, but what do you think?
I think that this map is super up in the air for both teams, honestly, because with the changes, I don't know if the meta is meta anymore. I don't know if they know if the meta is meta anymore. So either team could absolutely take it. I think it is going to come down to like just grit and determination. And we saw on Split that both these teams have absolutely want to win this game and have so much just grit to try and fight it out. And so I think that definitely RyZe needs to keep an eye on, like, don't let what happened on Ascent happen again. That thrifty round, I think, really kind of put them behind too much for them to be able to come back. But other than that, I think both teams have a great chance to win this.
I agree completely. We were able to talk to Pulsar, Event Horizon's coach, before this series started, and he told us that his girls were here to win, and it looks like that they are here to do exactly that. As we're going into map 3, we're going into Lotus. And I'm excited to see the conclusion of this series, a little bit of a friendly in-house rivalry coming to an end here on this map. And we are going to go to a little bit of a break, and we will be back in just a little bit.
It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this hard time. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over. All I wanna do is to put my arms around you and watch these moments fall back into place. All I wanna do is to make you stop and love me. How can I be blue when you catch me in these feelings like okay. I love you, I do need you, I do love you.
All right, welcome back everyone to Titans of Tier 3 League Week 2. We're here with Event Horizon versus RyZe Academy. We're going into map 3 of today's series, and Ronak, I am pretty excited.
I'm also super excited. I have yet to see a match in this league play on the new Lotus. I was really hoping for my last map to make it to map 3 because it was also Lotus. But I'm super excited that we get to see it. We get to actually see it. I really want to see what the teams pick, what the compositional strategies are. I'm fascinated as to how this will change, or if everyone will just go with the standard.
You're right. And we saw Event Horizon GC play on Lotus last week, but it was the old Lotus before these update took place. So I'd be curious to see if their strategy is going to be pretty similar, and it looks like it is so far. That Astra pick coming out and the Viper as well, that double controller setup from both teams is going to prove to be very useful with that stall potential. And they have this guy there, they have the RyZe, pretty aggressive opportunities there for both teams. I think we're going to see a lot of fast rotates again. We saw some of that kind of stuff on Split with Event Horizon playing some ring around the rosy, but we'll see. I imagine we'll see some of that same stuff today, and it's looking like mostly a mirror comp for both teams, with exceptions of Astra and Omen.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, I would say, the pretty standard comp for Lotus. So no major changes yet. We'll see maybe if the meta develops and teams will change in the future. But for right now, they're sticking with what they know, which I think is definitely the smart decision. I think probably changing on the fly maybe is not a great plan. Probably best to test that sort of thing in scrims first. But I am interested to see this Astra versus Omen. The only difference in these two comps, and really has a pretty significant impact. Omen is a much more aggressive duelist, or duelist style controller, and Astra has massive support and lurk potential, which are very different play styles. So I'm very interested to see how this goes.
Absolutely. Astra is a very flexible agent. She can do a lot of different things with all of her stars, so she has a lot of potential for changing up the fight very quickly with a well-placed star and a well-used star at that. So it'll be interesting to see how Event Horizon's strategy differs from RyZe Academy's. And RyZe Academy once again starting on attack. RyZe Academy picked this map. They picked Lotus, and Event Horizon chose to start on defense once again. So we'll be seeing something similar as well. Seeing what RyZe Academy can do here. That Sky Flash comes out in C very quickly. So they found some intel a little bit, but no rotations are happening quite yet. Just that KJ turret alone on B. With that quick rotation coming from Nemesis towards B. Not quite onto B yet, but they're still playing for that default setup that they were expecting and that they were correct to expect from Event Horizon. Now comes that push down mid, or down A main, towards Khan, but Khan backs away just in time. He's able to get out of the way of that Viper Molly, and now they're going to commit that spike towards C, thinking that rotate's probably coming around, which it is. Here comes Dez and crew pushing down, getting ready to pinch RyZe Academy here on that pistol round. Very big Sky Flash comes out, but Mac finds Kiara in the backside anyways. Cancels out any more of those flashes. Dez finds the pick onto Brakan with that Ghost. Divine just inches away from some of those RyZe Academy players, and not really expecting Nikavi to be there with the classic right click. Falls right away. Down comes the bomb, and out comes the paint shells. Grabs a bit of damage on Nikavi, and a decent chunk of damage has been done. Kelly finds a pick onto Neppy, and now it's a 3v3 with a lot of control onto site here from Event Horizon. That postman is going to be a little bit difficult, but they're going to be able to try to push for it. They're going to be able to do it. Half. Khan finds Kelly. Doesn't find Nemesis in the smoke, and Nemesis pulls it off. Just barely getting out of the way of that spam through the Viper Orb. Mac finds him after the defuse has gone down, but that round is already over, and the economy is going to be a little bit different to show for it.
Wow, with 1 HP surviving, or it might not have been exactly 1, but just extremely low from Nemesis, just sticking through on that spike, really well done. Honestly, I think that is, you might see that impact from the change on C site. It's a lot harder to plant, like, open for mound now, and you get a lot more sort of on-site plants, and I think maybe people don't know how to play around it as well, and that might have had an effect on that round.
Absolutely. I think the meta's definitely shifted towards Lotus. You don't play out of mound quite so much anymore. But the smokes on C are going to become a lot more valuable, blocking out all the intel that you can get from staying in that close left and that far right, where you see that Define's playing right now. But Khan finds a much needed pick on A main onto Nemesis, freeing up some space with that Astra Star is now going to sit dormant at the front of C. No use coming out of that, but there is KJ still there that Event Horizon can make use of. Not much else is happening outside of that, though. They do have that Viper wall to work off onto B, and you see Dez there waiting for someone to walk in. Finds that pick with the Spectre onto Khan, so no Viper to work with. And now it's a 4v4. Both teams using a controller, but it's going to be a little bit different in terms of what controller they miss. And Mac comes in, finds a full pick with that Ghost on Divine. Very close call for Brakan there with that Molly's, but Dez finds one. Brakan grabs that trade with the Ghost. Neppy falls, and Nikavi grabs a pick onto Kelly, and now it's a 2v1. Just Kiara left to fend for herself
30
against
seconds left.
both Nikavi and another player. Both Brakan and Neppy ready to take down Kiara. Not sure if they know where she is, but plenty of util to work with here. That one Omen smoke coming out. This is a very intense econ round so far. Kiara gets close with the Spectre, doesn't find anything. Brakan is on low HP, so has to back up a little bit. Flash comes out, looks away, doesn't have to find anything. Finds Nikavi, but Brakan grabs that trade with the Ghost, picks up the Spectre, and has a gun to show for it. And there is the end of round number 2, 1-1, going into these next rounds.
Wow, what a thrifty, and the reposition to jump on top of that box, another new angle that you have to be prepared for. Wow, the fake flash as well, I thought was gonna be able to pull it off, but oh my goodness, just a fantastically played round by RyZe, able to get that first blood, trade out super effectively on site, and end up coming away with the win.
Absolutely, it's a very close call for Kiara. Was able to find the Kavi, but not able to do anything to finish out the round, unfortunately. But a close call there, and now both teams are pretty even in terms of purchase. But now it's going to be pushed coming towards C. Out comes that Showstopper, finds Kelly in the smoke. Mac finds a quick kill, finds a quick second with the Vandal in the back of sight. Divine unable to stop it, and now Mac has a lot of space to work with here. Kiara's pushing forwards, but just has a classic. He's going to have to try to get that dog around to find space, but not able to do it. Mac, here comes that paint shell, here comes that Sky Flash. Gonna force the Event Horizon players to back away a little bit. Right, here comes a swing. Kiara finds 2 with the Sheriff! A huge pick coming out from Kiara in the back of sight, finding both RyZe Academy players, and now they have rifles to work with, Event Horizon does, and they're going to be able to push on the site a little bit better, but both controllers are still alive for RyZe Academy and none for Event Horizon. Nakabi finds both of the Vandal. That was such a close play there from Kiara, finding 2 kills with that Sheriff, but not able to do quite anything after getting on site with the Vandal. Oh my goodness.
Wow, that could have been really bad for RyZe. They got just a little bit too aggressive out here with not like a ton of support. I mean, if they don't get the mound kill, if the KJ doesn't get the mound kill there, I think that round might be lost. That's such a dangerous decision and a beautiful shot, but great job still holding down with the 3 people on site, securing the round, and getting up 2-1.
Very well played for Kiara, still taking 2 of those rifles out of RyZe Academy's hands. So getting value out of it nonetheless, but RyZe Academy still going to have a little bit of advantage here going on to this next round, but they're still pushing up into C again, looking for that aggressive play. Trying to get something done through that Omen Smoke, the spam not quite connecting with anyone. And there's still a bit of KJ utility there to work with, and that Astro Star now is up and able to do something. If as long as RyZe Academy pushes into it, but nothing quite yet. Not quite committed to anywhere in particular, as Khan comes and grabs it from spawn there, but looking to make something happen here on B. Maybe they don't know if Dez is behind that box. But out comes Dez, and Neppy finds that box, finds Dez, not able to get any picks out of the gate. But Kiara is able to find that. Matt grabs the trade, and both guys are down, out for the count, but now it's 4v3. Event Horizon 53. Divine doesn't get found by the Boombot in the Omen Smoke. Almost able to grab a pick, but Nakabi is able to get that around the corner pretty quickly. Unfortunate for Divine, they're not able to grab that headshot. But Nemesis finds one with the Khan, though. Almost finds one to Nakabi, but Kelly finds one to bring Khan on the other side of the site. But now it's a 2v2. Nemesis has a little bit of HP to work with, and so does Nakabi. Here comes
1 enemy
that
remaining.
Viper wall. Nakabi finds Kelly, though. Nemesis still very low HP. Peeks out, doesn't find Mac, and Mac doesn't find anything in return. Gonna have to run away and save that rifle on 5 HP. Probably a smart idea in this situation.
Definitely, I think saving the gun there is smart. It got it close again, even though they're on Nico. Pulling it, or not on Nico, but they're in a bad situation after they lose their RyZe in A main, or in B main, but still, like, it got so close there, but I think saving the gun is right. It's just an unfortunate round for them. Like, it's RyZe is in perfect position if they don't go for the split onto B, but they open the door, and Des is just caught completely out in the open, and just very unlucky.
Yeah, that was one of those quick rotations that we talked about earlier. Just all these sites are so close together that they're able to push through those rotating doors and get onto the very quickly. That flash, 2 sky flashes out, a lot of intel gain for both sides, but we see that Des here is pushed up through mound, trying to get another risky play. Gets caught out by the dog, but still is a showstopper to work with. And there's an open TP on the other side, but not much they're going to be able to do about it right now. They're not sure if they can safely TP anywhere and get enough intel to get any value out of it. Just pushed up very far here through. It's a showstopper out, gets caught by the paranoia, but still finds Neppy. Spike is down, and now Event Horizon knows that there's a spike down and can commit a little bit harder to a site. Boombot doesn't find anything in particular. Seekers come out, find a little bit, and here comes that Sky Hill. Out comes the KJ Molly to deter a little bit of that pursuing, but still, RyZe Academy a little bit worse for wear, down an initiator. Down their only initiator, excuse me, but they're still gonna be pushing into 2 Event Horizon players and some KJ utility. Which maybe they didn't know if that was there before, but they're about to find out that it's there. Coming through into tree, Divine ready for it.
Oh,
But Khan and Nakavi are more than ready for that as
left.
well. Finding 2 picks out. Mac finds a 3rd on the Kelly.
Remaining.
And Brakan finds another on the Kiara, and it's just Nemesis left to defend against these 4 players.
Spike planted.
Doesn't have any, just has 1 Astro Star to work with so far. And no Cosmic Divide, so it's going to be a little bit of a difficult push in. We'll see if she decides to push in to save that rifle. And that was a very, again, another quick rotate from RyZe Academy. We saw that they pushed in through A main. They came all the way to C A rather quickly. But They're not going to find much else outside of that. Nemesis just barely escaping max vision and gets caught in the back a little bit. Just a little bit caught off guard. That's all 5 players down for Event Horizon. That's going to be a round win on RyZe Academy's side.
Dang, another round with these mid-round rotates just coming in huge. Both of these teams very heavy on the rotate. Event Horizon looks to be doing pretty good at the start, but they just get picked off. They get that early blood, but then they're rotated into A before RyZe is there, and it just doesn't work out. They're not able to get the trades out onto site, and they end up losing it. I think this timeout is definitely smart. It felt like everything was going your way if you're Event Horizon that round, and then all of a sudden you just found yourself in a 4v1 and the round was over. So definitely a good idea to take a timeout, see what's going on, see if you can figure out a new plan of how to handle this.
Absolutely. Valorant, when it comes down to it, is a race to get onto site. And especially in situations like these, you can see that for sure. Those fast rotates are going to come in key. The faster you go into those rotates, the sooner you're going to be able to really secure site, and especially because they have all that Viper utility, they're going to be able to lock it down as soon as they get on there. So those fast rotates are going to come in very much important as this map progresses.
Absolutely. And I think that, yeah, I'm hoping Event Horizon is taking this time out to consider that and figure out exactly what their game plan is against these fast rotates.
They might have to play a little bit slower. They might have to hold a few more angles, play a little bit further back, play for their lives a little bit more. Just try to get what intel they can, what picks they can, while they wait for RyZe Academy to play into their hands. And we'll see how their play changes a little bit. We see immediately those Astro Shards very aggressive. There comes that one way. I think we've seen that before, but that's the first time I've noticed it. There's another star though that are ready to be put into use, and we're seeing actually a little bit more aggressive play here coming from Event Horizon. 3 players pushed up into mid, not staying behind that entrance into sight like they have been before, but Des is still pushed out into Mound, ready to take a pick if she can manage. But now they see that there's a RyZe Academy creeped up into B. Mac finds that pick onto Kelly, and now they have B to work with, and there's no other players on site. Event Horizon is going to push into A main, but the damage is already done, and Kelly is down, and here comes that Viper's Pit taking over site. Lotus is B on Lotus is a little bit bigger site than it used to be, but it's still more than enough for a Viper's Pit. As Nemesis is pushed in, has to wait for that KJ turret to go down, dealing with that decay of the Viper's Pit. Has a star to work with, but isn't really going to be able to do anything with it quite yet. See, that Viper's Pit actually goes pretty far towards C-Slide. And out comes the Sky Flash. Bracon waiting to see if they can do anything with this util. They get spammed through the box. Dez finds the rest of that kill. Nemesis finds the second on the con, and Viper's Pit is going down. Divine finds the third into Hobby as they're pushing onto the site here. Here comes that conflict divide. Neppy finds the kill Divine, but Nemesis finds another. Neppy unable to peek through that wall and get away with it. And there goes the bomb. And that's a little bit of a reset for Event Horizon. I'm sure they're excited to see that.
Wow, yeah, that was an insane round. You get B for free. You get not even for free. I mean, you get a kill and B. You get the Viper's Pit down on site. It feels like that round is really in trouble, but a great decision, I think, this time. The change up for Event Horizon was they pushed all the way through C Mount instead of trying to rotate back through spawn, which takes forever on the defense. They flank all the way through. They're able to get the kill on the KJB main, and then all of a sudden you're pressuring from too many sides, and they're able to get the Viper and win the round.
Absolutely. Like I said, they have so many different avenues of attack and so many opportunities to rotate that, I mean, RyZe Academy can't guard all of them at the exact same time, especially when that Viper's Pit goes up and they lose a bunch of visibility around sight. And
I've got your trail.
Speaking of sight here, it looks like they're trying to take C. Out come those Seekers to push into sight a little bit. Two of them get taken out, but there's a third going into Waterfall, so they know for sure that this is a player in Waterfall that they're going to have to deal with. But out comes that Unspoken. Out comes the lockdown. It's going to make it a lot harder for RyZe Academy to push on the site. And Event Horizon doesn't have a lockdown of their own. Out comes the Showstopper, finds Divine in the back of sight, just outside of that. And Kelly finds Mac in a trade. But no one gets caught by that lockdown. And looks like Connor's playing with that kid. Doesn't look like there's any flankers coming. Dez gets caught with the flash. Neppy unable to capitalize on it. But another flash comes through, and now there's playing a little bit of the buddy system here for Event Horizon, looking to get a pick or a trade or something that can help them get on the site. Get a little bit of purchase. Des finds one onto Neppy, gets a headshot there, and continues to take space into sight. There's just one player on site, but there's 2 players in Mound to deal with, And Nakabi finds one, and Pecan finds a second. Nakabi finds 3, and Kezi finds Pecan, but not able. Doesn't really have enough time to get that defuse off, and is gonna have to walk away from that spike and keep that rifle safe for the next round.
Yeah, that was a great take by RyZe, or sorry, RyZe Academy. Dang it, I think it's the first time I've done that. They committed the KJ ult after they'd already taken site to just be able to stall for time, and it came back right there. You saw Kelly just didn't have enough time to be able to defuse at that point. Also, just their post plants are really good. They did get that mound plant this time, which it's a lot harder to get that plant down, but if you get it, it's still pretty strong. And just they have so much post plant with the Viper mollies and the KJ mollies. It's really hard to retake in that situation.
Absolutely, all that new space on C and B has shifted where it is safe to plant now, and especially how easy it is to get into sight. So we're seeing 4 players stacked up onto B. They are able to set up a crossfire now. You weren't able to do that before the Lotus updates, and but now they can set that up. They have something pretty deadly going on here. But it looks like RyZe Academy going to push through A and not have to deal with that in the first place. Luckily for them, there is an Astra Star, but Broken Door is still intact for now, so they're not going to have to deal with it. Up comes a Viper Wall from Event Horizon, but not blocking too much off. So comes in and clears off most of the site, so RyZe Academy knows they're good to go. They don't have much to deal with on site, and here they come. Here comes the bomb. Here comes the rotation from Event Horizon. Four players up into heaven. Out comes the Boombot and the Skydog.
Planted.
Finds one. Didn't find a whole lot else, but that Viper Orb is stopping some visibility going into Secret. Doesn't find anyone in. He's out in sight. Dez finds one, but Khan grabs the trade. Kiara grabs a pick with that Sheriff, and Khan's low on HP, but so is Neppy, but they're both of them able to find kills on their own. Khan finds a second and a third, and 4 total kills for Khan that round. A nice little 4K with that Vandal. 79 HP, unnecessary to worry about that missing 21. Looks like we have a little bit of a tech timeout here. Nemesis is having some PC issues.
Thank you.
So we will take a little bit of a small break here. But I think we're seeing a pretty dominant performance here so far from RyZe Academy. They're really taking advantage of those fast rotates, and they're staying on top of it.
Absolutely, and I think that their biggest strength right now is the post plant. They're getting the spike down with these really fast rotates, and then they are not letting that post plant go. I think of the 2 rounds that Event Horizon has won, I think only one was a post plant victory. Well, both were defuses, but if I remember correctly, pistol round they were up numbers pretty significantly going into the post plant. RyZe has just they've been getting the spike down and they've been winning the post plants. So Event Horizon needs to change something up. Either come up with a new retake plan to try and prevent that post plant utility from being able to do so much work, or stop letting them get into post plant positions with so much util. Try and fight them on site, try and force them to do something. I think the round where they aggressed C main and then flanked instead of just staying on instead of just rotating through the CT is the round that they looked the best. That was the round where they won on B when it didn't seem like that there was much of a chance. And I think maybe they should look at more of that, trying to get these flanks, trying to take the space and then be able to use it in an effective way for their retakes.
Absolutely. There's a lot of different little avenues of attack that Lotus has. It's a very convoluted map, although a small one, so there's a lot of opportunity for quick rotations and a lot of opportunities to set up different angles of attacking. Like you saw on that round, like you were saying, they had the Cosmic Divide up, which is going to make it a lot more difficult for RyZe Academy to hold that post plant, but they were able to come through 2 different avenues. They had to come through the backside of B and through B main as well to really take control of that site, and they were eventually able to get that diffuse down without too much pressure coming in from RyZe Academy. So
Yeah.
if they can do more of that, if they can keep that aggression up and really keep doing those flanks, because RyZe Academy not super set up for those flanks as much as we've seen so far. So if they can really take advantage of that and get into those positions where they can be playing a little bit more for that aggressive retake, then they're going to have a little bit easier time playing for those post plant situations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think because they're playing the way that RyZe is playing the post plant, they put so much util. They need so much util on the spike that it takes away some of that flank protection that you would normally expect from the KJ or a Viper lurk.
Absolutely.
So I do think that it's something that maybe Event Horizon can look at trying to exploit. And also maybe just I don't know. It's really hard to get rotates on this map correctly on the defense because it takes you so long to rotate. Like, you need to be able to win post-plant scenarios. So I think that they need to figure out a way to do that because just stopping them from taking a site is probably not going to happen on Lotus.
Absolutely. It is Lotus is a little bit more defense-sided than it was before the update, but there is still a lot of attacking potential because you have all those aggressive corners that you can play after post-plant. Makes it a lot harder for a retake, especially from main on B and C. But I mean, A is mostly unchanged except for the hut in the middle, so they were able to take RyZe Academy able to take advantage of that and at least play for post-plant there, which is something I'm sure they're familiar with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that like the sites are definitely a lot more defensive sided, but that can also end up being offensive sided on those sites due to the post plant sort of situation. And the rotates for the attack is just so much faster than the rotates for defense. That is still definitely an impactor for making this map heavily towards the offense, or not heavily, but more towards the offense than the defense.
Absolutely. Now, while we're in this tech timeout, I want to kind of look back on the two maps that we already dealt with. We already dealt with Split and Ascent, and we saw some of the similar plays, some of those fast rotates, but it looks like actually, as I say that, we're going back. We're getting out of that tech timeout, and here we are. Whoa, we're in the middle of action already.
Yes,
we're seeing that fast push so long. Oh my goodness. And already two players down. Nakabi finds 2 picks with that headshot through, I believe that was through the rotating door, but here we go. I mean, we're already into the action. We're on to B. Kelly is waiting for some peeks here. And the dog finds a free pick on Epi and Bakan, but Khan finds that tree, and you know, now it's a 3v2.
One enemy
Red
remaining.
Horizon's gonna have a little bit of opportunity, but not for Divine. As Max finds that headshot.
Spike
We see
planted.
Nemesis coming here through main, has a Vandal to work with, but doesn't have a lot of space, and has 3 RyZe Academy bodies that they're gonna run into. Has no Cosmic Divide, but I mean, an assortment of the guns on the ground that they can choose from at the very least.
And I think they spotted Nemesis here in main, which is going to make this retake very difficult.
Absolutely, they have both Viper and Omen utility to work with. RyZe's utility, he is there to cause a little bit of pressure. Nemesis gets that kill, but doesn't have a lot of HP left for it. And oh my goodness, speaking of which, falls to the life from Molly. I don't know if she was expecting that one, but it caught her off guard, that's for sure. Grabs that little bit of HP that she had left.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the second round as well, where Event Horizon has just gotten caught out, where they go to try and like fight through door of some kind, and they get split on B main and C, and it just ends up not working out for them. I'm not even sure like what you can do about that. It's really unfortunate that both rounds that they went to door, I think that they RyZe put people down B main both of those times.
Absolutely. I think Kelly had a nice little chance to get some picks there. The dog didn't quite check that corner, so she was able to pick out and grab 2, which I think is great if you're in that situation where they're pushing through B main. Yeah, not much else happened besides that. We weren't able to see the start of the round there, or at least I wasn't, because we were engrossed in our discussion. But now we're seeing a similar thing, I think what we saw at the start of last round, where we're seeing that B push, but that Spike not quite committed once again, playing for that rotate if it's necessary, but there's 2 Astro Stars there waiting, and there's 4 players from Event Horizon. They're ready to roll out the welcome. Tries to play, Nemesis pokes out, grabs 1. Kiara finds another, but Mac has picked off Dez. Not much else besides that, but it's a 3v4 on RyZe Academy side. They're gonna have to play a little bit slower here. Maybe look for some picks, look to grab something, take a little bit of numbers advantage. Here come that Seekers, looking to find out where they are, and all 3 of them are A main, so now they know that there's not a whole lot of space over there to take that space, and they just have to wait out time a little bit here. Speaking of which, here comes Khan pushing through that Astro Smoke. But it's going to pack off when they hear the Skydog. Skydog doesn't find anything, but there's still 2 players there on the other side of the field. 3 players, actually. Kelly, just the wrong time, but Kelly, oh my goodness, almost finds 3, but still is able to find a couple of kills there, and that's a thrifty for Event Horizon.
That is a great round. Decided to do a little bit of delayed C aggression. Catches RyZe completely unaware, and then Kelly cleans it up here with the judge. Or, well, I mean, I wouldn't call this clean exactly. The timing was very bad, but this is again a new angle here. People aren't used to clearing it. They didn't really know that. I mean, they didn't. No one was even looking at it for a good solid 3 seconds.
I think they were definitely playing for reactionary there. Yeah, I mean that's a new corner. That used to be a flat wall before this update happened. So yeah, Kelly definitely took advantage of that, but that judge was able to find 2, and
Scout
I
destroyed.
mean it got cleaned up eventually. So that round ended pretty decisively. So now that lockdown comes out and is able to cover quite a decent amount of space, blocking off both B and C. There's still some space available on 1, 2, but they're not going to do that. They're not
Scout
going to.
destroyed.
That Skydog finds quite a few in deep main, and here comes that Showstopper. Pushing out, does get blinded fast to take the break. Finds Neppy though. Neppy's close enough to get found by that Showstopper, and that's just going to get healed up on the side there. Viper Wall comes up and block off the entrance, but a little of the spam able to come through. Des does find the Kavi, and Mac grabs that trade. Both race players are now down. Kelly finds another.
Standing.
Kiara finds Khan is
down,
pushing
B.
out onto site, and it's just 1 player left out on B for Khan. Makes some work here. Does find Divine, and not able to find Kelly though. Kelly grabs that trade, finishing off the round. Another 2. That's 2 rounds in a row now for Event Horizon, trying to make a little bit of a
Last
comeback.
round in the half.
Absolutely, they've now doubled their rounds after the last 2 rounds, which is super good. Comeback might be here again. This is, I mean, it at least used to be a very offense-sided map. And if you can get 4, if you can get 5 here, 7-5 will be pretty good. But that round just, again, I think Event Horizon has found a little bit of timed aggression maybe, instead of trying to force everything at once or like at split times. They aggressed both sides, one side with KJ ult, one side just with the RyZe, and were able to really make a lot of headway.
Here comes that Viper's Pit out onto a main pretty early. A very aggressive Viper's Pit that doesn't take up a lot of space, but it does block off a few key areas. Really blocks off that A main push. So Khan, if Khan wants to take space here, it has to go through that rotating door, which everyone on the map is going to see. They cleared that close angle. Another one of those new angles. Maybe not used to looking there, but does so nonetheless. I think RyZe Academy probably learned their lesson after what happened on C with the judge from Kelly. But then now they have a whole different problem to worry about, and that's going to be this Viper's Pit. If they want to make any sort of purchase here, they're going to have to go through those rotating doors or brave the push with the Viper's Pit, which they don't know how many players are in there. They're just waiting.
This is a very interesting choice to not have anyone else on A. Fully trust in that Viper.
Probably using mostly for intel because they're seeing. Here comes that Showstopper, by the way, but they're probably seeing. They know when that door opens that's going to be where most of them are. Showstopper. Oh my gosh, does find Divine in the corner. Doesn't clear out that Viper's Pit to find the kill on the left. Coming out here. Here comes that Cosmic Divide. And another Viper's Pit in response onto site this time, on top of that spike. Kelly blocking out that Viper's Pit. Boombot comes out at just the wrong time. Grabs a little bit of damage, but not too much. Rakan falls to Kelly. Now it is a 4v4. Both Killjoys are now down. The Viper's Pit is still covering the site and being very annoying. Fire comes down, but Nikari finds a kill on Kelly. And a little bit of a bloodbath here. Des finds one, and Des finds that final kill for a 3k onto Mac and gets that diffuse off for Event Horizon. And that's now Event Horizon's 3rd round in a row.
Yeah,
getting a little bit of a win.
Absolutely, that is a huge momentum shift.
Switching sides.
I mean, they lost so many rounds, and then getting those last 3 right before the switch, getting onto offense is super good. This was so many ults committed. This just comes down to absolute who can hit the head better when there's just so many ults down, and Event Horizon's able to pull it off. These battles inside the Viper's Pit is absolutely absurd.
A really dramatic ending to the first half, where we're going 7-5 onto offense for Event Horizon, and now we're gonna see what they can do kind of in response there. We're not seeing that same aggressive and impressive scoreline that we saw in the other 2 matches, but still something impressive nonetheless. Mac with 17 kills and 9 deaths so far. Hopefully Mac can keep that same performance up on defense here, as we're seeing another C push. Not something unlike what RyZe Academy was doing. That bomb's still not committed to any site in particular, but we do see 3 RyZe players stacked down in. And we have that Killjoy utility lined up. A lot of utility dumped onto C there. You see 2 players waiting to receive a certain aggression, but we're not going to see that aggression today. do see that Nemesis is waiting outside of C to see if she can maybe pick off anyone over there and still place those stars from that far away, but nothing out quite yet. That spike not quite committed still, sitting in B main. Just looking for picks right now. It looks like Event Horizon taking their sweet time with those rotates, trying to make sure that they can take space if they need to, but we see that Nemesis is pushed all the way through B site. Might become a little bit of a problem for RyZe Academy as she's pushing all the way into CT. Might meet up with Khan here. And we do see that Divine gets that kill. Oh, my misnamed the players, but that's not going to matter too much anymore. Now that 4 of them have been downed, and it's just Nemesis alone to take care of the defuse, but the defuse is going to go up before Nemesis can take advantage of it. And this time, moment it does stop the defuse, actually. Has 2 so far, just 6 HP left to work with, and that Nakavi's close right, trying to keep Nemesis from making any purchase with that. Nemesis does, well, that pull does bring Braun off the defuse, but Nakavi is there with the right click from the classic to end out the round.
Wow, it got significantly closer. Oh, sorry, I apologize, but I got it significantly closer than really it seemed like it should have been. Nemesis almost pulling that off in a crazy round. I really liked Event Horizon's play. They get that lurk up. I'm not sure if they broke KJU till earlier or if it just wasn't there on B that round, but they got the lurk up, and I love the plant for B Link. That's something that actually we used to do on Event Horizon while I was there, and it's worked really well, but it ended up just not working out for them at all. That retake came too fast.
Yeah, one of those, again, those quick retakes that Lotus is pretty good for. But now we're seeing a quick take to begin with. We're seeing the faint shells come out. This Skydog is going to maybe that close corner. I'll pass the Viper orb. He does dive in the backside. Does find on with the Sheriff in one stab, destroys the KJ turret. Oh my goodness. Maybe. There we go. KJ turret comes down. Bakwon is left in Waterfall to wait for reinforcements with that Spectre. Waiting for some time. Kelly with the Molly. Oh my goodness, 2 outlaw kills in the back of sight. Nakavi finds a third on Dez, and Rakan finds another over Kelly with the Spectre. Just 1 left. Divine fighting for any sort of picks, but Nepi finds that classic quick, and now we're going to go into a bonus round for RyZe Academy.
Wow, with the 2 outlaws, that's the new gun for you. And oh man, Event Horizon with lots of light armor, which is that is one-shottable by an outlaw. You notice just a couple people right then switched from the light armor to the heavy armor with a Guardian instead, because you don't want to get just one shot randomly by an outlaw. It was honestly a closer, again, it started off really well for Event Horizon. Great kill by Des, but then just the retake is too strong.
Absolutely right. This new gun has been changing the meta a little bit. We saw in a lot of different capabilities, we saw that light armor and Vandal become a pretty heavy strat. Very well favored by a lot of different teams, but now that the Outlaw is in play and it's so cheap and does so much damage to light armor, then players need to be a little bit more careful about what they're choosing when they are going into a bonus.
Covering it.
I do gotta say, this is the first gun I believe that Riot has added to the game. It's definitely changed the meta in the way that we've seen, as Dez finds a kill onto Mac with no Outlaw. And there's just one more player on A that they're going to have to deal with as the rotate starts to come through. That spike not quite committed anywhere. They're going to looks like they are going to commit it to C though. RyZe Academy's going to hear them rotating and place a smoke down, but there's not too much opposition on C so far. If Event Horizon gets in there, they can really take advantage of the space. The flash doesn't find anyone, and Des is pushing up. Des is taking as much space as they can, trying to get a pick. Maybe use that showstopper if it's online. And RyZe Academy doesn't have a showstopper to respond with. Outlaw pick from Nepi finds one onto Nemesis, but Des grabs that trade. Khan finds the Sheriff pick onto Kelly, but it's still a 3v3 here as RyZe Academy finds that KJ util probably in a way they didn't want to in the first place. As Kiara finds a pick with the Guardian onto Brakan. I don't know if that was planned that Sky found, but here comes the showstopper nonetheless. Takes a lot of damage off of Khan, and Khan not able to do anything about it. Nakavi, only one left alive with just a bit of HP to contend with, as this spike is going to keep ticking down. Not too much left on Nakavi's end, but plenty of HP for Event Horizon, and they're going to get away with it. They're going to try to keep the guns that they have Nakavi gonna toss the spike there. Not sure what the plan was about that one.
Yeah, that was a great round, though. Event Horizon really abusing those fast offensive rotates. They put a lot of pressure A. Everyone starts rotating off towards it on the defense, but by the time they realize that it's not going to be an A hit, they're already on C. You can really get those fast offensive rotates, and they played it well to outthink the Outlaws and not get too much damage done from them. They got one Outlaw pick and one Sheriff pick, so not bad, but good situation if you're Event Horizon.
Absolutely. I think we're seeing a little bit of a strategy shift here. Event Horizon's going to want to play with rotations of their own, but nothing happening quite yet as far as rotations goes. There's a little bit of aggression from RyZe Academy on A main, pushing right into that KJ turret. No bolts to work with on either team, but maybe looking to change that is Neppy. Very close call with Kelly, but no picks quite yet, no trades either. That spike still not quite committed. As we see, this Mac is pushed pretty far down A main, waiting for some sort of rotation. And I think this is a little bit of the answer for these fast rotates, is to just play these angles, play really slow, and wait for them to peek into you. But all that sky util is gonna find some intel, and maybe they know that rotate's not quite so safe, as they're gonna start. Event Horizon's going to start committing to the other side of the map. Those extremities are really popular with this team, and it looks like that they're going to be playing right into Nakavi's hands here. No smokes to work with at the moment, but Nakavi's about to have one online. Both Astra smokes come up, and
30
Nakavi not able
seconds
to
left.
get one out in time to stop Event Horizon from getting onto site. As the 4 players are coming on to the site, and Divine maybe looking to make something happen on B, but Spike's not down yet. Here comes that Spike. There's going to be 4 players pushed out into Waterfall for RyZe Academy. Dez finds the 1 in CT. But now we see that Viper utility is coming in handy. All that stall. Divine finds Rakan with 1. Finds a second onto Neppy with that headshot. That's a 3rd and 4th onto the Conan Mack, and finishes out the round with a nice little 4K. That lurk onto B, not exactly expected from RyZe Academy, but coming in to very hot play from Divine. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow, and we just missed it on that replay. I was talking about it's hard to get that spike down, but it's not too bad if the smoke goes down at the perfect time. We were able to kill the guy spraying to kill the diffuser, and then this work is just perfect. And this is almost a collat. That is insane. What a spray with a Vandal. Just a fantastic work by Divine.
So Kelly was on the other end of that, forcing the teammates to line up a little bit there. Almost a collab, but not quite. You were right on that. But very clutch play from Divine, excuse me. As now they're looking to push towards the other side of the map here. RyZe finds finds a little pick onto Divine with the Sheriff, but not gonna be able to get that gun. Not gonna be able to get that Vandal, which they might have been hoping for, but so far back in the spawn that they weren't able to find that Vandal. As Event Horizon's looking to push up a little bit more here. That easy for them to change their mind and rotate towards B instead. Mac forced to back off because of that Sky Flash, but able to get off the grenade in time. We did see a little bit of a lineup come through that little gap in the top. Broken link there. Kelly finds something with that smaller, but not able to do it. Nemesis finds 1. 3 picks down so far. Kelly finds a 4th, and working on Team Ace here for Event Horizon. But Divine's not there to capitalize on it, as it's just Nakavi with just about half HP.
30 seconds left.
For smoke. Spam goes a little bit wide, but Nemesis finds that final kill.
Dang, that was a round. They get the first blood on RyZe Academy. They have a chance for the Thrifty, but it just ends up they just don't have the guns for it. It's a brawl on B, and they do a lot of damage. It's just the worst guns definitely come back to bite them there, and they're not able to pull it off. Those B like mid-round brawls are always so chaotic, and I'm actually very impressed by Event Horizon to be able to win that so effectively. Like, I don't think they lost anyone outside that first blood, even on a B, like just scrum, which is very difficult to figure out what's going on.
You're right. Now we're seeing a little bit more aggressive play here from the Showstopper, though. Dez does find Neppy, and Divine picks up Mac, but now it's just a 3v2 on side of Event Horizon, they're able to get that ult orb, and now they have some Seekers to work with, so they might know that they have some time to get on the site with here. Astro Stars are coming down, and you know, RyZe Academy are trying to rotate over to site, but they don't have a lot of time to do it. The Seekers find their targets, and Event Horizon's gonna get that bomb down. They have all 3 players on the site, just playing for that post plant situation. You see, Rakan
You are
and the
divided!
Kavi gonna have to push through that Cosmic Divide now. No ults to work with of their own, but Rakan is close to one. But they do have some util to work with. Rakan with all that KJ util might be able to take a little bit of space, but we'll have to see how this goes. As they're gonna have to push through that Cosmic Divide still with all of Event Horizon's players watching it, and that Viper Molly comes through at just the right time. To take just
One enemy
some
remaining.
damage off of- Oh my goodness! Kelly and Kiara both find those last 2 picks. And now we're all tied up at 9 here.
Make sure
Event
to
Horizon
follow my
going a little bit
packet.
of a
They'll lead
run.
us right to the enemy.
Absolutely. 4 wins in a row right here. They had those 3 wins right before the half switched. Great comeback so far by them. They're almost, I mean, it's right on the cusp. I think they forced RyZe, yep, down to another eco, which is, I mean, this could absolutely be the swing round here. They're close on several ultimates as well. I really like Event Horizon's use of ultimates to secure rounds there. They committed the Astra Wall, even though they were like already in really good position. It's better to just guaranteedly win a round.
Absolutely. RyZe Academy does have a Viper ult to work with here, but they're not going to have too much outside of that. They might have a lockdown if they get lucky. But both teams are pretty stacked towards A at this moment, but we see that Divine is pushed up towards C a little bit, maybe trying to secure that rotate if they can manage it. Is going to have that lockdown for a post-plant situation if it does come to that, but first they got to plant the bomb. And we see, you know, Kelly is waiting for an opportunity on A, maybe to grab a pick. Nothing quite yet. Getting an ult orb for the showstopper. Gonna be very crucial in this round to secure that post-plant situation if necessary, and they might be coming up on Nakavi here. Flash doesn't find anyone though. So just a little bit slow. Pushing onto site. Event Horizon being very careful about taking the space.
You should
trying
run.
to maybe wait for that rotate. But out comes that lockdown just in time for the rotate to happen. So it's going to be hard for RyZe Academy to take advantage of that. Gonna have to back off a little bit, get out of that lockdown, and don't get
30
caught
seconds
by
left.
it. And that is exactly what's going to happen. There's no catching going to be happening to that lockdown so far. Rakan puts into it. Dez finds a kill though. Dez finds one. Gets that second with the Vandal spam on the Nakavi. And no only smokes there. Just that Viper util to work with as far as controlling goes. But here comes Kelly is pushing around, wrapping through CT, but it's not really going to matter. Kiara finds a pick on the wrong, Rakan into Waterfall. And it's just both RyZe Academy players pushing in through main. A little bit
One
on the
enemy
site, but
remaining.
that flash doesn't find anyone. And it's Dez to take that kill onto Nepi for a nice little 3k and an advantage over RyZe Academy for the first time in a while, actually.
Very
First
long, I
time
believe,
since
for the
first half.
yeah, for the first time even, I think, since the very first round. And a great anti-eco there by Event Horizon. Again, they commit the ults to win the rounds. A little unfortunate because they had a free C site and waited, and then ended up committing the KJ ult to take C site again. But it still is the right call, I think, because you don't know. They didn't know that everyone rotated over A, so it's better to commit that ult there and guarantee the round. Just guess and see what happens.
Absolutely. I think Event Horizon's strategy of trying to get those rotates fast is working pretty well for them. They're forcing those quick rotates by RyZe Academy and really trying to get them to succumb to their mind games, really, if you really think about it. But now RyZe Academy
I
has
have
a
this
lockdown
bike.
and a Viper's Pit to work with. But Event Horizon looks like they're going to commit that spike towards A. Master Smoke's up to help them, maybe give them an avenue towards B. But now that they've broken that door, it looks like they're going to start moving away from that site. No rotation quite yet from RyZe Academy, just waiting around on B and C for that rotate. Holding those angles
There.
much as they can. There's a KJ turret there to watch B's. As soon as they peek out to see him, here comes that showstopper. Nothing around the corner. And nothing quite on site for Des to find. I don't know if this showstopper is going to grab anything. A little bit of a spam there. It takes a little bit of HP off of Nepi, but other than that, doesn't find any purchase. Kelly finds a pick on the Mac outside of Broken Door. That's the pick that she's been waiting for all around, pretty much. And now it's just a 4v5 on RyZe Academy to try to get this retake. They have a lockdown to work with, and here comes that lockdown. They also have the Viper's Pit as well, but Dez is going to find that pick on Neppy now, making it a 3v5. RyZe Academy, only one ult to work with, and not a very aggressive one at that. But here comes that tap onto the bomb here. Nemesis fighting the Con outside. Man goes a little bit wide of Calm, but that smoke goes down just in time to find him. Mikami grabs Kelly, but Dez is there to take the final kill with the Sheriff, nonetheless.
Event Horizon really keeps abusing these rotates, and even fake information. They break the B door, which makes everyone assume that it's going to be a B split. So they all set back up for a B split. Then it doesn't happen. So RyZe switches back and looks more towards A, and it ends up actually being just a B main execute with the RyZe ult. And also just fantastic post plants. Viper holding the lurk towards A. KJ lurked all the way through C. There's really nowhere you can retake when Event Horizon has that much map space everywhere else.
You're absolutely right. And now we've seen 6 round wins in a row for Event Horizon, really taking over that lead. So I think this is a well-timed timeout for RyZe Academy. They probably need to shake up their strategy a little bit more, really play around those aggressive retakes and rotates and mind games, really, that Event Horizon is coming up with.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I think they're in a very similar situation to Event Horizon in the first half, where the attacking side is abusing the rotates really heavily, and the defense hasn't figured out a way to counter that yet. To be honest, I don't know if Event Horizon really figured out a way to counter it overly well. They started winning in the post plants really, really effectively, and RyZe needs to figure out some way to pull that off.
Yeah, I think they might have to change up their strategy a little bit more, and it looks like they are playing a little bit more aggressively on the B there. You see 4 RyZe Academy players stacked on to site, ready to push through main if necessary. Once again, we see that Spike's not really committed to any site. So if RyZe Academy catches wind of that, which they might just do that here, then they know that they might be able to take advantage of that. But Divine finds 2 picks onto RyZe Academy. Now it's a 3v2. And there's still only 2 players on that B main. Aggression as
Not ready yet.
Nemesis wrapping around here into B, trying to take a little bit more space, trying to catch these players off guard. Not sure if that dog saw a second player there, but they know for certain that there's one. Mac taking
One
more
enemy
space
remaining.
here. Rakan does find Nemesis, like round into B, and Mac finds Kiara, and that's gonna be the end of that round. Now we see a little bit of strategy change up from RyZe Academy.
I surround.
Absolutely, they switched it up. They did a hard mid execute, and it worked out really well for them. They got 3 picks. They were able to trade really effectively, and that stops Event Horizon's run. It's 6 in a row. Now they've dropped 1. Can Event Horizon keep it up and pull it back, or no? Because I don't think that necessarily B aggression is repeatable. So also for RyZe, you got to figure out, okay, our strategy worked. Now how can we replicate that consistently? How can we do it again this round?
Yeah, I think Event Horizon might be a little bit more ready for some aggression. You see that Spike is coming in a little bit of a different spot. Dropped in a different spot, so they won't have to peek out into B main to get it. And we see that aggression's coming down A main instead of B this time. Still have that KJ there though, so they know if someone's going to try anything serious. But it looks like that Spike is going to get picked up and brought towards, if not for a fake. But they destroyed some KJ util, and now they're headed back out.
I've got your
These
trail.
players on A main though, in that close lobby, the Seekers are gonna find them. 2 players there, they know for sure. Flash is another confirmation of that. All that Sky util coming out, really trying to take as much space as possible. Now we see the spam goes a little bit off of Neppy, just barely avoiding it. But, looks like Event Horizon's gonna rotate again. We saw Event Horizon pick Lotus last week, so we know that it's a map that they feel pretty comfortable on, and I feel like we're seeing that so far. And I think that's the first time I've seen Kiara's knife all map actually. But we do see Event Horizon pushing out on the site here. We have those Astro Stars to work with, as that Spike's gonna go down, and there's no one to stand through the smoke for it. Out comes the Viper's Pit, and RyZe Academy might be able to respond with an Omen TP to get some intel here, but it looks like they're just going to choose to push through Waterfall. Nappy gets caught out by Dez just outside the Viper's pit. Nakavi gets caught out on the other side. Does find a second pick onto Mac, but has 3 HP left. Not gonna be able to do anything else. Just walks backward into that Viper's molly. Unfortunate timing for
One
Matt
enemy
and RyZe.
remaining. One enemy remaining.
Looking a little bit better
Don't
here.
interrupt
At
my
1v1
work.
with On. Not able to grab the defuse. Nemesis picks up that final kill, and we're going into map point here for Event Horizon.
Match point.
Ah, such an unlucky round to lose as RyZe. They played that perfectly. They like you mentioned the Omen ult or the Omen TP. He didn't use the Omen ult, but he did TP out past the ult and was able to kill the Viper. They got the ult down. They were able to take sight. They bring it down to a 1v1 and just barely lose the clutch. I mean, a fantastic retake. It just didn't quite work out. And again, Event Horizon has been masterful in abusing these rotates. They forced them all rotate to C, all rotate back to A, and then they go back and they end up hitting C.
I think that was a great example of why we saw exactly why Astra stars are so flexible on this map. There was, like, Astra has 3 different uses for her stars, and she could have done any 3 there, but she chose to do the pull, which disrupted that defuse. And I feel like, honestly, any star could have helped in that situation, and Nemesis chose the right one. Was able to really interrupt that defuse. So we're
There.
seeing that Viper's Pit is going to go pretty far down B main and really keep Event Horizon out. Now comes Dez, roaring through, finds Mac, and Neppy gets that trade with the Sheriff, but there's a Viper's Pit up long, and, you know, Kelly's going to try to push up there, get some space for that rotate if necessary, waiting to hear if any RyZe Academy players are rotating off as well. And we're seeing Event Horizon once again playing a little bit of ring around the rosy. A little bit of back and forth. Trying to catch RyZe Academy off guard here. As that spike is now committed towards A main. Out comes that KJ util, and the only
30
smoke, but there's a
seconds
Viper's wall in the way. They're not going to be able to stand through it
Slow it
in
down.
time for any players to get caught in it. And now, see, right, Event Horizon is pushed all the way into the opposing spawn. They found Con. That Viper's Pit's going to go down, but it's not really going to matter because they're on the other side of B from it. And now they have a Viper's Orb up to work with. No ults, but out comes that teleport. So RyZe Academy using their one ult. Kelly finds one, and Bakan gets that trade, but it's just 2v2 now as Nakavi finds one from B main.
Last player
Fine on
standing.
6 HP, but grabs that kill anyways. And Kiara's gonna grab that final frag on the
Attackers win.
Bakan,
I knew it would
getting
all
that
end.
map win and the
It always
series
does.
win. Little map 3 win for Event Horizon GC, and we are seeing the end of this series. What a series from both teams, really. An incredible performance.
That was absolutely incredible. By far the most intense match I've watched. It certainly lived up to the hype. Our little in-house rivalry definitely popped off. And not that I'm biased or anything, but I am happy Event Horizon won it out. Super intense match. That last round, just the call to push through A, I was really worried because I was like, oh man, Event Horizon they've over rotated now, right? They've confused themselves. They had an almost free C site, but then they decided to hit the rotate back towards A, which was their strongest site. But they actually didn't. Instead, they push all the way through CT and try and pinch the Viper ult from behind. A super cool plan, and that was an incredible map overall.
Absolutely. Once again, we saw those fast rotates coming very important for Event Horizon. And again, we're seeing quite the performance from Des. 27 kills and 16 deaths, 345 ACS, and 10 first bloods. Oh my goodness. That's 21 first bloods in today's series for Des.
I think
alone.
that has to be a first blood record in a best of 3, right? Like at least of 2
Absolutely.
like evenly like ranked teams. That is absurd. And even just the total ACS is through the roof. She was over 300 every single time. That is an absurd game.
If you think about it, we had 28 rounds in the first map. We had, what was it? I believe 20 in the second map and 23 in this, and she had 21 first bloods overall. Almost a third of the rounds that first blood went to Des, one single player. So very impressive performance from Event Horizon's star duelist today, and really taking home that series MVP, I think.
Absolutely.
Very much so. And I think we saw a great example of why Event Horizon likes Lotus so much. They They didn't quite get to do it so much last week, but they were able to take advantage of it this week, taking those full, very quick rotates and taking advantage of RyZe Academy. Kind of got caught off guard, and they were able to close out the series with that.
Yep, fantastic series. Super fun to watch, extremely intense. That first map really set us up, and it did not disappoint. So many overtimes, and it ended up just being an absolute banger of a total series.
You're absolutely right. All right. Well, I think we had quite the performance today. We're gonna wrap things up here. Anything else you wanted to add, Ronak, as we
I
go
don't
into
believe
our
so.
interview? All right. Well, I've been PB Joel. I've been PB Joel, and this is Ronak. We're not actually going to have an interview today because we ran out of a little bit of time. But thank you all so much for tuning in, and we hope to see you guys in our next match, and even next week.
Bye, guys.
Have an amazing night.
I do need you. I love you. I love you. I do need you. I do love you. I do need you. I love you. I do need you. I love you. I do need you. Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the cold. Oh, oh, oh.
Welcome everybody back to the Titans of Tier 3. I'm Lash, and tonight, for the second time today, I'm back. How's it going? Tonight, I'm here in the booth with my co-caster, Swan. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I actually have to admit this will be my first Valorant cast, so I'm pretty excited to get into this. We got Astros versus Comet Esports Club, and I will have to say I did go back to go watch Astros last week game, so they do have a kind of a chip on their shoulder, needing to kind of redeem from that. But against Comet Esports, they're finding kind of an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, Comet Esports, they got a lot in their belt, and the Astros are coming off a pretty hard loss. They like you said, they do have a chip on their shoulder, but tonight is the night that they can redeem themselves. And looking at the map bans we have set up for us already, very kind of the production team to send that in very early. We got Split up first with the Astros on defense, going right into this Asian select. But a little bit of further information. The second map we have is Ascent with the Comet Esports Club on the defensive side, as well as Sunset with the Comet attacking. So Comet's going to be attacking on the so first and third map if we make it to the third map. But we will have to see. All of the Astros are hovering Yoru, a classic technique. It's meant to completely it's to assert dominance. You know, you got to scare your opponents a little bit. Absolutely, you're hovering Yoru. Maybe one of them will pick Yoru. Who knows? Split is actually kind of a goofy map, going through a couple different meta changes in the new patch, especially with the new outlaw gun. So it'll be interesting to see. And the Comedy Sports Club all locked in here. We got I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, but we got Poker Face as Viper. We got Surfer on Omen. We got Sakuza on RyZe, and we got Neptune on Cypher.
Yeah, I think that's I say Heil Preserve?
Helpzera?
Something close to that. Yeah, he is locking in the Sky, and we actually seen Sky quite a bit the past few games for each of the teams. Sky, a pretty powerful champion with the blind, and also her wolf that can go in and get a lot of information. But we will see Astro locking in Cypher along with RyZe, another Sky for Clappy, Brimstone, and also Astra for Giraffe.
Yeah, I mean, we got DeLeon on Cypher. Cypher, after the buff, has been picked on Split so many times over Killjoy. It's insane. Clappy, they're running the double initiator composition. Clappy running Sky, and then Graves running Breach. It's going to be a very devastating display of flashes. The Comedy Sports isn't going to be able to see a thing. And Despair running RyZe. It's gonna be quite interesting, especially with the Astra pick here, because they're able to place those stars all the way across the map. Almost becomes a little bit more versatile than Omen. So I think it really comes down to how these teams are going to play it out. I don't think it's going to be an agent diff. I think it's going to come down to how these teams interact with each other overall. Are they going to have good team chemistry, or is one team going to be put on tilt? You never know, and that's the joy of Titans of Tier 3. You never know what you're going to get when you hop into a game, and it's going to be fun either way. It's going to be a great cast. What do you think some strategies are going to be here for the Astros starting out on defense against Comedy Sports?
What Astro needs to do is they need to be wary of where they are on the map, probably get some good rotations going on if they do decide to rotate, but more importantly, they do need to stay alive and position themselves in different angles to not get taken out one by one. We do see...
Yeah, and it looks like they're getting really aggressive right off the bat. Just pushing in, not feeling it out whatsoever. Pretty confident in their abilities here. Sakuza waiting for something popping up there to break, and seeing some Skybirds come out, trying to get a little bit more information for the Astros, but now Spike already down. No damage done, but utility traded either way. And Comet is he's currently has the high ground. And metaphorically speaking, they have all the players here, and now it's up to the Astros to push in. And Hazapera is going to get the first blood, and Neptune going to follow it up. Hazapera getting another one. Neptune kicking them out, and Sakuza is going to finish it out, giving a flawless from Comedy Esports Club on the first round of this series.
Yeah, Perza going in with the Ghost, getting 2 kills along with Neptune. They're really aggressive with this early push going in. And Astro, they do need to find a way to stop that aggressive push. They are gonna go in on the light buy, getting one Vandal for Neptunes, hopefully to get a pick early to start snowballing things in their favor.
Yeah, they're really buying up here. They're banking on this hero rifle going in against the Astros eco buy here, and Giraffe immediately getting picked off by that, or getting caught out by that tripwire, and they're going to be expecting a fast flank right off the bat, and they 5-stacked A there. Didn't call that out, and immediately they're going to have B-site on lock, ready to go. Surfer trying to get some sprays through the smoke. Isn't sure if anybody's there. Trying to get some chip damage off before any actual fights are taken, and here, Leon going to throw out that camera, try and get some information. Doesn't see anybody pushing up their spawn. Pokerface is going to be able to draw first blood. That Spectre, and Surfer with that, with the Ghost is able to find Despair, but quickly traded back with the classic by DeLeon. Pokerface throwing mollies, trying to secure a little bit more, not wanting to give up any more space. Only 2 left alive. Giraffe and helps Zera.
Last player standing.
Now is coming in. That flash immediately popped, completely blinded. Giraffe wasn't able to trade back, and Sakuza and Pokerface are going to trade it out. Get 1 and 1 each, bringing it up to 2-0, second round, and they keep the Vandal going into the next.
It's a pretty big swing of things, hopefully to keep the Vandal. They are going to force Astro to full buy here, just so that they can just get into this game, you know. They only have 1 pick on the side of DeLeon, but they could snowball in the way. They do have... they are 2 points away from the Cypher ult, so they're able to get some intel when they get onto it, but
I think it's going to be kind of I think it's going to be a little bit of an issue here for Comedy Sports Club. I mean, they're running 2 Vandals, a Spectre, and 2 Stingers up against a full rifle team, but that's the beauty of Valorant. You got a bonus round, and they're not spending a dime going into this. And now Clappy is having to bring it back as Sakuza is pushing up really, really quickly. Got that Stinger, trying to close the gap. Gain the advantage there as the paint shells come out, and DeLeon's gonna be able to draw first blood, but quickly trade back by Neptune, and Giraffe's trying to get one of their own as well. But Surfer and Pokerface just going at it, perfectly timed dual swings, just completely shutting down Astro. And this upset right here, down to a 2v2 on a bonus round, is absolutely crazy for Comedy Sports Club here. And Surfer and Zera are gonna clean it out, keeping 2 rifles going into the next. That was their bonus, 3-0.
Yeah, a strong showing for Comet Esports early, just absolutely dominating those last 3 rounds. Astro, again, we have DeLeon getting the early picks for them, but he always gets traded out, so they do need to be careful of that.
Yeah, they need to be really careful going to the next couple of rounds. We are seeing Despair buying up for a judge, really banking on some people pushing up here on A, maybe get a double satchel here. Just look at Despair getting ready, getting
full
ready
Vandal.
to go.
Full Vandal for Comet Esports.
Yeah, full buys for Comedy Esports. They have the money, so why not? And there's the paint shells coming out, trying to do as much damage as possible. Getting some chip damage onto DeLeon, but not gaining that much ground. It looks like they're going to be backing off, going back to mid, trying to play for a little bit more for longer angles. They don't want to be pushing up close. They're not sure if Astros has shotguns or whatever else is up their sleeve, but they're not wanting to take it lightly. Now Neptune just holding back, holding for that late lurk, using that camera. That's a bit of a nasty camera right there, and oh my gosh, look at that Despair. Wrapped and able to get taken out, down to 83 HP. Unlucky on the judge, close quarters, and then there's the neural theft showing the entire team where everybody's at. And now it's time for the execute from Comet onto B site, completely taking it. Now Giraffe is in there and able to find one with the shorty.
Down B.
Unable to find a second, though. Caught on that. Caught right in the air, and the Astros are trying to push back a little bit here. DeLeon's able to find 2, bring it down to a 2v2. And Surfer's stuck in mail here against Graves. And there's the neural theft coming out from DeLeon as well.
Last player
Now
standing.
Surfer's getting caught out, but Grave is just too nice with the crosshair, and DeLeon is going to pick it up with a 3K for that round. Pick up a thrifty, putting the Astros on the board 1-3.
Yeah, like I said, DeLeon is their main is their main fragger at the moment, so he is kind of carrying the team on his back, but it doesn't matter because Astros are going to be able to full buy here, match up along with Comet Esports. And we got Astro actually pretty close to their ultimate too, so we can see some possible hold on to A, possibly, as Comet Esports are just grouping up, ready to push this hard.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of aggression here from the Astros right off the bat. They're starting to get a little bit used to the play style of Comet Esports Club, and it comes down to these rounds right here. Sakuza just a little bit faster on that trigger finger. He's able to take out Graves. Not a main info gathering agent, but definitely one that has a lot of utility, a lot of stopping power. The sheer presence of Breach is enough to put fear in anybody's hearts. And immediately taken right off by Sakuza, shutting them completely down. And now Comet is split up around the map, looking to go for a potential B split here. No rotates coming out, and Clappy's just waiting for any aggression being made up here in Male. We're also looking at the site here. Poker Face pushing up a little bit with the team. Leon is about to get slammed with so much utility. Back in the corner, but he's able to find the first blood to make that 2, make that 3 before getting shut down by HelpZera. And Clappy is just able to finish it out. Easy 1-2 clap, and now we're up to 2-3, only one round behind Comet Esports Club going into round 6.
Yeah, Clappy coming in, getting some backup onto DeLeon. DeLeon had he's a pretty good holder on the side of Astros. He was able to get that 3K, which is actually pretty good. And we're gonna see the operator come out for Despair, see if he can get a pick or two.
Yeah, I mean, looks like Despair is opting to buy up for the operator over here on A ramps, and Comet Esports Club is running into this with a very broken buy, a very anti-eco here. And it looks like Despair's gonna be able to find one with the operator onto Sakuza, shutting down main entry. Now space taking ability is severely hindered. And it looks like the dog wasn't gonna clear, but it's broken anyway. And the operator just barely not getting stunned right there as Poker Face is able to find Clappy. Man, Despair going out, throwing those paint shells. Getting that Roomba in there as well, trying to just delay as much as possible, get some rotates over, and there's the Roomba. Explosion. Smoke's coming out, completely blocking off Despair, hindering the operator as much as possible, and there's the Stinger and Bulldog. So, very close quarters. Roomba's gonna pick it up, and the Graves right behind. Didn't really realize that. That was a little bit of a late flank then. HelpZera is gonna be able to take out Graves, bring it down to a 3v2. With Comet Esports Club in the lead in terms of player
30
advantage.
seconds left.
HelpZera getting that plant
Spike
down,
planted.
trying to get a little bit more ultimate economy going. And Giraffe just 1 point away from this cosmic divide. Just pushing up as much as possible. Passing over that operator, keeping that in mind for later if they end up winning this round. Getting those stars put down, and DeLeon is about to get backstabbed. There it is. Poker Face taking it down. Now it's a 1v3 for Giraffe.
DeLeon, he needs to be careful of those corners. Yeah, the Astro actually needs to be more mindful of the corners, just overall as a team. We see Giraffe getting the kill onto Neptune, just backing off to save his weapons for the next round, making this 2-4.
He's able to trade out for that operator, save that 4,700 credits, give it back to Despair going into the next. But there it is once again. Comet Esports Club taking the victory there. Up 2 rounds now on Astros going into round 7 here. The economy is looking pretty good for both teams here, but I think 1 or 2 rounds and the Astros are going to be pretty much in the dumps. Buying up for a Guardian here. 2 Vandals, 1 Phantom, a Guardian, and an Operator. An interesting loadout, that's for sure, but they might be able to make it work. Looks like the entirety of Comet Esports Club is very equal. Only one person being 1 kill down on the leaderboard. Very even spread. And it looks Uza just ready for it, able to take down one of those crap wires before they even get close enough to see it. Just a couple seconds into the round. We're getting all the information gathering abilities out there all at once, trying to get as much as possible before making any drastic decisions. Sakuza backing up, going back through spawn, maybe group back up. The Cypher on the other side. Make an explosive push in towards A, and Despair is just stuck in screens
Bomba,
with the
yeah.
operator, with the Boombot throwing that out. Trying to find anything, but isn't able to make it. But Pokerface and Neptune are going to be able to do that. But just as I say that he's not able to get anything, there's Despair picking off Neptune and Giraffe following up with Sakuza. And now Despair, are they going to be ready for the screens push? And they are, taking out Surfer. This Pokerface is ready to go on B site with Help Zera.
30 seconds left.
With the spike, ready to go 3-2. 3 ultimates online for the Astros here.
Welcome
Got the Showstopper Cosmic Divide, and then there's the Viper's Pit. And then there's the camera going in there to try and pick it out, but
One
didn't
enemy
get
remaining.
the good enough angle right there. And DeLeon just looking at it, barely getting spotted out by Pokerface before getting shut down. And the Showstopper
One
not
enemy
able to make
remaining.
it happen. And Pokerface right from behind, and Giraffe, but Despair is able to find a fourth. Closing out that round, they're up 3.
Despair, the MVP of that round, getting 4 kills, including one with the operator, throwing Astro back into this game. They do have the natural theft and also the cosmic divide on their side, so hopefully they're able to catch back up and tie this round going into.
It's 100%. They might be able to tie it up going into round 9, but it's all going to come down to these next couple of rounds to decide the pace of how it's going to be running for the next.
Let's go.
It's wild. For the next half, it's going to be kind of tough. And there's the lineups coming in from Pokerface to try and gather some information, block out some lines of sight, and then there's the flash picking it out, knowing that Comet is in mid right now. There's the bomb. There's
Scout
the
destroyed.
Boombot going out, and then Clappy's dog getting instantly broken. Trading dogs
destroyed.
back and forth. Trading information, really. A lot more was gathered from Astros as Graves is going to be taken out. Surfer on the first pick, and now the breach. The breach stun comes in, completely stopping Sakuza from being able to get that trade back. Now the pace is slowed down. Nobody wants to fail. Nobody wants to trade too much, and then there's the Seekers coming out, spotting out the entirety of the players on the B site.
Yeah, we have Astro holding down this A site, just trying to keep Cypher away from it. He's just gonna rotate back to their spawn towards B, so Astro needs to hurry and rotate back in
30
to stop
seconds
this
left.
push.
It really needs to be quick, and there's the showstopper from Sakuza, and the rolling thunder coming in as well, completely stopping it. And Sakuza's gonna have to shoot that. Not gonna be hitting anything, but he's pulling back in, gonna try and find as much as possible. Help Zera getting stunned out while getting that spike plant down, and then there's the guiding light. And Despair is able to find Help Zera through the wall. Great timing there, and Despair just throwing as much utility in here as possible, trying to catch them off guard, completely blind out. Clappy and Leon are able to find 2, and Pokerface is able to find Graves as well, getting that spike diffused down. Pokerface trying to go for anything, but they're holding the spike, and there it is. Tying up the game, 4-4 going into round 9.
Yeah, Astro just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the rest of Comet Esports, sitting on that A site, on that B site. We are gonna have a timeout coming in, but tied back up. What do you think of Astro so far in this match?
Man, I think that most people were thinking that this was just going to be a clean sweep, but Astro, they came here to play. They came here to show us what's what. They're coming back for revenge. They got a chip on their shoulder, and it's time to come back. And their time, they're just wanting to show them that the first time it was a fluke. This isn't what that wasn't what they're made of. This is what they can do. They're tying this up 4-4, and the Astros are looking really good on economy. Like they're not gonna be able to full buy here, but Clappy's gonna be able to buy Giraffe if that's the way they want to go. But Comedy Sports Club is gonna be a broken buy.
Yeah, Despair actually helping his teammate De Leon, getting some clean picks. But on Comet Esports, we have Pokerface, who does have the Vandal, and like you said, they are going to be on a broken buy, so they're going to have to count on Pokerface to get some decent picks and turn this in their favor.
And going into this, it looks like they're going to be going for a little bit more of a hit here. It looks like they might just be rushing it straight down. Originally, maybe have Poker Face on the other side set up as a lurk, but they seem pretty confident about their A push here. But little do they know, DeLeon set up all of the Cypher gear here, coming out B. They're banking on that. And they are 3 stacking this side. Just ready to just have whatever they want. Just come right at them. Just come right in. And Neptune following behind very, very diligently. And now it's time for the push up on ramp. And first contact made. Poker Face is going to win that duel. Flash is coming through from Clappy. And DeLeon's going to be able to find Poker Face through the wall.
Yeah, without that crucial Vandal, they are going to have to pick it up and rotate back out. But they are going to be staying this ace site, hopefully to get some more picks. DeLeon taking out Neptune, making this a 3v4, 2v4 actually. Surfer also gets taken out, making this an even 2v2. RyZe Terra.
Classic. Giraffe's going to clean that out, but now Astros are in the lead. They did have the weapon advantage, and unfortunately for them, they did have a decent amount of guns taken away from Comet's broken buy. But man, Astros are put in a pretty good position right now, all full buys, and having to get some light shields out from Comet, but they're not in a horrible situation since they got 3 kills last round, as well as took a lot of guns out of the hands of the Astros.
Yeah, Graves sitting on a good amount of money too, so they're not really worried about this round, but they do need to be careful as Comet can come back from this, also on the full buy.
It's very possible that they can come back from this, no question about it. They do have the ability to, but how are they going to play this out now? 2 people being spotted out right at the dog, and there's Despair taking out Helpzera right at the beginning, the main entry initiator. Completely taking it out, and Surfer finds Graves as well as Poker Face perfectly swings out, and Neptune at the same time. Now we're down to only 2 people alive for the Astros. Comedy Esports Club, though. Giraffe's able to find Neptune, bring it down to a 2v2. RyZe v RyZe, controller v controller. Sakuza just tap firing, trying to find anything, and Poker Face reaching out, trying to find that, but is able to find Despair there. Sees the spike on the ground. They got to pick that up soon, and Giraffe just laid out on sight. Split between 2 people, and Sakuza's going to clean that up with 1 HP left in the tank.
Unfortunate for Giraffe. He was able to get a couple kills though, so they will have to force Comet Esports to dip into their pockets a little bit in order to get the Vandals that they need. But Astro showing some signs of life here. It's not the same Astro we were watching last week.
Yeah, I mean, let's hear a little bit about what was going on last week with the Astros. What were some plays that you think that they have definitely looked at and improved on since last week in terms of team player, team composition?
They're just looking out for each other's backs more, taking different angles. They're not grouped up as much as they were last week.
Exactly.
We're seeing the push onto B site for Comet Esports. We're going to see the natural theft also coming out too.
Neural theft coming out, showing all the positions for Comet Esports Club. Shows them exactly where the Astros are, taking out the only ultimate on the side of Astros, that showstopper, very integral part. Outside of the Comet Esports Club, they got Surfer, who has the Shadows online, ready to go. Clappy, only with a pistol in hand. Gonna try and find something to do in this unfortunate situation. Dealing with the Sheriff's seen a lot of good plays, but not today. Neptune takes him out with the Guardian. And Surfer's going to find Graves as well. Flash is coming through. Bullets trading back and forth. And Astros are not able to gain an inch. There's another head tap from Neptune, and almost another, but taken by Surfer for another flawless round by Comedy Esports team, bringing them up back in the lead, going into the last round in the half.
Yeah, pretty good on Comet Esports going in, getting as much pressure as they can, taking that map control. We're going to see a timeout coming in. How do you think Comet Esports are taking this?
I think that Comedy Esports, I think mainly what they're going to be talking about in this, and they weren't the ones that took it, but they definitely are going to take this time to talk about what's been going down and how they're getting such this upset that's been going on. And man, I think that they're going to be talking about how much they need to aggress more if they want to pull off more flanks, if they want to fake out. But the Astros, they right now they're discussing where they're going wrong on each of their site takes and site holds. Are they wanting people to rotate faster? Are they wanting people to side anchor more? They got to talk about each individual facts of like all the duels that have gone on until now. And yes, they're only down 1 round and they're taking the timeout because it's the last round before the half. They'll get another one next half if they need to. But I think it's a good chance to take a step back, think about what's been going on, and then get back into it at full strength.
Yeah, we're gonna see both teams buying up Vandals just for this last and final round. And I'm looking for Comet Esports to just aggress onto the point, just throw everything, and get an early pick and snowball this into the half win.
Yeah, I think a potential snowball could arise in the first 2 rounds of the next half here. But you also have to consider the Astros, like, they've been playing it out. They've improved a lot since what's been seen last week. They've been showing it, so it's really going to come down to each individual team play and which team is going to be able to adapt more to the other. Especially going into the second half of this. And we have another map after this as well. Regardless, Pokerface is going to be able to find first blood. Quickly clapped back by Clappy. And Surfer is able to trade as well, bringing the Astros down 1 player. But Despair coming out there, has the showstopper in hand. Never mind, taking Surfer, won't be able to get that to use this half. And the only people with ultimates from the Astros are all
1 enemy
they're all
remaining.
6 feet under right now. Takuza taking out Karaf along with Neptune going in there, taking out Graves. Almost another flawless coming in. 5-7 shooting bodies.
Switching
They are
sides.
confident.
Yeah, unfortunate for Astro. They weren't able to watch their flank as they just walked in on them and just shot them right in the back of the head. But Astro, they can come back onto this. They just need to be more wary of their surroundings and be more careful of that rotation.
I wonder what I'm just trying to figure out what Astro called that timeout for. I'm wondering if they were talking about what play they were going to be trying to pull and pistol round, or whatever kind of adjustment they were making, whether it's, oh, I got to go to the bathroom. But DeLeon leading the Astros in score right now, going 11-11, going even. It looks like most of the Astros are going pretty even in KD right now, getting upset a little bit by the Comet Esports Club. Going in, it looks like DeLeon is being very, very aggressive, just being very dominant here in this B main area, as there was a lot of aggression going off. And there's the Sky Heal coming in. They knew someone's going to be there. There's Graves. Help Zara, and there's Surfer just waiting right behind.
One
On out
enemy
right
remaining.
here, and Blind Despair completely clipped down. We might be seeing a flawless round out of Astros right here. 19 HP remaining for Neptune, getting
Spike
sprayed through
planted.
the smoke. Going all the way around. Are they going to notice? Is he able to pull it out? And DeLeon with a 3K is able to find the first flawless for Astros this series.
DeLeon going aggressive early, trying to set the tempo for this next half. They're able to buy a Vandal, give it to Despair, so hopefully Despair can get a couple of picks and able to stabilize this for them, possibly get back into the lead.
Yeah, I mean, DeLeon going in there with a 3K is able to buy up to a Bulldog with full shields. We're getting a Vandal light shield and another Bulldog with light shields, as well as Spectres going in. It is a huge gun advantage for the Astros if they played this correctly. They could really make some magic happen here, but Comedies were right off the bat, trying to find anything, and it's just a slaughter. Flash is coming in, Surfer blinded, and Clappy is able to find it as well as Despair. Another flawless. Tying them back up,
Fastest
and
round.
keeping all of the rifles they just got into their bonus.
Back-to-back flawless. We're gonna see the replay on that. Like, it was a pretty fast round considering how the rounds have been going for Astro so far. They've been playing this out slowly, but here on the tag, they just decided we're gonna take advantage of this. We're gonna keep the tempo, and we're just gonna go.
I got these, okay?
They wanted to take mid, and so did Comedy Esports Club on their eco, but now it's up to nearly the same amount of money spent. I mean, there's Bulldogs and Spectres out there, so Comedy Esports Club does have a little bit of a gun advantage here, but it's 7-7. It's all tied game. Pokerface ready to peek out here and try to get us a little bit of information. There's Dogs going around being traded there. There's the trap wire. Not able to take out the trap wire though. Trying to find it, and then there's the second flashback coming in, trying to gain a little bit of momentum here, and is able to find Neptune right off the bat. Sakusa trades back. A lot of bullets flying back and forth. Pokerface still on site, able to find a D-Leon, takes out
Last
the
player
Pokerface to
standing.
D-Leon. Out there, and Surfer closing it out, leaving 3 alive. 3 rifles going into the next round. Coming off Astro's bonus, putting him back in the lead one more time, going in around 16.
Yeah, Pokerface was able to hold down the site for as long as he did, taking out 3 with him. But Astro, they are going to be able to still keep all their Vandals full buy, full shields, and just evening this up with Comet.
They saved a lot of money going into this this last round. They didn't lose a single person on the bonus. And, I mean, Comet Esports Club, they're going in with light shields and 1 person holding a Guardian, but Astros, if they lose this round, they're going on to a massive, massive eco as they're going to broke here. Spare getting the boombot shot pretty much immediately, and now Dog's coming out trying to get a little bit more information if possible. On the Raptors, throwing the chainsaws out, sees the Viper's smoke wall, trying to get something through the wall. Right there, there's Helpzera able to find the first blood, taking it down, giving a little bit of an advantage to Comet Esports Club, and the Surfer through the wall, Nosegrave's there, and Giraffe finds Sakusa as well. Ready to take this fight right here against Helpzera. And there's the Dog coming through. Not wanting to play for team, wanting to play for their life, and Neptune's able to take out 2 players alive for Astros remaining. It's up to these here, Clappy and Giraffe, to make a play happen, bring it back to tied up if possible. It looks like they're faking a rotate.
30 seconds left.
But,
30 seconds left in the round.
30 seconds left, but they didn't break any of the Cypher tech over on the B site. Nobody's rotated over. 15 seconds left in the round. They're gonna have to make a play for it right here. Right after the flash, they pulled through, and Surfer and Helpzera are gonna find the last 2. Clappy eerily tries to take one with them, and now it is 7-9. Comet Esports Club up 2 rounds once again. Going into round 17.
Yeah, Astro, they were just taking their time on that site push. They weren't able to take the high ground, so they both were just funneling into that little choke, and they both just get taken out. But Astro, they are able to, not Astro, Comet Esports, they do have full Vandals, so Astro does need to be careful about corners they turn, and yeah, just be careful. Spare going in hard.
Oh my gosh, a lot going in right off the bat. Sakusa's able to find D-Leon, Clappy finding one as well, and Helpzera finding their own. Trades going back and forth here, but Comet Esports Club is going to be coming out on top on that trade out, and Graves with the Sheriff ready to go, just sitting right here in vents, waiting for a rotate to come out as Neptune barely misses just out there. Clappy is just ready for it, isn't able to get any damage off, but knows they're going vents. And Graves is able to find Helpzera at an off angle, and it's down to Clappy here in a 1v2. Having to jump down on the site, grab a Vandal, grab a gun, anything to help defend themselves, and it's all down to Clappy right here, right now. Spike down. Now, the Seeker's coming out, able to find out exactly where they are. 1 heaven, 1 screen. Well known, but Neptune is just a little bit quicker on the draw. Takes out Clappy, secures the neural theft going into the next round, and they're up 3 rounds, 10-7.
Yeah, Comet Esports swinging the momentum back in their favor. Like you said, they're up 10-7 right now. They do have the neural theft, so they can just play really defensive, play really passively, and once they get the pick, they can swing off of that information and go up. They do. Astro, they will be able to bull by here. Everyone getting heavy shields except for the Spare. Looking to swing this in their favor. Tie this back up.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of people in chat. They're really hyping up these Astros right here. We got 10. It looks like we got 11 gifted subs ready to go on lock if the Astros take this map right here. It is going very much with the hype here. Comet Esports Club is trying their trying their very best to not let that happen. And a lot of utility being traded back and forth, but not a lot of information in the game. Painful's going in, trying to back whoever is in screens off and doing some flashes out here, as well as Painful's really going to be doing a lot of damage to Despair right there. Potential takeout, and Helpzera's Hog is going to be the final blow onto Despair. And there's the flash coming in from Helpzera as well. Getting healed back up. Looks like they're just trying to get as much as possible, but Astro's down one player now. Despair. Dog coming in, but I wasn't able to go as far as they wanted. Got caught on the door.
Not ready yet.
And there's Surfer ready to put that paranoia in, ready to have a peek out momentarily. But it looks like Astros are moving very, very close towards that A site.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left in the round. It's slowing down. No team is wanting to make too big of a mistake here. It's 4-5.
I know exactly.
DeLeon was ready for it, and there's the neural theft. Surfer getting caught out and helps Sarah in the back side, getting caught out as well. Seeker's out.
10 seconds
trading
left.
back and forth, ultimate for ultimate. And Graves trying to jump down, get onto Psyche, get that spike planted. And
Last
DeLeon's
player
gonna be able to find
standing.
that.
Spike planted.
A lot of trades going back and forth. Suddenly, Comedy Esports Club's on the back foot, and Graves is going to finish it out.
Pretty slow round from both teams. Yeah, Astro got
Trust
the
me,
upper hand.
they'll
They're
know
able to
what's
take
coming.
Heaven and just drop in from there. They do have the showstopper for Despair, trying to swing this in their favor. Getting back into the full Vandals. Also for the side of Comet too.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Astros, they seem to be getting a little bit of a rhythm going, and they put the Comedy Esports Club onto a little bit of a broken bye here with Sakuza opting for the Stinger. But the Astros going full buys. They got Vandals. They got a Phantom. They have the economy. They got the money to spare.
Here comes the party!
And there's the showstopper we've been looking for, going all the way out into A spawn. But, man, Sakuza's not going to be able to find anybody. Oh, just barely.
he
not
almost
being able
had
to hit that. Just barely not, but the paint shells are going to delay a little bit. DeLeon is going to be pushing back up into there, trying to find that pick as Despair is moving all the way over into Mail with Clappy. It looks like they're going to be taking screens, but
My whole forever.
Sarah backing off, got stunned out. Graves just hoping for this heal to come back through. Surfer's gonna be able to find two, as well as Sakuza able to find one, upgrade that gun, but Despair was able to trade back onto Sakuza with that boombot and just pure skill. Now it's just time to plant the spike.
Yeah, they do have an open site, so they're going to be able to go into this no problems. It's just a retake from Comet
30 seconds
Esports.
left.
They do have Despair on 32 health, so but he does have the
and then-
showstopper, so he does need to be careful.
Yeah, the Neural Theft come through. They know exactly where they are, and there's the Cosmic Divide stopping any of the utility noise from jumping through. Pokerface is going to be coming around as well. That one angle, and they're able to find one.
Standing.
And then, boom, Neptune is able to flick it back. Up 11-8. Comedy Esports Club.
Spike
2 rounds away from taking this map. Getting out that finisher. Man, the new skin set bundle is quite prominent in this, quite prominent today, I will say.
Yeah, it's making me want to go into and buy it right now. They're pretty cool, all the smoke effects on it and everything.
Looks like we're gonna be getting another A push here
There.
from the Astros. Going in, they are a little bit of a light buy here. 2 Guardians going in, but they got a lot of confidence.
Well, they're going to need that confidence. They're going to push onto this A site real quick. And then one there's Sakuza, so does need to be careful.
There's the Rolling Thunder coming through in Despair. Did get caught out by the showstopper, but is able to find
Ooh.
Surfer in heaven. A crucial kill that may decide this round. This Giraffe is stuck very, very clearly at very low HP, but DeLeon just barely not able to hit the head of Neptune. Cypher duel has been won, and now it's down to a 4v4. This Giraffe is just trying to play here. RyZe getting that flash out, but it got dodged, but doesn't matter. Just knows exactly what they're capable of, but gets caught out. Neptune finds Graves. Now it's down to a 2v2.
One enemy
Equalizing
remaining.
these numbers,
Last
and it looks like
player
Giraffe's able to
standing.
find it, but Poker Face is just a little bit too quick on the transition, and now we're going into map point.
Yeah, Astro on their back foot, and they didn't have that good good economy coming into this round, so they are gonna try to buy as much as they can because they really need this round win. As Comet, they are gonna be able to buy 3 Vandals and a Stinger, so Poker Face, 21 kills on this map. Pretty big for Comet Esports. Just holding.
I would say a pretty big for the Astros as well. I mean, coming back off of a pretty bad loss, this is significantly better numbers.
Yeah, this is a way different Astro than we saw from last week.
For sure. I mean, going into this, it's just improvement and despair with a perfectly placed pain shelter. Viper's pit, Graves able to find Neptune through the smoke, trading that out, and Astros win that duel. But oh my gosh, Surfer right there, ready to go. Giraffe's able to find that trade out as well, and also swap out guns to find Sakuza. Now it's just down to help Zera here in a 1v2. Cosmic Divide online for the Astros. Comet Esports Club helps Zera. Is just doing their best to try and figure out what is going on.
Spot him now. He has to rotate back out.
Now the placement is gone and knows. I think Zera knows that they've got to rotate over to A and they got to do it quickly. The shift walking does make it a little bit more of a surprise attack when it comes, but there it is on Heaven. They're going to be able to get that pick. Wolves trading bullets now. Now they're going to be going for that spike plant in the corner.
30 seconds left.
Giraffe's going to have to get ready for this Cosmic Divide here if they want to get use of that this round. Zero right there.
Last player standing.
Spotted out. Now the location's known. Giraffe, 150 HP remaining. Help Zera is on HP. Almost a fake bird there. Now it comes down to this. There's the peak, and that Giraffe's gonna come out on 3 kills for Giraffe that round. Crucial round for the Astros right there to try and bring him back in. Maybe they can bring this snowball out and try and make something out of nothing. Great numbers for the Astros.
Yeah, we also have DeLeon also getting the neural theft. So they do need to be careful, not let DeLeon get taken out early, so they can get that information on Comet, who also have their own neural theft.
Yeah, and looking at this, Comet Esports has put on a massive save round here going into the next couple of rounds. But if they're able to pull some Vandals off the Astros, it's going to be crucial here. It looks like they gambled on the wrong site once again. Straight over to B side, dumping utility, just getting it ready to go. Despair, blast packing in, ready to go, and there's the smokes coming out, trying to delay something, but it's just not going to happen. And there's the spike plant coming down right now for the Shadows of Neural Theft, ready to go. Cosmic Divide and Neural Theft ready to go for the Astros. Now it's down to this retake right here from Comet Esports Club. They have to explode out of this tunnel. And there's the flash, there's the explode. And Pokerface able to find one, but Giraffe is picking up so many. Finally taken down by Sakuza. Surfer finding one as well, and now it's down to a 2v1 for Surfer. Not getting stunned out and getting the pain shells as well, but no damage being taken. Still 100 HP, still has a chance to survive here. Handle upgraded, but now Graves with a Guardian in that back area, and Surfer's gonna be opting to save.
Yeah, nothing you can do there.
Oh,
that's gonna kill on the way out.
Almost whiffed from Surfer. Graves was not ready for that. But great eco round from Comet Esports Club, able to take so many guns away from the Astros while basically spending no money.
Yeah, and it helped them a lot. They're able to equal up size on this next round. They are going to be able to get 4 Vandals and a Phantom, looking to close this out against Astro. But Astro, they still have both of their ultimates up. They didn't use them last round, so hopefully they'll use them this round, trying to save them a little bit from and push this into overtime.
They be able to push this into overtime, and if they do, that is shown clear improvement over the last week. So great plays overall. Toku's being caught up by the dog, trying to get a spray through from Graves. Might end up just catching him out in the open. And there's all the utility dump from the Astros there. Sakuza is able to find Graves with a nice paint placement. And a nicely timed swing from Sakuza. And it looks like we might be looking at the end here for the Astros. DeLeon's the last one alive. No spike in hand, only a Bulldog pushing in, is on the A site. Neptune right there, ready to go, and just hears all the commotion. Might step into that trap wire behind him. Nobody's peeking out onto site. Man, DeLeon's just hiding for their lives, and then there's the neural theft coming out, showing DeLeon's he's on A site, and now it's a scramble. They're on the hunt. DeLeon just waiting for that second one, and then backing off a little bit, gonna try and find some picks. And there's Surfer teleporting in. DeLeon's able to find one, not two, as Neptune goes in with the classic. And Comedy Sports Club is gonna take the first map of Split.
Good on Comet Esports, able to get the picks that they needed and swing that into overwhelmingly advantage. But Astro Esports, you do have to commend them. It's like we said, it's a very different Astro from last week, able to almost push it into overtime.
Yeah, very, very different scene, very different play style, and also a lot better of improvement overall over the course of, over the course of a week. This is a lot of improvement, going from getting basically stomped on to nearly pulling back to an overtime. That takes a lot of improvement. That takes a lot of dedication. So great job to them. But we also have a second map ready to go after a quick break, and that's going to be Ascent Comet on the defense. And here's the stat sheets for all you guys that love to track stats and despair. 7 first kills, 252 ACS, 1917, and then there's Surfer, the MVP, getting 0 first bloods, but a 282 average combat score and 23 and 15. Great job. Great job, Surfer. But we are going to be throwing to a very quick break before getting into the next map of Ascent.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in those medical pills are push me over. I kill my fill 3 times a day. These ethanol fumes won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about round when it's past due. Reach a glass, do no. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal. Take me out of the I'm going under. Take me out of the I'm going under. All we done is just sit around wasting our time. Take me out of the ride. I'm going under. Wasting our time. I'm going under. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up and go to sleep. Everyone's seen death in their dreams, but we still wake up from our sleep. I'll be home soon. You don't gotta fight alone. Alone.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Titans of Tier 3. This is the map 2 of Astro versus Comet Esports Club. So, the first map ended at 13-10. Comet ended up taking the W there, but we still have a map or two ready, waiting, chambered up, ready to be thrown out of the barrel. And up next, we have Ascent with Comet Esports Club on the defensive side, going right into the Agent Select. Here, I think the meta has been pretty much all figured out for Ascent. You have the Jet or the RyZe, you have the Astra, the Omen, you have the Sova, you got the Killjoy, but I mean Cypher kind of coming out occasionally, but not really. You have the KO. Like it's pretty well figured out. Now, is Comet Esports with the current Hubbers going to be throwing that off? Are they going to be throwing us for a loop here? Or, because like it looks like Astro, they have the Jet, they have the Astra, they have Sova, they got Killjoy, and they got KO. So they have a pretty typical team composition. But what do you think? What do you think the changes in these team compositions could mean for Comet Esports, Swan?
We could be seeing them go in for a more like defensive, like going for like a single pick type of comp, just rushing off of that one pick. We are going to be seeing Omen getting locked in from Surfer. Surfer's been staying on this Omen for this whole series. Actually, the last game too, he's just been sitting on that Omen. We're also going to be seeing Jet come in too. So,
are we seeing a double duelist?
Oh wait, double duelist. Reyna.
Poker Face running up Reyna. The selfish duelist. I wish they. Honestly, I wish Poker Face would have pulled that ISO because I love watching Aim Labs content. Help Zera switching up from the Sky over to the Sova, and Neptune switching over from the Cypher to the Killjoy. Pretty typical setup. The only thing really interesting here is they're not running the double initiator. They're running duelist, and it's not. But it's not the double dive composition, so that can get a little bit interesting sometimes. But I mean, we'll see how it is. We'll see how it goes. And I mean, what do you think is going to be happening this first couple? Because like a lot of people put some channel points on Astro this time around. So I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, we're putting a lot of faith into Astro, but I'm going to be looking towards this Jet pick. I want to see them going in, getting as much kills as they can, just getting these early pickoffs, just so that Astro can get the advantage. They are in a better attacking team from what we saw last map.
Yeah, I mean, their team composition is fairly straightforward. There's not a lot of teams that can choose this composition and, not be able to figure it out. I mean, it's pretty well-known composition, but Sakuza and Pokerface running up really quickly, trying to get those first bloods, and Pokerface is going to be able to find the first two of the map. DeLeon and Graves immediately being taken down. Now it's just down to Clappy, Despair, and Giraffe here. And Despair is just right there in that corner, getting taken out by Neptune, caught in a microwave. And it's just an absolute mowdown right here. But Comet Esports is down to only 2. It's a 2v1. Giraffe and Surfer's going to be able to take it out on top. And Comet Esports is going to be taking the first round on Ascent.
Yeah, we saw that aggressive push from Poker Face going in, killing the Sova and Killjoy early, so we're going to be able to have the Sova ready to get that information for that rotate onto A site. And actually, we're going to be seeing the Outlaw coming in, the double Outlaw for the side of Comet Esports.
Yeah, I mean, double Outlaw, and it looks like Despair is opting for the Marshall. Gonna try and counter the Outlaw plays here. They're forcing up pretty far, and I haven't seen a lot of the Outlaw in action. I can't wait to see the skin lines that come out off the Outlaw. I feel like the Neo Frontier, they need to release a Neo Frontier for it. But focusing back in on the match here, the Marshall getting one tag there, and Surfer's gonna be able to find a pick. But Giraffe is able to find Surfer, pick up a stinger, upgrade the gun, and try and move forward as best as possible. Clappy picking up that stinger going in. And Sakuza getting taken down by Despair.
Spike planted.
But Poker Face in the back, in A main right here, completely pinching off Astro from the rest of the world here. And and the Spectre nerf coming in at the time, Clappy's going to be able to find that pick. And Neptune and Helpzera are going to be able to clean that up with a nice little wall bang from Helpzera onto Clappy.
Yeah, Comet Esports, they're able to filter out Astro, closing in the wall on them, and just trapping the 2 defenders on point. But Comet Esports just going in on this aggression up 2-0. Neptune getting the Bulldog, and we're going to see a Phantom coming out also from Surfer. So
back.
let's see what they go with this.
Yeah, I mean, saving one outlaw going into this round. I mean, I feel like it can be a pretty good set in Graves going for the Odin. I think on Ascent you almost have to have one Odin player almost designated, and it normally is the Soba because of that B main pressure it can put down so easily. And looks like Giraffe going back and picking up that spike from Spawn, and it looks a little bit angled. Looks angled a little bit more towards the B site here, and Helpzera and Surfer seem to know that. Is falling back, just waiting to help on the retake when necessary, and Graves throwing out that recon bolt, trying to clear out all that space. Unable to take right off the bat, but Despair is going to be able to find the first spec on Sakusa, but quickly traded back by Poker Face. Maybe able to, maybe if they can reclaim that space, can pick up that rifle moving into the rest of the round, but looks pretty defended by De Leon. Now
Astros going on to this B site. A whole bunch of utility on point. The alarm bar gets triggered. Neptune has a hideaway in the cub. But how Perzo getting taken out? The Surfer also getting taken out too, making this a 2v3.
I have the spike.
Make that a 2v2 as Poker Face finds De Leon. Be able to upgrade that gun just a little bit. Graves, the recon bolt did get broken. They're not wanting to push into Neptune there. The Poker Face is waiting right behind that corner. Perfect timing from Clappy to get them up onto ramps, up onto heaven of A site. Gonna be able to get that plant down, get it locked down, it's ready to go. The 2 initiators against the world. It looks like Clappy is falling back. Gonna be caught out here maybe by Poker Face, and there it is. Very nice tap there from Poker Face. And now it's just down to Graves. Alone and scared, and not enough. Not enough bullets going through the chamber there. Neptune's gonna 10 tap, closing it out for a 3-0 lead, and a lot of little disrespectful, but you know, 3-0.
Yeah,
well,
well,
they had him in for a long game that last round.
Yeah, just extending that out a little bit more than they should have. But Comet Esports, we had what's his name? We had Poker Face coming in, getting that early pick on the rotate, making that an even 4v5, which was pretty huge for them. They were able to take out the Astra, so they weren't able to use their ultimate, but they're going to be able to use it this round, going on a pretty fairly light buy. We're going to see 3 sheriffs come out along with a Vandal for Clappy, hopefully able to turn this around.
Yeah, and Sakusa pulling out another sniper. This time the operator hasn't been able to find a kill pulled out so far, but maybe going to be able to the operators, the light the Astros. Pokeface getting spotted by that recon bolt, immediately having to back off, and Despair running in. A lot of confidence. And the paranoia
just pushing on the site hard.
Yeah, trying to close that gap, and Despair getting spotted out. Recon bolt. And Pokeface is able to find 2, but Clappy's able to find 1 as well. So good kill with the operator onto Clappy, and now it's down to a 2v4 in favor of Comet. Man, it looks like Despair's going to be getting caught out. Yeah, there it is. Pokerface is able to find the 3rd for the round, and Sakusa able to 2nd.
Poker Face being dominant this round. He also had the help from the Silva, giving him that information to allow him to get those 2 early picks. 4-0 right now for Comet Esports. He's making a show of this. Just shooting the bodies of Astro 2, just showing them who's boss.
Yeah, I mean, but that was a really good save on the side of Astro. They were able to full buy into this next round, but if they lose this, they might be going back on their saves. It really comes to this right here. Vandals, Phantom, and an Odin from Graves. It didn't work out last time, but you never know. It could fix itself this time around. 4-0 going into round 5. It's not looking good for Astro.
Yeah, Astro desperately needing to find the picks early here, early and fast. We see them mid. Operator missing.
Barely caught out. Sakuza. Leon's able to find that one pick there. Unable to find the sniper kill there, but Leon's just hiding in that corner, waiting for somebody to push up just a little bit too far, get a little bit overzealous of their positioning, and looks like Leon might be getting a little confident here, might be pushing up. Look like it as Leon's able to find one, but isn't able to isn't able to find that out and find Surfer, but leaving Surfer at very low HP and helps there, is able to find Clap with that Odin. And Surfer able to find Graves as well, but quickly traded back by Giraffe down to a 2v1. Make that 1v1 with the lockdown out here. And they're able to find the second for the round, making it 5-0 going into round 6, and yet another round of shooting bodies.
Astros, they desperately need to find a way to get back into this map. They looked promising. They got the early pick onto the Jet. Who did have the operator, but Comet Esports, they have enough credits. They're able to buy back that operator and still have full Vandals and an Odin.
Yeah, they might have lost a lot of the players. They may have lost a lot of lives that round, but they're not losing in this economy. And Astro back once again. Elvera's just immediately taking out Despair. Somebody check their computer.
Yeah, he has to have walls. There's no way he was.
Somebody check the computer, because that was an instant takedown of the Blade Storm. Word.exe back into play here, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna see another pick coming in for Comet Esports for that Odin. As Astros desperately need to rotate, group back up, and push on to just any site or get any picks.
Yeah, but Neptune's able to find one as well on the D-Leon. That was a nice Killjoy battle, and Neptune just shooting the body once again. The disrespect, and Surge's able to find one, but Graves clapping back. Nice head tap there. Oh, that was nasty onto Sakuza, but immediately getting shut down by Poker Face. Graves was feeling it. He was feeling nice, but unfortunately the bodies still get shot.
Yeah, Graves had it lined up. He probably could have brought that back. We're gonna see this wall bang here again on the replay. We have to see this. There's no way.
Oh my god!
Right on the head.
Zara, why?
Yeah, we're gonna see them not lose any of their weapons. So we're gonna have the timeout also coming in here too. So what do you think the Astros need to do to get back into this?
I think that Astro, I think what they need to do is they need to take the breath of this timeout. They need to regroup, and they need to figure out what they're doing wrong. They're playing a very typical team composition against a double duelist comp. They need to figure out how they need to adapt to the playstyle and how they need to adapt to where Comet Esports is sitting on each site and how they rotate. They just need to figure out the playstyle, and they're going to be able to bring it back into this. What do you like in your mind? What do you think they need to be doing over the next 2-3 rounds in order to bring it back?
They need to be aware, like you say, you need to be aware of Comet Esports positioning and what angles they're going to be taking. They're going to have DeLeon have the lockout on ready, so they can't push onto site and put that down in order to secure the plant at least. But they have to break site first. That's the problem.
They do have to break site. They have to break that one choke point, and they need to start pulling out some split plays here if they want to be able to pull that out. And it looks like they're just hiding. They do not want to get Odin spammed once again. And Sakuza just ready, waiting here on Catwalk. Knows someone's there, but the shooting did stop, so they backed off. Now Giraffe and Clappy just rotating back over to B. They might be wanting to explode out onto B side after drawing some attention over towards A, and it looks like their call was correct. The entirety of the Comet Esports is just backed out of sight, and then there's the null command coming in, and the Odin spray as well, coming in to try get any picks that are possible. But man, Spare's already in back sight.
Yeah, Astro making the tough part, breaking into sight with all full weapons still up. 5v5. DeLeon getting poked out from behind the wall on low health.
Yeah, and then there it is. Poker Face once again getting a nice head on. Now 5v4 retake. Giraffe's gonna be able to find one, but quickly taken down by Neptune. And oh my gosh, Graves almost had a nice pick there, but Poker Face is just too aware. Poker Face almost finding a fourth, but Clappy somehow some way was able to find the pick, winning Astro the first round of Ascent.
First round for Astro in this. We're gonna see the replay. De Leon getting taken out, but Clappy was able to come back and secure that round for his team. They were able to use
being able to do that. Wow.
Yeah, they were able to use the lockdown that round. Ooh, that flank coming in on the Odin.
Yeah, the flank, like the flank from Graves there probably secured the round, but unfortunately Pokerface wasn't. And there's more Odin spam and shock darts and utility. Man, B main is the name of the game this map. They are fighting for this control, and they are fighting for picks as much as they can.
Yeah, with how Comet Esports has been dominating so far, like the Odin spam, just getting as much damage as they can downrange, just not giving any opportunity for Astro to peek and get a kill. They are looking towards B though.
They're slowing way down from the previous pace of the game. I mean, they're trying to feel it out. They don't want to make any mistakes that could cost them the next round or two, because they want to be able to go into the next half even score, because Ascent is about as even of a map as you can make it. But with the current team composition, like, they're going to be heavily impaired on the defensive side. But Help Zero is able to find Despair once again, and able to find Clappy with the Hunter's Fury. Unable to find another with that though, but they still came out on top with the trades, and Surfer's gonna make it even worse. They bring it out the paranoia and bring it down to a 2v4, and Giraffe's gonna finally be able to bring it back to a manageable amount, but Pokerface is right behind the corner, and they lined up right for Giraffe.
Giraffe with the sick clutch, getting the double doink onto the retake. We're gonna see the replay actually.
Somebody
Comet
clip
Esports.
that.
Yeah, Comet
Somebody clip
Esports.
that.
They had the advantage at first. They got the Odin spam into the wall, taking out one person off of the Astro, but Giraffe with his double doink. Watch this. Boom, boom.
That was nasty.
Clean headshots coming from Giraffe, putting Astro back into this, putting the momentum in their favor, as they're gonna buy 4 Vandals and a Bulldog going into this round.
Yeah, but man, Sakuza wanting to clap back hard, but only able to find one, as Despair evens the odds right there. Going back and forth, and Pokerface also wanting blood, trying to push up, but immediately Astro's backing off, rushing all the way towards A site, right into the microwave that is the Killjoy setup from Neptune. And there's the Cosmic Divide coming in as well.
Yeah, Comet Esports, they wanted to be the aggressors here, pushing into that, getting that 1 kill, as Astro pushing onto the site. Ooh, taking out
Despair's
Neptune.
able to find it. Despair's able to find Neptune, shutting down all the Killjoy tech, hiding underneath in hell. Gonna be hiding underneath that area, trying to get some of that protection going, as it is a 3v4 right now. Astro does have the lead, but we've seen what happens. Situation for Pokerface, able to find one on Giraffe. No trade taking place. Never mind, Clappy's able to find Surfer. Pokerface is just too slick with it, but Clappy catching him on an off angle. 2 players still alive, very low health, and man, Astro is back in the fight.
Astro bringing the momentum back in their favor. Clappy with that 3-piece on the end after they're able to take back site, getting his ult back up. They also have the lockdown for De Leon, so Astro just looking to hold a spot, keep Comet from pushing onto any site, just trying to hold this out, trying to tie this back up. Comet has double shares, but they also have a Vandal, so they're looking to get these early picks. Hold this in their favor.
100%, and we're seeing a lot of aggression here from Comet Esports, but Despair and De Leon were ready for it. Neptune able to find De Leon though, and Despair's able to find a second for the round. Pulling it out of absolutely nowhere, and it looks like we're going to be ending A once again, but little do they know, Pokerface right around the corner, right inside the smoke, ready for Clappy. Knew it was coming, knew it was going to happen. It looks like
Spike planted.
Looks like Neptune might have to opt for a save here, unless they want to go for a hero play. They have the Vandal, they have the know-how, they have the kill, but not enough. Not able to find the second for the round, and Clappy ends now up. Well, now only 2 rounds down, while before being 5 or 6, they were 6-0, and now they're back 4-6. And it was about time for Comet Esports to call their timeout and figure out what's been going wrong. They lost the last 4 rounds in a row to a team that they just won 6 rounds in a row to. They got to figure out what's going on. What do you think they're talking about, Swan?
I'm pretty sure that Comet Esports, they're thinking about their strategy when it comes to like the early round. They've been trying to push their own aggression. They actually been killed. Like, they trade out like 2-3 players trying to be aggressive, and they leave 2 players to hold the site alone against Astro, who is pretty good at taking these sites.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way Comet Esports play, they like to play aggressive. They like to take those first engagements. They like to get aggressive. But that doesn't seem to be working out for the Astros, as they're almost preparing for it at the beginning of each round. They're ready to get peaked. Like, being on the attacking side, you're expecting like to peak first, but no, Comet Esports loves to get in there and just start it out right at the beginning. But man, it looks like they're finally getting their groove back. It looks like Astro is finally getting back into the game, and we're just gonna have to see where the rest of this map takes us.
Yeah, hopefully Comet Esports swinging the momentum with that timeout, get some nerves out, get their strategy back in order, and hopefully take this next round, as they do have full Vandals.
Yeah, and looking at this, HelpZera opting again for that oath. Going for some shock darts to try and get some chip damage, but they're not able to find any. They're not quite at that choke point just yet. All 5 members of Astro are just ready to go right in the middle, and there's the null command coming. That one, the Surfer, but HelpZera is able to find 2. Onto DeLeon and Graves, the Surfer, Pokerface able to clap back, and Pokerface and Neptune just shutting it down, and there it is. Comet Esports once again winning the round, upgrading guns, skin shopping, shooting bodies, back to their old ways.
Yeah, Comet Esports swinging this back in their favor. I think they really needed the timeout. We got how do you say it? HelpZera. There we go. Yeah, HelpZera. Yeah, it's such a weird name to say, just at first glance. But HelpZera was able to get a 2-piece onto Astral going in with the Odin. Able to turn that in their favor. So they're going to keep the Odin. Hopefully, HelpZera putting more spam down, able to get a pick.
We're seeing a lot of first aggression taken again by Comet Esports, and Neptune's going to be able to find the first pick as well. Zakuza's trying to give Pokerface like a get out of jail, like, here, I'll smoke you off to get you back, but Pokerface is like, no, I want to take those fights. And we're getting another Odin spray through by HelpZera.
Yeah, Astro is down. They don't have the Astro with them, but they do have Killjoy, so if they're able to break into the site, they can hold this.
Speaking of Killjoy, there's the lockdown, and HelpZera just shutting it down, just spraying through the wall, sees where it was, but unfortunate circumstances, but we're ready to get into a microwave here. So Graves able to trade back 2 for 2. And getting a full blind, but Neptune on the drop down is able to find Clappy. Comet Esports still 3 alive. Graves is the last one. Spike is on site. Nothing but an Odin in hand, able to find 1. Are we going to be finding 2? No! And there's the recon bolt. HelpZera is able to find it through the wall. Leaving 2 alive for Comet Esports. Now up 4 rounds going into the second half.
The battle of the Odins. We had an unfortunate flash coming out, putting that in the Comet Esports' favor, because Clappy, if he was able to get that kill, if he wasn't able to flash, they could have turned that in their favor. Going 8-4 going into the round switch.
Yeah, and looking at this a little bit more closely, you can see what the flow of the game has been. It was at first 6 rounds straight wins by Comet Esports, and then 4 just clean victories by Astro. And now it looks like we're getting back into the swing of things for Comet, and I think 1 or 2 rounds of getting beaten by Comet, and Astro's going to have to call another timeout to try and get their groove back, to try and figure out what they got to do. And Comet Esports seems to be taking it a little bit slow, even though they are running that double duelist, but I think they were waiting for that KO knife to come through. Classic one. They're just waiting for that KO knife so that they didn't get spotted out immediately. And Despair seems to be tap firing, seems to know something fishy's going on. Pokerface is ready with that Leer. Bring it out, and then there's some shock darts coming through as well. Not tagging very much, but Kelpzera is going to be able to find Despair on the first pick of the half. Bring it down to a 4v.
Astro backing out.
Bring it down to a 4v5. Astro is backing out, wanting to regroup, not wanting to make any mistakes going in because the first round can set the pace for a while, and Graves is able to find Sakuza. And now getting picked out once again, Kelpzera, DeLeon, a Pokerface and Surfer not giving up just yet, getting picked by their own, and Giraffe's gonna be able to find Pokerface, quickly traded by Surfer. Surfer, the last one, ready to go, and man, Neptune able to find Graves, finishing it out 9-4. They take pistol.
Yeah, Comet Esports setting the tone for this next round, or this next half. Astro, they actually had a pretty good strategy for that, backing off, just letting them take point, and they could take different angles, and they were able to get a couple of picks doing that. But Comet Esports, they're going to be able to buy 3 Vandals for this next round, so they're looking to close this out fast.
Yeah, they're wanting to bring this map and series to a close as quick as possible. And man, looks like they're playing it even slower than before, just waiting for any KO time to scale up.
Yeah, just looking for any pick to swing this. Pushing towards B, though.
Yeah, they're going to be running right into the Killjoy turret here. That passive map control, passive angle, and then there's the Killjoy turret being taken down immediately. There's the Recon Bolt coming in, just tagging the entirety of Comet, and now it's time to speed up their execute. Just bringing it in, smoking it off, trying to hit that door, and Sakuza's gonna be able to find the first blood there. It looks like Sakuza's wanting to go for more. Right there, and almost getting taken out, but Surfer's gonna be able to land that, but quickly back on Surfer, and Sakuza's gonna be able to find one. Neptune as well, and Sakuza's gonna close it out for.
Yeah, it's a pretty dominant showing for Comet Esports right now. They, unfortunate for Astro, they just left Silva to fend for himself on point. They had the long rotate going through mid, so Astro needing to pick up some slack right now. They are going to be able to buy an Odin along with Phantoms and Vandals. So looking to get these picks to swing this back in their favor. No ultimates coming up soon, so they do have to win off of these gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, these next 2 rounds are going to be very crucial for Astro if they want to bring them back into this match. And Pokerface with a nice glowing butterfly knife, the 2022 butterfly knife. Excellent, especially when you're top fragging.
Turret down.
10-4, 6 rounds down by the Astro. Now they're back to where they were on round 7. Are they going to be able to bring it back? And what is their game plan for the rest of this? And looks like they left spawn over in A main here. Ready for a rotate. The Clappy is ready to go. Throwing a molly out, delaying the push, and Sakuza's stunned, but ready to go. And Clappy just waiting right behind him. Playing very slow. They're not wanting to make any mistakes, and there's that dash from Despair that almost got them out. There's the first trades going back and forth, and it looks like Comet's going to come out on top. DeLeon's going to be able to find DeLeon. Bring it back down to a 2v2. There's the turret coming out. It looks like they're going for the spike plant here. Soba and KJ versus Soba and
Spike planted.
And a little bit of a missed recon dart there. It happened. Zara's going to be able to take out DeLeon, though. Graves left alone. Ready to go. Dodges that shock dart. Sees where Help Zara is. But has no clue where the other could be. Have to jump down.
One enemy remaining.
Moving around, able to find one. Are they going to find 2? No, just the timing from Neptune. Able to bring it up to 7 rounds ahead, 11-4, going into round 16.
Unfortunate for Graves. Pretty good execution from Comet Esports. They're able to pounce on the first target they're able to see as Astro was just spread out. They are going to go into a timeout. And Astro just looking to get back into this game. They lost the last 5 rounds, so how do you think they can do it?
Honestly, from the way that the economy is looking, they're gonna have to force up here. They don't want to give another round. because that'll put them onto a very hot seat going into match map series point. If they want to give that up, they have to force up here. They have to get guns, as many as possible. They need to have 3 people with rifles. They need to be able to pick off some of Comedy Sports, pick up some rifles, supply the rest of the team, and they need to try and stomp this one out. They have to push in hard. They have to go in fast. And they have to make the first contact like Comedy Sports was doing the first half. That is what they need to do. If they, and they have, but the main part is they have to be able to trade off of each other. They have to watch each other's backs. Buddy system. They got a buddy system this, and they got to play with 1, maybe 2 other people, get some trades back and forth, because that's what they're doing. They're losing every single trade, like every set of trade that they can possibly lose. They are losing. They're from 5v5 to a 4v2, like right off the bat, and it's really messing them up later in the later in the round, and it just is not leaving enough firepower for them to defend with. And as well for retake, but it looks like they're getting really aggressive, just as I predicted here. Graves going in, but HelpZera's going to find the first pick, regardless onto D. Leon. But oh my gosh, Sakuza catching him off, and Surfer as well. Oh my gosh, it's just a massacre in mid. It's a war, and only Graves is able to find Poker Face, and we're on to match point. Series point here. They were aggressive, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, Comet Esports just showing true aggression like they were showing in the first half. And this time it worked out in their favor since they already attacking team. Helps their actually coming in really clutch with all these Odin spams through the walls. They always get at least 1 or 2 picks and swinging in their favors.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the economy right now, it's a rabbit out of the hat to make this work here, especially against a team that is completely kitted out, loaded. They have set plays, and they see the KO knife up in the sky, and they're ready to dodge it.
They also have the Jet ultimate ready up for Comet Esports, so they do need to be wary about the spare. Take him out early, possibly. Or not the spare.
There it is. There's the exit coming in. There's the mollies, and it's going up really quickly. Clappy was... But Giraffe was ready on the trigger for Poker Face, pushing up very close, and that's the first time Astros won a trade duel. And there's the Hunter Fury coming out, able to, from HelpZera, able to find D. Leon. And there's Neptune ready to go, and there's the attacking lockdown coming out, but man, it didn't matter. Graves going to get caught either way. Surfer and Neptune able to find their own. Now done one, it's down to Giraffe. Neptune finds him through the wall.
Attackers win.
And that
GG's Comet
is your
Esports.
series, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Comet Esports taking this map 13-4 and winning the series 2-0 against Astro. Pretty good showing from Astro compared to last week. I know we keep bringing this up, but it is important to highlight how much they've improved over the course of a week.
I mean, I 100% agree. I think the amount of improving that they've done over the last week, getting, I don't want to say stomped, but they kind of got stomped last week, to being able to go up 13-10 on the first map of Split, and it looks like they have a little bit more work to do here on Ascent as well, but no doubt they're going to be able to come back stronger and better every single week. Every game they're going to be getting better. So no hate at all to Astro. They are doing a fantastic job. They just got to play with each other a little bit more and then get back into it.
Yeah, they definitely need to watch each other's backs and keep this and keep improving.
Yeah, and here's
we're gonna see
the
the
stat sheet
stat
coming
line
out.
here.
Yeah, Comedy Sports 13-4 win over the Astros, and Clappy going 13-14, ACS of 231. Not bad combat score for a team MVP, but Poker Face, man. 18-12, 310 ACS and 3 first bloods. And I mean, for a kill leader, Neptune 20-5, 287 ACS. I mean, these are great numbers looking from Comet. These are absolutely fantastic. And coming up on the interview we have from one of the players from Comet Esports, the victor of this last round, we have HelpZera coming in to just talk with us and see what was going through the mental of Comet Esports Club. But it looks like we are going to be cutting to a quick break right before the interview. But Swan, do you have any words about the last match before we cut to a quick break?
It was a pretty good showing for Comet Esports. They able to get a lot of clean picks, and especially the Odin spam that was happening all game, all the wall bangs happening, and help Zera, the main perpetrator of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll be right back after a quick break for that interview.
Got wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time. I've never aligned with the city's also. That makes it easier to leave behind. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing. Wondering why I don't know the feeling of walking through these streets like they're mine. Trying to find a way to the beginning, somewhere in a different light. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know better lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing.
Welcome back, everybody. There was a great last match we saw on a 17-4 for Comet Esports Club, and right now in the call we have one of the players from Comet Esports team. Help Zera, how are you doing today?
Very good, thank you.
So, like, coming off of a 2-0 win there, I mean, let's talk about the first map. Let's go chronological here. So, going on, I don't know if you guys have watched any film from Astro or any of that stuff, but they got beat pretty hard last week. And coming off of that, going into Split here, they almost took away a win. I mean, you guys won 13-10. They put up a really big fight as compared to last week. What were you guys thinking going into this match? Like, what was the game plan behind like your team composition? Like, what was the mental?
We didn't have any film on Split because they never played it. So we just went into our own game plan. We didn't start the match like with like a match mentality. We only got in right towards the end because they were putting up a fight.
Okay.
Yeah, we looked in towards the end.
I saw a little bit of a shift at the end, but going into Ascent, now talking about the second, when you guys won 13-4. Were you guys just locked in the entire time? Were you just trying to make it a quick victory, or what was going through y'all's heads?
Yeah, pretty much.
And you guys took a timeout, so you guys won 6 rounds, 4 in a row. Like, what was going on there? What was an adjustment?
The adjustment was to take more mid control. That was all.
And going on to those eco rounds, I saw you guys were really getting aggressive, even on that deep side. Like, Poker Face just absolutely just laying down pure dominance. What was the idea behind running that double?
The idea is just to get like Poker Face active. That's pretty much all. Like, we want him to like kind of protect the president, our Jet, until he's able to entry onto site.
Okay.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
What about on the defensive side? Was it just like, hey, Poker Face, just go, just do your thing, or like, was there any set plays that you had going? And I noticed right off the bat on the defensive side, you guys knew immediately, like, okay, we got to wait for the KO like 0 point lineup. Like, how'd you guys know about that before the round was before you guys faced them on the first round?
I mean, like, everyone nice A main in the beginning of the round. It's not just Astra. We wait for it. If it's not there, we go. Like, I think towards the end of this, the last round, we were waiting for it. They like kind of delayed, but it's a bad lineup. You can see it from so far away that we just saw it and fall back.
Yeah, I saw the I saw one of you. Hey, look, there it is. One of you followed it all the way up and all the way down.
Yeah, it's just a bad lineup from them.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going on the scent. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're all good.
I saw you guys change up your strategy, and when you're losing those, before you started losing those 4 rounds, you wanted to take the aggression. What was your idea going into that? Going aggression on the defense.
I mean, that's our compass for. We have the Jet and Reyna. We should be taking aggressive peaks. Otherwise, we kind of just lose out to their better utility.
And I saw you guys got a lot of Odin sprays. Like that one clip where there was the spray right through the wall onto the Blade Storm. That was kind of insane.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So much when I did that.
Like watching the game while being able to see the outline of the players made it look like you were using aimbot. It was quite entertaining to watch, and it was by very, very many people. But man, I mean, great job. Do you have any comments or anybody you'd like to shout out, team members, family, about, just anybody you want to shout out or anything you want to say to the people out there on the stream?
I'll just shout out my coach, Stardust. He's amazing.
All right, well, shout out to Stardust, and a shout out to everybody watching the stream now. Stream has been live for over 5 hours, so thank you all for tuning in to the Titans of Tier 3. But I think that's all we have today. Is that right, Swan? I believe that's all we have today. Oh,
yeah, that's all we have today. Pretty long day. Everyone's getting ready to lay down and run it back for the next day tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
back here on Titans of Tier 3.
We're gonna be running it back every day. It's gonna be amazing. Quick shout out to the Titans of Tier 3, the big community, all the production people. Our observer today, Senta, great dude. Also the overseer, the admin of the match, Nick, for producing this. It's like 4 a.m. for him, so we really appreciate him coming out. And all the other producers and my casters, and especially Swan for co-casting with me this late at night. So we really appreciate that, and we really appreciate everybody coming out. But if that is not all, I think that is going to end it for us today. So thank you all for watching. I'm Lash, this is Swan, and this is Titans of Tier 3. We'll catch you all tomorrow.
Peace.